revolution in Ramat. About 2 months earlier than the first day of the summer term at Meadowbank, certain events had taken place which were to have unexpected repercussions in that celebrated girls' school. In the palace of Ramat, two young men sat smoking and considering the immediate future. One young man was dark, with a smooth olive face and large melancholy eyes. He was Prince Ali Yusuf, hereditary sheikh of Ramat, which, though small, was one of the richest states in the Middle East. The other young man was sandy-haired and freckled and more or less penniless, except for the handsome salary he drew as private pilot to His Highness Prince Ali Yusuf. In spite of this difference in status, they were on terms of perfect equality. They had been at the same public school and had been friends then and ever since. They shot at us. "Bob," said Prince Ali almost incredulously. "They shot at us all right," said Bob Rawlinson. "And they meant it. They meant to bring us down. The bastards meant it all right," said Bob grimly. Ali considered for a moment. It would hardly be worthwhile trying again. We mightn't be so lucky this time. "The truth is, Ali, we've left things too late. You should have got out 2 weeks ago. I told you so. One doesn't like to run away," said the ruler of Ramat. "I see your point, but remember what Shakespeare or one of these poetical fellows said about those who run away living to fight another day. To think," said the young prince with feeling, "of the money that has gone into making this a welfare state. Hospitals, schools, a health service." Bob Rawlinson interrupted the catalogue. "Couldn't the embassy do something?" Ali Yusuf flushed angrily. "Take refuge in your embassy. That never. The extremists would probably storm the place. They wouldn't respect diplomatic immunity. Besides, if I did that, it really would be the end. Already, the chief accusation against me is of being pro-Western." He sighed. "It is so difficult to understand." He sounded wistful. "Younger than his 25 years. My grandfather was a cruel man, a real tyrant. He had hundreds of slaves and treated them ruthlessly. In his tribal wars, he killed his enemies unmercifully and executed them horribly. The mere whisper of his name made everyone turn pale. And yet, he is a legend still, admired, respected, the great Ahmed Abdullah. And I, what have I done? Built hospitals and schools, welfare, housing, all the things people are said to want. Don't they want them? Would they prefer a reign of terror like my grandfather's? I expect so," said Bob Rawlinson. "Seems a bit unfair, but there it is. But why?" "Bob, why?" Bob Rawlinson sighed, wriggled, and endeavored to explain what he felt. He had to struggle with his own inarticulateness. "Well," he said, "he put up a show, I suppose. That's it, really. He was sort of dramatic, if you know what I mean." He looked at his friend, who was definitely not dramatic. A nice, quiet, decent chap. Sincere and perplexed. That was what Ali was, and Bob liked him for it. He was neither picturesque nor violent. But whilst in England, people who are picturesque and violent cause embarrassment and are not much liked. In the Middle East, Bob was fairly sure, it was different. But democracy began. Ali. Oh, democracy. Bob waved his pipe. That's a word that means different things everywhere. One thing's certain. It never means what the Greeks originally meant by it. I bet you anything you like that if they boot you out of here, some spouting hot air merchant will take over, yelling his own praises, building himself up into God Almighty, and stringing up or cutting off the heads of anyone who dares to disagree with him in any way. And, mark you, he'll say, it's a democratic government of the people and for the people. I expect the people will like it too. Exciting for them. Lots of bloodshed. But we are not savages. We are civilized nowadays. There are different kinds of civilization, said Bob vaguely. Besides, I rather think we've all got a bit of savage in us if we can think up a good excuse for letting it rip. Perhaps you are right, said Allie somberly. The thing people don't seem to want anywhere. Nowadays, said Bob, is anyone who's got a bit of common sense. I've never been a brainy chap. Well, you know that well enough, Allie, but I often think that that's what the world really needs, just a bit of common sense. He laid aside his pipe and sat in his chair. But never mind all that. The thing is how we're going to get you out of here. Is there anybody in the army you can really trust? Slowly, Prince Ali Yusuf shook his head. A fortnight ago, I should have said yes, but now, I do not know. Cannot be sure. Bob nodded. That's the hell of it. As for this palace of yours, it gives me the creeps. Ali acquiesced without emotion. Yes, there are spies everywhere in palaces. They hear everything, they know everything. Even down in the hangars, Bob broke off. Old Ahmed's all right. He's got a kind of sixth sense. Found one of the mechanics trying to tamper with the plane, one of the men we'd have sworn was absolutely trustworthy. Look here, Ali, if we're going to have a shot at getting you away, it will have to be soon. I know. I think I am quite certain now that if I stay, I shall be killed. He spoke without emotion, or any kind of panic, with a mild detached interest. We'll stand a good chance of being killed anyway. Bob warned him, we'll have to fly out north. You know, they can't intercept us that way, but it means going over the mountains, and at this time of year, he shrugged his shoulders. You've got to understand. It's damned risky. Ali Yusuf looked distressed. If anything happened to you, Bob, don't worry about me. Ali, that's not what I meant. I'm not important. And anyway, I'm the sort of chap that's sure to get killed sooner or later. I'm always doing crazy things. No, it's you. I don't want to persuade you, one way or the other. If a portion of the army is loyal, I don't like the idea of running away, said Ali simply. But I do not in the least want to be a martyr and be cut to pieces by a mob. He was silent for a moment or two. Very well then, he said at last with a sigh. We will make the attempt. When Bob shrugged his shoulders, sooner the better. We've got to get you to the airstrip in some natural way. How about saying you're going to inspect the new road construction out at Al-Jasar Sudden Whim? Go this afternoon. Then, as your car passes the airstrip, stop there. I'll have the bus all ready and tuned up. The idea will be to go up to inspect the road construction from the air. See. We take off and go. We can't take any baggage. Of course, it's got to be all quite impromptu. There is nothing I wish to take with me except one thing. He smiled, and suddenly the smile altered his face and made a different person of him. He was no longer the modern, conscientious, westernized young man The smile held all the racial guile and craft which had enabled a long line of his ancestors to survive. "You are my friend, Bob. You shall see." His hand went inside his shirt and fumbled. Then he held out a little sham leather bag. This Bob frowned and looked puzzled. Allie took it from him, untied the neck, and poured the contents on the table. He held his breath for a moment and then expelled it in a soft whistle. "Good Lord, are they real?" Allie looked amused. "Of course they are real. Most of them belong to my father. He acquired new ones every year. I, too. They have come from many places, bought for our family by men we can trust from London, from Calcutta, from South Africa. It is a tradition of our family to have these in case of need." He added in a matter-of-fact voice, "They are worth, at today's prices, about £750,000. £750,000. Bob let out a whistle, picked up the stones, let them run through his fingers. "It's fantastic. Like a fairy tale. It does things to you." "Yes." The dark young man nodded. Again that age-long weary look was on his face. Men are not the same when it comes to jewels. There is always a trail of violence to follow such things. Deaths, bloodshed, murder. And women are the worst, for with women it will not only be the value, it is something to do with the jewels themselves. Beautiful jewels drive women mad. They want to own them, to wear them round their throats, on their bosoms. I would not trust any woman with these, but I shall trust you. Me. Bob stared. Yes. I do not want these stones to fall into the hands of my enemies. I do not know when the rising against me will take place. It may be planned for today. I may not live to reach the airstrip this afternoon. Take the stones and do the best you can. But look here. I don't understand. What am I to do with them? Arrange somehow to get them out of the country. Ali stared placidly at his perturbed friend. You mean you want me to carry them instead of you? You can put it that way. But I think, really, you will be able to think of some better plan to get them to Europe. But look here. Ali, I haven't the first idea how to set about such a thing. Ali leaned back in his chair. He was smiling in a quietly amused manner. You have common sense, and you are honest. And I remember, from the days when you were my fag, that you could always think up some ingenious idea. I will give you the name and address of a man who deals with such matters for me, that is in case I should not survive. Do not look so worried. Bob, do the best you can. That is all I ask. I shall not blame you if you fail. It is as Allah wills. For me, it is simple. I do not want those stones taken from my dead body. For the rest, he shrugged his shoulders. It is as I have said. All will go as Allah wills. You're nuts, no. I am a fatalist. That is all. But look here, Ali, you said just now I was honest, but $750,000. Don't you think that might sap any man's honesty? Ali Yusuf looked at his friend with affection. Strangely enough, he said, I have no doubt on that score. 2. The woman on the balcony. As Bob Rawlinson walked along the echoing marble corridors of the palace, he had never felt so unhappy in his life. The knowledge That he was carrying 3/4 of a million pounds in his trousers pocket caused him acute misery. He felt as though every palace official he encountered must know the fact. He felt even that the knowledge of his precious burden must show in his face. He would have been relieved to learn that his freckled countenance bore exactly its usual expression of cheerful good nature. The sentries outside presented arms with a clash. Bob walked down the main crowded street of Ramat, his mind still dazed. Where was he going? What was he planning to do? He had no idea. And time was short. The main street was like most main streets in the Middle East. It was a mixture of squalor and magnificence. Banks reared their vast, newly built magnificence. Innumerable small shops presented a collection of cheap plastic goods. Babies' booties and cheap cigarette lighters were displayed in unlikely juxtaposition. There were sewing machines and spare parts for cars. Pharmacies displayed fly-blown proprietary medicines and large notices of penicillin in every form and antibiotics galore. In very few of the shops was there anything that you could normally want to buy, except possibly the latest Swiss watches, hundreds of which were displayed crowded into a tiny window. The assortment was so great that even there one would have shrunk from purchase. Dazzled by sheer mass, Bob, still walking in a kind of stupor, jostled by figures in native or European dress, pulled himself together and asked himself again where the hell he was going. He turned into a native cafe and ordered lemon tea. As he sipped it, he began, slowly, to come to. The atmosphere of the cafe was soothing. At a table opposite him, an elderly Arab was peacefully clicking through a string of amber beads. Behind him, two men played trick-track. It was a good place to sit and think. And he'd got to think. Jewels worth 3/4 of a million had been handed to him, and it was up to him to devise some plan of getting them out of the country. No time to lose either. At any minute, the balloon might go up. Allie was crazy. Of course, tossing 3/4 of a million lightheartedly to a friend in that way, and then sitting back quietly himself and leaving everything to Allah. Bob had not got that recourse. Bob's God expected his servants to decide on and perform their own actions to the best of the ability their God had given them. What the hell was he going to do with those damned stones? He thought of the embassy. No, he couldn't involve the embassy. The embassy would almost certainly refuse to be involved. What he needed was some person, some perfectly ordinary person who was leaving the country in some perfectly ordinary way. A businessman or a tourist would be best. Someone with no political connections, whose baggage would, at most, be subjected to a superficial search, or more probably no search at all. There was, of course, the other end to be considered. Sensation at London Airport. Attempt to smuggle in jewels worth 3/4 of a million, and so on, and so on. One would have to risk that. Somebody ordinary, a bona fide traveler. And suddenly, Bob kicked himself for a fool. Joan, of course. His sister Joan Sutcliffe. Joan had been out here for 2 months with her daughter Jennifer, who after a bad bout of pneumonia had been ordered sunshine and a dry climate. They were going back by long sea in 4 or 5 days' time. Joan was the ideal person. What was it Allie had said about women and jewels? Bob smiled to himself. Good old Joan. She wouldn't lose her head over jewels. trust her to keep her feet on the earth. Yes, he could trust Joan. Wait a minute, though. Could he trust Joan? Her honesty? Yes, but her discretion. Regretfully, Bob shook his head. Joan would talk, would not be able to help talking. Even worse, she would hint, I'm taking home something very important. I mustn't say a word to anyone. It's really rather exciting. Joan had never been able to keep a thing to herself, though she was always very incensed if one told her so. Joan, then, mustn't know what she was taking us. It would be safer for her that way. He'd make the stones up into a parcel, an innocent-looking parcel. Tell her some story, a present for someone, a commission. He'd think of something. Bob glanced at his watch and rose to his feet. Time was getting on. He strode along the street, oblivious of the midday heat. Everything seemed so normal. There was nothing to show on the surface. Only in the palace was one conscious of the banked-down fires, of the spying, the whispers, the army. It all depended on the army. Who was loyal? Who was disloyal? A coup d'etat would certainly be attempted. Would it succeed or fail? Bob frowned as he turned into Ramat's leading hotel. It was modestly called the Ritz Savoy and had a grand modernistic facade. It had opened with a flourish 3 years ago with a Swiss manager, a Viennese chef, and an Italian maître d'hôtel. Everything had been wonderful. The Viennese chef had gone first, then the Swiss manager. Now the Italian head waiter had gone too. The food was still ambitious, but bad, the service abominable, and a good deal of the expensive plumbing had gone wrong. The clerk behind the desk knew Bob well and beamed at him. Good morning, squadron leader. You want your sister. She has gone on a picnic with the little girl. A picnic. Bob was taken aback of all the silly times to go for a picnic, with Mr. and Mrs. Hurst from the oil company, said the clerk informatively. Everyone always knew everything. They have gone to the Kalat Diwa Dam. Bob swore under his breath. Joan wouldn't be home for hours. I'll go up to her room, he said, and held out his hand for the key, which the clerk gave him. He unlocked the door and went in. The room, a large double-bedded one, was in its usual confusion. Joan Sutcliffe was not a tidy woman. Golf clubs lay across a chair. Tennis rackets had been flung on the bed. Clothing lay about. The table was littered with rolls of film, postcards, paper-backed books, and an assortment of native curios from the South, mostly made in Birmingham and Japan. Bob looked round him, at the suitcases and the zip bags. He was faced with a problem. He wouldn't be able to see Joan before flying Allie out. There wouldn't be time to get to the dam and back. He could parcel up the stuff and leave it with a note, but almost immediately he shook his head. He knew quite well that he was nearly always followed. He'd probably been followed from the palace to the cafe, and from the cafe here. He hadn't spotted anyone, but he knew that they were good at the job. There was nothing suspicious in his coming to the hotel to see his sister. But if he left a parcel and a note, the note would be read and the parcel opened. Time. He'd no time. 750,000 in precious stones in his trousers pocket. He looked round the room. Then, with a grin, he fished out from his pocket the little toolkit he always carried. His niece Jennifer had some plasticine. He noted that would help. He worked quickly and skillfully. Once he looked up, suspicious, his eyes going to the open window. No, there was no balcony outside this room. It was just his nerves that made him feel that someone was watching him. He finished his task and nodded in approval. Nobody would notice what he had done. He felt sure of that. Neither Joan nor anyone else. Certainly not Jennifer, a self-centered child who never saw or noticed anything outside herself. He swept up all evidence of his toil and put them into his pocket. Then he hesitated, looking round. He drew Mrs. Sutcliffe's writing pad towards him and sat frowning. He must leave a note for Joan. But what could he say? It must be something that Joan would understand, but which would mean nothing to anyone who read the note. And really, that was impossible, in the kind of thriller that Bob liked reading to fill up his spare moments. You left a kind of cryptogram, which was always successfully puzzled out by someone. But he couldn't even begin to think of a cryptogram. And in any case, Joan was the sort of common-sense person who would need the I's dotted and the T's crossed before she noticed anything at all. Then his brow cleared. There was another way of doing it. Divert attention away from Joan. Leave an ordinary everyday note. Then leave a message with someone else to be given to Joan in England. He wrote rapidly, "Dear Joan, dropped in to ask if you'd care to play a round of golf this evening. But if you've been up at the dam, you'll probably be dead to the world. What about tomorrow? 5 o'clock at the club. Yours, Bob." A casual sort of a message to leave for a sister that he might never see again. But in some ways, the more casual the better. Joan mustn't be involved in any funny business. Mustn't even know that there was any funny business. Joan could not dissimulate. Her protection would be the fact that she clearly knew nothing, and the note would accomplish a dual purpose. It would seem that he, Bob, had no plan for departure himself. He thought for a minute or two. Then he crossed to the telephone and gave the number of the British Embassy. Presently, he was connected with Edmondson, the third secretary, a friend of his. "John, Bob Rawlinson here. Can you meet me somewhere when you get off? Make it a bit earlier than that? You've got to. Old boy. It's important. Well, actually, it's a girl." He gave an embarrassed cough. "She's wonderful. Quite wonderful. Out of this world? Only it's a bit tricky." Edmondson's voice, sounding slightly stuffed-shirt and disapproving, said, "Really, Bob, you and your girls, all right. 2 o'clock, do you?" and rang off. Bob heard the little echoing click as whoever had been listening in replaced the receiver. Good old Edmondson. Since all the telephones in Ramat had been tapped, Bob and John Edmondson had worked out a little code of their own. A wonderful girl who was out of this world meant something urgent and important. Edmondson would pick him up in his car outside the new Merchants Bank at 2 o'clock, and he'd tell Edmondson of the hiding place. Tell him that Joan didn't know about it, but that, if anything happened to him, it was important. Going by the long sea route, Joan and Jennifer wouldn't be back in England for 6 weeks. By that time, the revolution would almost certainly have happened and either been successful or have been put down. Ali Yusuf might be in Europe, or he and Bob might both be dead. He would tell Edmondson enough, but not too much. Bob took a last look around the room. It looked exactly the same, peaceful untidy, domestic. The only thing added was his harmless note to Joan. He propped it up on the table and went out. There was no one in the long corridor. The woman in the room, next to that occupied by Joan Sutcliffe, stepped back from the balcony. There was a mirror in her hand. She had gone out on the balcony originally to examine more closely a single hair that had had the audacity to spring up on her chin. She dealt with it with tweezers, then subjected her face to a minute scrutiny in the clear sunlight. It was then, as she relaxed, that she saw something else. The angle at which she was holding her mirror was such that it reflected the mirror of the hanging wardrobe in the room next to hers, and in that mirror she saw a man doing something very curious. So curious and unexpected that she stood there motionless, watching. He could not see her from where he sat at the table, and she could only see him by means of the double reflection. If he had turned his head behind him, he might have caught sight of her mirror in the wardrobe mirror, but he was too absorbed in what he was doing to look behind him. Once, it was true. He did look up suddenly towards the window, but since there was nothing to see there, he lowered his head again. The woman watched him while he finished what he was doing. After a moment's pause, he wrote a note, which he propped up on the table. Then he moved out of her line of vision, but she could just hear enough to realize that he was making a telephone call. She couldn't catch what was said, but it sounded light-hearted casual. Then she heard the door close. The woman waited a few minutes. Then she opened her door. At the far end of the passage, an Arab was flicking idly with a feather duster. He turned the corner, out of sight. The woman slipped quickly to the door of the next room. It was locked, but she had expected that. The hairpin she had with her and the blade of a small knife did the job quickly and expertly. She went in, pushing the door to behind her. She picked up the note. The flap had only been stuck down lightly and opened easily. She read the note, frowning. There was no explanation there. She sealed it up, put it back, and walked across the room. There, with her hand outstretched, she was disturbed by voices through the window from the terrace below. One was a voice that she knew to be the occupier of the room in which she was standing, a decided didactic voice, fully assured of itself. She darted to the window. Below on the terrace, Joan Sutcliffe, accompanied by her daughter Jennifer, a pale, solid child of 15, was telling the world and a tall, unhappy-looking Englishman from the British consulate just what she thought of the arrangements he had come to make. But it's absurd. I never heard such nonsense. Everything's perfectly quiet here, and everyone quite pleasant. I think it's all a lot of panicky fuss. We hope so, Mrs. Sutcliffe. We certainly hope so. But H.E. feels that the responsibility is such. Mrs. Sutcliffe cut him short. She did not propose to consider the responsibility of ambassadors. We've a lot of baggage, you know. We were going home by long sea next Wednesday. The sea voyage will be good for Jennifer. The doctor said so. I really must absolutely decline to alter all my arrangements and be flown to England in this silly flurry. The unhappy-looking man said encouragingly that Mrs. Sutcliffe and her daughter could be flown, not to England, but to Aden and catch their boat there with our baggage. Yes, that can be arranged. I've got a car waiting, a station wagon, We can load everything right away. Oh, well, Mrs. Sutcliffe capitulated. I suppose we'd better pack. At once, if you don't mind. The woman in the bedroom drew back hurriedly. She took a quick glance at the address on a luggage label on one of the suitcases. Then she slipped quickly out of the room and back into her own, just as Mrs. Sutcliffe turned the corner of the corridors. The clerk from the office was running after her. Your brother, the squadron leader, has been here. Mrs. Sutcliffe? He went up to your room, but I think that he has left again. You must just have missed him. How tiresome, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. Thank you, she said to the clerk, and went on to Jennifer. I suppose Bob's fussing too. I can't see any sign of disturbance myself in the streets. This door's unlocked. How careless these people are. Perhaps it was Uncle Bob, said Jennifer. I wish I hadn't missed him. Oh, there's a note. She tore it open. At any rate, Mom isn't fussing, she said triumphantly. He obviously doesn't know a thing about all this. Diplomatic wind-up. That's all it is. How I hate trying to pack in the heat of the day. This room's like an oven. Come on, Jennifer. Get your things out of the chest of drawers and the wardrobe. We must just shove everything in anyhow. We can repack later. I've never been in a revolution, said Jennifer thoughtfully. I don't expect you'll be in one this time, said her mother sharply. It will be just as I say. Nothing will happen. Jennifer looked disappointed. 3. Introducing Mr. Robinson. It was some 6 weeks later that a young man tapped discreetly on the door of a room in Bloomsbury and was told to come in. It was a small room. Behind a desk sat a fat, middle-aged man slumped in a chair. He was wearing a crumpled suit, the front of which was smothered in cigar ash. The windows were closed and the atmosphere was almost unbearable. Well, said the fat man testily, and speaking with half-closed eyes, what is it now, eh? It was said of Colonel Pikeaway that his eyes were always just closing in sleep, or just opening after sleep. It was also said that his name was not Pikeaway, and that he was not a colonel. But some people will say anything, Edmondson. From the F. Is here, sir. Oh, said Colonel Pikeaway. He blinked, appeared to be going to sleep again, and muttered, Third secretary at our embassy in Ramat at the time of the revolution. Right. That's right, sir. I suppose. Then I had better see him, said Colonel Pikeaway, without any marked relish. He pulled himself into a more upright position and brushed off a little of the ash from his paunch. Mr. Edmondson was a tall, fair young man, very correctly dressed, with manners to match, and a general air of quiet disapproval. Colonel Pikeaway, I'm John Edmondson. They said you might want to see me. Did they? Well, they should know, said Colonel Pikeaway. Sit down, he added. His eyes began to close again, but before they did so, he spoke. You were in Ramat at the time of the revolution. Yes, I was. A nasty business. I suppose it would be. You were a friend of Bob Rawlinson's, weren't you? I know him fairly well. Yes. Wrong tense, said Colonel Pikeaway. He's dead? Yes, sir, I know. But I wasn't sure. He paused. You don't have to take pains to be discreet here, said Colonel Pikeaway. We know everything here. Or if we don't, we pretend we do. Rawlinson flew Ali Yusuf out of Ramat on the day of the revolution. Plane hasn't been heard of since. Could have landed in some inaccessible place, or could have crashed. Wreckage of a plane has been found in the Arales Mountains. 2 bodies. News will be released to the press tomorrow. Wright Edmondson admitted that it was quite right. We know all about things here, said Colonel Pikeaway. That's what we're for. Plane flew into the mountain. Could have been weather conditions. Some reason to believe it was sabotage. Delayed action bomb. We haven't got the full reports yet. The plane crashed in a pretty inaccessible place. There was a reward offered for finding it, but these things take a long time to filter through. Then we had to fly out experts to make an examination. All the red tape, of course. Applications to a foreign government. Permission from ministers. Palm greasing, to say nothing of the local peasantry appropriating anything that might come in useful. He paused and looked at Edmondson. Very sad. The whole thing, said Edmondson. Prince Ali Yusuf would have made an enlightened ruler with democratic principles. That's what probably did the poor chap in, said Colonel Pikeaway. But we can't waste time in telling sad stories of the deaths of kings. We've been asked to make certain inquiries by interested parties. Parties. That is, to whom Her Majesty's government is well disposed. He looked hard at the other. Know what I mean? Well, I have heard something. Edmondson spoke reluctantly. You've heard, perhaps, that nothing of value was found on the bodies, or amongst the wreckage, or as far as is known, had been pinched by the locals. Though as to that, you can never tell with peasants. They can clam up as well as the Foreign Office itself. And what else have you heard? Nothing else. You haven't heard that perhaps something of value ought to have been found. What did they send you to me for? They said you might want to ask me certain questions, said Edmondson primly. If I ask you questions, I shall expect answers. Colonel Pikeaway pointed out, naturally. Doesn't seem natural to you. Son, did Bob Rawlinson say anything to you before he flew out of Ramat? He was in Ali's confidence. If anyone was, come now, let's have it. Did he say anything? As to what? Sir Colonel Pikeaway stared hard at him and scratched his ear. Oh, all right, he grumbled. Hush up this and don't say that. Overdo it, in my opinion. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know. And there it is. I think there was something Edmondson spoke cautiously and with reluctance. Something important that Bob might have wanted to tell me. Ah, said Colonel Pikeaway, with the air of a man who has at last pulled the cork out of a bottle. Interesting. Let's have what you know. It's very little. Sir, Bob and I had a kind of simple code. We'd cottoned on to the fact that all the telephones in Ramat were being tapped. Bob was in the way of hearing things at the palace, and I sometimes had a bit of useful information to pass on to him. So if one of us rang the other up and mentioned a girl or girls, in a certain way, using the term out of this world for her, it meant something was up, important information of some kind or other. Yet, Bob rang me up, using those terms the day the whole show started. I was to meet him at our usual rendezvous outside one of the banks. But rioting broke out in that particular quarter, and the police closed the road. I couldn't make contact with Bob or he with me. He flew Ali out the same afternoon. I see, said Pikeaway. No idea where he was telephoning from, no. It might have been anywhere. Pity. He paused and then threw out casually, "Do you know Mrs. Sutcliffe?" "You mean Bob Rawlinson's sister. I met her out there." "Of course. She was there with a schoolgirl daughter. I don't know her well." "Were she and Bob Rawlinson very close?" Edmondson considered. "No, I shouldn't say so. She was a good deal older than he was, and rather much of the elder sister. And he didn't much like his brother-in-law, always referred to him as a pompous ass. So he is one of our prominent industrialists, and how pompous can they get? So you don't think it likely that Bob Rawlinson would have confided an important secret to his sister?" "It's difficult to say, but no, I shouldn't think so." "I shouldn't either," said Colonel Pikeaway. He sighed. "Well, there we are. Mrs. Sutcliffe and her daughter are on their way home by the long sea route. Dock at Tilbury on the Eastern Queen tomorrow." He was silent for a moment or two, whilst his eyes made a thoughtful survey of the young man opposite him. Then, as though having come to a decision, he held out his hand and spoke briskly. "Very good of you to come. I'm only sorry I've been of such little use. You're sure there's nothing I can do?" "No, no, I'm afraid not." John Edmondson went out. The discreet young man came back. "Thought I might have sent him to Tilbury to break the news to the sister," said Pikeaway. "Friend of her brother's, all that. But I decided against it. Inelastic type. That's the F.O. training. Not an opportunist. I'll send round what's his name. Derrick." "That's right." Colonel Pikeaway nodded approval. "Getting to know what I mean quite well, ain't you? I try my best, sir. Trying's not enough. You have to succeed. Send me along, Ronnie, first. I've got an assignment for him." Colonel Pikeaway was apparently just going off to sleep again when the young man called Ronnie entered the room. He was tall, dark, muscular, and had a gay and rather impertinent manner. Colonel Pikeaway looked at him for a moment or two, and then grinned. "How'd you like to penetrate into a girls' school?" he asked. "A girls' school." The young man lifted his eyebrows. "That will be something new. What are they up to making bombs in the chemistry class? Nothing of that kind. Very superior high-class school." "Meadowbank. Meadowbank?" The young man whistled. "I can't believe it." "Hold your impertinent tongue and listen to me. Princess Shaista, first cousin, and only near relative of the late Prince Ali Yusuf of Ramat. Goes there this next term. She's been at school in Switzerland up to now. What do I do, abduct her? Certainly not. I think it possible she may become a focus of interest in the near future. I want you to keep an eye on developments. I'll have to leave it vague. I don't know what or who may turn up. But if any of our more unlikable friends seem to be interested, report it. A watching brief. That's what you've got." The young man nodded. "And how do I get in to watch? Shall I be the drawing master?" "The visiting staff is all female." Colonel Pikeaway looked at him in a considering manner. "I think I'll have to make you a gardener." "A gardener?" "Yeah. I'm right in thinking you know something about gardening." "Yes, indeed. I ran a column on your garden in the Sunday Mail for a year in my younger days." Touche said. Colonel Pikeaway. "That's nothing I could do a column on gardening myself without knowing a thing about it. It just crib from a few luridly illustrated nurserymen's catalogs and a gardening encyclopedia. I know all the patter. Why not break away from tradition and sound a really tropical note in your border this year? Lovely Amabellus, Gossyporia, and some of the wonderful new Chinese hybrids of Sinensis macafulia. Try the rich blushing beauty of a clump of Sinistra hopeles. Not very hardy, but they should be all right against a west wall. He broke off and grinned. Nothing to it. The fools buy the things, and early frost sets in and kills them, and they wish they'd stuck to wallflowers and forget-me-nots. No, my boy. I mean the real stuff. Spit on your hands and use the spade. Be well acquainted with the compost heap. Mulch diligently. Use the Dutch hoe and every other kind of hoe. Trench really deep for your sweet peas and all the rest of the beastly business. Can you do it? All these things I have done from my youth upwards. Of course you have. I know your mother. Well, that's settled. Is there a job going as a gardener at Meadowbank? Sure to be, said Colonel Pikeaway. Every garden in England is short-staffed. I'll write you some nice testimonials. You'll see. They'll simply jump at you. No time to waste. Summer term begins on the 29th. I garden and I keep my eyes open. Is that right? That's it. And if any oversexed teenagers make passes at you, heaven help you if you respond, I don't want you thrown out on your ear too soon. He drew a sheet of paper towards him. What do you fancy as a name Adam would seem appropriate? Last name. How about Eden? I'm not sure. I like the way your mind is running. Adam Goodman will do very nicely. Go and work out your past history with Jensen, and then get cracking. He looked at his watch. I've no more time for you. I don't want to keep Mr. Robinson waiting. He ought to be here by now. Adam, to give him his new name, stopped as he was moving to the door. Mr. Robinson, he asked curiously. Is he coming? I said so. A buzzer went on the desk. There he is now. Always punctual. Mr. Robinson. Tell me, said Adam curiously. Who is he really? What's his real name? His name, said Colonel Pikeaway, is Mr. Robinson. That's all I know, and that's all anybody knows. The man who came into the room did not look as though his name was, or could ever have been, Robinson. It might have been Demetrius, or Isaacstein, or Perenna, though not one or the other in particular. He was not definitely Jewish, nor definitely Greek, nor Portuguese, nor Spanish, nor South American. What did seem highly unlikely was that he was an Englishman called Robinson. He was fat and well-dressed, with a yellow face, melancholy dark eyes, a broad forehead, and a generous mouth that displayed rather overlarge, very white teeth. His hands were well-shaped and beautifully kept. His voice was English, with no trace of accent. He and Colonel Pikeaway greeted each other rather in the manner of two reigning monarchs. Politenesses were exchanged. Then, as Mr. Robinson accepted a cigar, Colonel Pikeaway said, "It is very good of you to offer to help us." Mr. Robinson lit his cigar, savored it appreciatively, and finally spoke. "My dear fellow, I just thought I hear things. You know, I know a lot of people, and they tell me things. I don't know why." Colonel Pikeaway did not comment on the reason why. He said, "I gather you've heard that Prince Ali Yusuf's plane has been found Wednesday of last week. said Mr. Robinson. Young Rawlinson was the pilot. A tricky flight, but the crash wasn't due to an error on Rawlinson's part. The plane had been tampered with by a certain Ahmed senior mechanic, completely trustworthy, or so Rawlinson thought. But he wasn't. He's got a very lucrative job with the new regime now. So it was sabotage. We didn't know that for sure. It's a sad story. Yes, that poor young man, Ali Yusuf, was ill-equipped to cope with corruption and treachery. His public school education was unwise, or at least that is my view. But we do not concern ourselves with him now. Do we? He is yesterday's news. Nothing is so dead as a dead king. We are concerned, you in your way, I in mine, with what dead kings leave behind them, which is Mr. Robinson shrugged his shoulders. A substantial bank balance in Geneva, a modest balance in London, considerable assets in his own country, now taken over by the glorious new regime, and a little bad feeling as to how the spoils have been divided, or so I hear. And finally, a small personal item. Small. These things are relative. Anyway, small in bulk, handy to carry upon the person. They weren't on Ali Yusuf's person, as far as we know. No, because he had handed them over to young Rawlinson. Are you sure of that? Asked Pikeaway sharply. Well, one is never sure, said Mr. Robinson apologetically. In a palace there is so much gossip. It cannot all be true. But there was a very strong rumor to that effect. They weren't on young Rawlinson's person, either. In that case, said Mr. Robinson, it seems as though they must have been got out of the country by some other means. What other means? Have you any idea? Rawlinson went to a cafe in the town after he had received the jewels. He was not seen to speak to anyone or approach anyone whilst he was there. Then he went to the Ritz Savoy Hotel where his sister was staying. He went up to her room and was there for about 20 minutes. She herself was out. He then left the hotel and went to the Merchants' Bank in Victory Square where he cashed a check. When he came out of the bank, a disturbance was beginning. Students rioting about something. It was some time before the square was cleared. Rawlinson then went straight to the airstrip where, in company with Sergeant Ahmed, he went over the plain. Ali Yusuf drove out to see the new road construction, stopped his car at the airstrip, joined Rawlinson and expressed a desire to take a short flight and see the dam and the new highway construction from the air. They took off and did not return, and your deductions from that, my dear fellow, the same as yours. Why did Bob Rawlinson spend 20 minutes in his sister's room when she was out and he had been told that she was not likely to return until evening? He left her a note that would have taken him at most 3 minutes to scribble. What did he do for the rest of the time? You are suggesting that he concealed the jewels in some appropriate place amongst his sister's belongings. It seems indicated, does it not? Miss Sutcliffe was evacuated that same day with other British subjects. She was flown to Aden with her daughter. She arrives at Tilbury. I believe, tomorrow. Pikeaway nodded. Look after her, said Mr. Poirot. Robinson, we're going to look after her, said Pikeaway. That's all arranged. If she has the jewels, she will be in danger. He closed his eyes. I so much dislike violence. You think there is likely to be violence? There are people interested. Various undesirable people, if you understand me. I understand you, said Pikeaway grimly. And they will, of course, double-cross each other. Mr. Robinson shook his head. So confusing? Colonel Pikeaway asked delicately. Have you yourself any special interest in the matter? I represent a certain group of interests, said Mr. Robinson. His voice was faintly reproachful. Some of the stones in question were supplied by my syndicate to His late Highness at a very fair and reasonable price. The group of people I represent who were interested in the recovery of the stones would, I may venture to say, have had the approval of the late owner. I shouldn't like to say more. These matters are so delicate, but you are definitely on the side of the angels. Colonel Pikeaway smiled. Ah, angels. Angels, yes. He paused. Do you happen to know who occupied the rooms in the hotel on either side of the room occupied by Mrs. Sutcliffe and her daughter, Colonel Pikeaway, looked vague. Let me see now. I believe I do. On the left-hand side was Senora Angelica de Toredo, a Spanish air dancer appearing at the local cabaret. Perhaps not strictly Spanish, and perhaps not a very good dancer, but popular with the clientele. On the other side was one of a group of school teachers. I understand, Mr. Robinson beamed approvingly. You are always the same. I come to tell you things, but nearly always you know them already. No, no. Colonel Pikeaway made a polite disclaimer. Between us, said Mr. B. Robinson, we know a good deal. Their eyes met. I hope, Mr. Robinson said, rising, that we know enough for return of a traveler, said Mrs. Sutcliffe in an annoyed voice as she looked out of her hotel window. I don't see why it always has to rain when one comes back to England. It makes it all seem so depressing. I think it's lovely to be back, said Jennifer, hearing everyone talk English in the streets. And we'll be able to have a really good tea presently. Bread and butter and jam and proper cakes. I wish you weren't so insular. Darling, said Mrs. Sutcliffe, what's the good of my taking you abroad all the way to the Persian Gulf if you're going to say you'd rather have stayed at home? I don't mind going abroad for a month or two, said Jennifer. All I said was, I'm glad to be back. Now do get out of the way, dear, and let me make sure that they've brought up all the luggage. Really, I do feel I've felt ever since the war that people have got very dishonest nowadays, and I'm sure if I hadn't kept an eye on things, that man would have gone off with my green zip bag at Tilbury. And there was another man hanging about near the luggage. I saw him afterwards on the train. I believe, you know, that these sneak thieves meet the boats, and if the people are flustered or seasick, they go off with some of the suitcases. Oh, you're always thinking things like that. Mother, said Jennifer, you think everybody you meet is dishonest. Most of them are, said Mrs. Sutcliffe grimly. Not English people, said the loyal Jennifer. That's worse, said her mother. One doesn't expect anything else from Arabs and foreigners. But in England, one's off guard. And that makes it easier for dishonest people. Now do let me count. That's the big green suitcase and the black one, and the two small brown, and the zip bag, and the golf clubs, and the rackets, and the hold-all, And the canvas suitcase, and where's the green bag? Oh, there it is. And that local tin we bought to put the extra things in. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that's all right. All 14 things are here. Can't we have some tea now? Said Jennifer. Tea? It's only 3 o'clock. I'm awfully hungry. All right, all right. Can you go down by yourself and order it? I really feel I must have a rest. And then I'll just unpack the things we'll need for tonight. It's too bad your father couldn't have met us. Why he had to have an important directors' meeting in Newcastle on Tyne today, I simply cannot imagine. You'd think his wife and daughter would come first, especially as he hasn't seen us for 3 months. Are you sure you can manage by yourself? Good gracious. Mummy, said Jennifer, what age do you think I am? Can I have some money? Please. I haven't got any English money. She accepted the 10-shilling note her mother handed to her and went out scornfully. The telephone rang by the bed. Mrs. Sutcliffe went to it and picked up the receiver. Hello. Yes. Yes. Mrs. Sutcliffe speaking. There was a knock at the door. Mrs. Sutcliffe said, just one moment to the receiver, laid it down, and went over to the door. A young man in dark blue overalls was standing there with a small kit of tools. Electrician, he said briskly. The lights in this suite aren't satisfactory. I've been sent up to see to them. Oh, all right. She drew back. The electrician entered. Bathroom. Through there beyond the other bedroom. She went back to the telephone. I'm so sorry. What were you saying? My name is Derek O'Connor. Perhaps I might come up to your suite. Mrs. Sutcliffe. It's about your brother. Bob. Is there news of him? I'm afraid so, yes. Oh, I see. Yes, come up. It's on the 3rd floor, 310. She sat down on the bed. She already knew what the news must be. Presently, there was a knock on the door, and she opened it to admit a young man who shook hands in a suitably subdued manner. Are you from the Foreign Office? My name's Derek O'Connor. My chief sent me round, as there didn't seem to be anybody else who could break it to you. Please tell me, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. He's been killed. Is that it? Yes. That's it. Mrs. Sutcliffe? He was flying Prince Ali Yusuf out from Ramat, and they crashed in the mountains. Why haven't I heard? Why didn't someone wireless it to the boat? There was no definite news until a few days ago. It was known that the plane was missing. That was all. But under the circumstances, there might still have been hope. But now, the wreck of the plane has been found. I am sure you will be glad to know that death was instantaneous. The prince was killed as well. Yes, I'm not at all surprised, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. Her voice shook a little, but she was in full command of herself. I knew Bob would die young. He was always reckless. You know, always flying new planes, trying new stunts. I've hardly seen anything of him for the last 4 years. Oh well, one can't change people. Can one know? Said her visitor. I'm afraid not. Henry always said he'd smash himself up sooner or later, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. She seemed to derive a kind of melancholy satisfaction from the accuracy of her husband's prophecy. A tear rolled down her cheek, and she looked for her handkerchief. It's been a shock, she said. I know I'm awfully sorry. Bob couldn't run away. Of course, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. I mean, He'd taken on the job of being the prince's pilot. I wouldn't have wanted him to throw in his hand, and he was a good flyer, too. I'm sure if he ran into a mountain, it wasn't his fault. No, said O'Connor. It certainly wasn't his fault. The only hope of getting the prince out was to fly in no matter what conditions. It was a dangerous flight to undertake, and it went wrong. Mrs. Sutcliffe nodded. I quite understand, she said. Thank you for coming to tell me. There's something more, said O'Connor. Something I've got to ask you. Did your brother entrust anything to you to take back to England? Entrust something to me, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. What do you mean? Did he give you any package, any small parcel to bring back and deliver to anyone in England? She shook her head wonderingly. No. Why should you think he did? There was a rather important package which we think your brother may have given to someone to bring home. He called on you at your hotel that day, the day of the revolution. I know. He left a note, but there was nothing in that, just some silly thing about playing tennis or golf the next day. I suppose when he wrote that note, he couldn't have known that he'd have to fly the prince out that very afternoon. That was all it said. The note. Yes. Have you kept it? Mrs. Sutcliffe kept the note he left? No. Of course I haven't. It was quite trivial. I tore it up and threw it away. Why should I keep it? No reason, said O'Connor. I just wondered what said Mrs. Sutcliffe crossly, whether there might have been some other message concealed in it. After all, he smiled, there is such a thing as invisible ink. You know, invisible ink, said Mrs. Sutcliffe, with a great deal of distaste. Do you mean the sort of thing they use in spy stories? Oh, I'm afraid I do mean just that, said O'Connor, rather apologetically. How idiotic, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. I'm sure Bob would never use anything like invisible ink. Why should he? He was a dear matter-of-fact, sensible person. A tear dripped down her cheek again. Oh dear, where is my bag? I must have a handkerchief. Perhaps I left it in the other room. I'll get it for you, said O'Connor. He went through the communicating door and stopped as a young man in overalls who was bending over a suitcase straightened up to face him, looking rather startled. Electrician, said the young man hurriedly. Something wrong with the lights here. O'Connor flicked a switch. They seem all right to me, he said pleasantly. Must have given me the wrong room number, said the electrician. He gathered up his tool bag and slipped out quickly through the door to the corridor. O'Connor frowned, picked up Mrs. Sutcliffe's bag from the dressing table, and took it back to her. Excuse me, he said, and picked up the telephone receiver. Room 310 here. Have you just sent up an electrician to see to the light in this suite? Yes. Yes. I'll hang on. He waited. No. I thought you hadn't. No. There's nothing wrong. He replaced the receiver and turned to Mrs. Sutcliffe. There's nothing wrong with any of the lights here, he said. And the office didn't send up an electrician. Then what was that man doing? Was he a thief? He may have been. Mrs. Sutcliffe looked hurriedly in her bag. He hasn't taken anything out of my bag. The money is all right. Are you sure? Mrs. Sutcliffe absolutely sure that your brother didn't give you anything to take home. To pack among your belongings, I'm absolutely sure," said Mrs. Sutcliffe. "Or your daughter. You have a daughter, haven't you?" "Yes." "She's downstairs having tea. Could your brother have given anything to her, Mo?" "I'm sure he couldn't." "There's another possibility," said O'Connor. "He might have hidden something in your baggage among your belongings that day, when he was waiting for you in your room." "But why should Bob do such a thing? It sounds absolutely absurd." "It's not quite so absurd as it sounds. It seems possible that Prince Ali Yusuf gave your brother something to keep for him, and that your brother thought it would be safer among your possessions than if he kept it himself." "Sounds very unlikely to me," said Mrs. Sutcliffe. "I wonder now, would you mind if we searched through my luggage?" "Do you mean unpack, Mrs.?" Sutcliffe's voice rose with a wail on that word. "I know," said O'Connor. "It's a terrible thing to ask you, but it might be very important. I could help you. You know," he said persuasively, "I often used to pack for my mother. She said I was quite a good packer." He exerted all the charm which was one of his assets to Colonel Pikeaway. "Oh, well," said Mrs. Sutcliffe, yielding. "I suppose. If you say so, it's really important. It might be very important," said Derek O'Connor. "Well, now." He smiled at her. "Suppose we begin." 3/4 of an hour later, Jennifer returned from her tea. She looked round the room and gave a gasp of surprise. "Mummy, what have you been doing?" "We've been unpacking," said Mrs. Sutcliffe crossly. "Now we're packing things up again." "This is Mr. O'Connor, my daughter Jennifer. But why are you packing and unpacking?" "Don't ask me why," snapped her mother. "There seems to be some idea that your Uncle Bob put something in my luggage to bring home. He didn't give you anything, I suppose." "Jennifer, Uncle Bob give me anything to bring back?" "No." "Have you been unpacking my things too?" "We've unpacked everything," said Derek O'Connor cheerfully, "and we haven't found a thing, and now we're packing them up again. I think you ought to have a drink of tea or something. Mrs. Sutcliffe, can I order you something? A brandy and soda, perhaps?" He went to the telephone. "I wouldn't mind a good cup of tea," said Mrs. Sutcliffe. "I had a smashing tea," said Jennifer. "Bread and butter and sandwiches and cake. And then the waiter brought me more sandwiches because I asked him if he'd mind. And he said he didn't. It was lovely." O'Connor ordered the tea. Then he finished packing up Mrs. Sutcliffe's belongings again with a neatness and a dexterity which forced her unwilling admiration. "Your mother seems to have trained you to pack very well," she said. "Oh, I've all sorts of handy accomplishments," said O'Connor, smiling. His mother was long since dead, and his skill in packing and unpacking had been acquired solely in the service of Colonel Pikeaway. "There's just one thing more, Mrs. Sutcliffe. I'd like you to be very careful of yourself." "Careful of myself? In what way?" "Well," O'Connor left it vague. "Revolutions are tricky things. There are a lot of ramifications. Are you staying in London long?" "We're going down to the country tomorrow. My husband will be driving us down." "That's all right then. But don't take any chances. If anything, in the least out of the ordinary happens, ring 999 straight away." "Ooh," said Jennifer. in high delight. Dial 999. I've always wanted to. Don't be silly. Jennifer, said her mother. Extract from account in a local paper. A man appeared before the magistrate's court yesterday, charged with breaking into the residence of Mr. Henry Sutcliffe with intent to steal. Mrs. Sutcliffe's bedroom was ransacked and left in wild confusion, whilst the members of the family were at church on Sunday morning. The kitchen staff who were preparing the midday meal heard nothing. Police arrested the man as he was making his escape from the house. Something had evidently alarmed him, and he had fled without taking anything. Giving his name as Andrew Ball, of no fixed abode, he pleaded guilty. He said he had been out of work and was looking for money. Mrs. Sutcliffe's jewelry, apart from a few pieces which she was wearing, is kept at her bank. I told you to have the lock of that drawing-room French window seen to, had been the comment of Mr. Sutcliffe in the family circle. My dear Henry, said Mrs. Sutcliffe, you don't seem to realize that I have been abroad for the last 3 months. And anyway, I'm sure I've read somewhere that if burglars want to get in, they always can. She added wistfully, as she glanced again at the local paper, how beautifully grand kitchen staff sounds. So different from what it really is. Old Mrs. Ellis, who is quite deaf and can hardly stand up, and that half-witted daughter of the Bardwells who comes in to help on Sunday mornings. What I don't see, said Jennifer, is how the police found out the house was being burgled and got here in time to catch him. It seems extraordinary that he didn't take anything, commented her mother. Are you quite sure about that? Joan demanded her husband. You were a little doubtful at first. Mrs. Sutcliffe gave an exasperated sigh. It's impossible to tell about a thing like that straight away. The mess in my bedroom, things thrown about everywhere. Drawers pulled out and overturned. I had to look through everything before I could be sure, though now I come to think of it. I don't remember seeing my best Jackmar scarf. I'm sorry. Mummy, that was me. It blew overboard in the Mediterranean. I'd borrowed it. I meant to tell you, but I forgot. Really, Jennifer, how often have I asked you not to borrow things without telling me first? Can I have some more pudding? Said Jennifer, creating a diversion. I suppose so. Really, Mrs. Ellis has a wonderfully light hand. It makes it worthwhile having to shout at her so much. I do hope, though, that they won't think you too greedy at school. Meadowbank isn't quite an ordinary school. Remember, I don't know that I really want to go to Meadowbank, said Jennifer. I knew a girl whose cousin had been there, and she said it was awful. They spent all their time telling you how to get in and out of Rolls Royces, and how to behave if you went to lunch with the Queen. That will do. Jennifer, said Mrs. Sutcliffe, you don't appreciate how extremely fortunate you are in being admitted to Meadowbank. Miss Bulstrode doesn't take every girl, I can tell you. It's entirely owing to your father's important position and the influence of your Aunt Rosamond. You are exceedingly lucky. And if, added Mrs. Sutcliffe, you are ever asked to lunch with the Queen, it will be a good thing for you to know how to behave. Oh, well, said Jennifer. I expect the Queen often has to have people to lunch who don't know how to behave, African chiefs and jockeys and sheiks. African chiefs have the most polished manners, said her father, who had recently returned from a short business trip to Ghana. So do Arab sheiks, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. Really courtly. Do you remember that Shakes feast we went to? Said Jennifer, and how he picked out the sheep's eye and gave it to you. And Uncle Bob nudged you not to make a fuss. And to eat it, I mean. If a Shake did that with roast lamb at Buckingham Palace, it would give the Queen a bit of a jolt, wouldn't it? That will do, Jennifer, said her mother, and closed the subject. When Andrew Ball of No Fixed Abode had been sentenced to 3 months for breaking and entering, Derek O'Connor, who had been occupying a modest position at the back of the magistrate's court, put through a call to a museum number. Not a thing on the fellow when we picked him up. He said, we gave him plenty of time, too. Who was he? Anyone we know. One of the Gecko lot. I think small time. They hire him out for this sort of thing. Not much brain, but he's said to be thorough, and he took his sentence like a lamb. At the other end of the line, Colonel Pikeaway grinned as he spoke. Yes, perfect picture of a stupid fellow lapsed from the straight and narrow path. You'd never connect him with any big-time stuff. That's his value. Of course. And he didn't find anything, mused Colonel Pikeaway. And you didn't find anything. It rather looks, doesn't it, as though there isn't anything to find. Our idea that Rawlinson planted these things on his sister seems to have been wrong. Other people appear to have the same idea. It's a bit obvious, really. Maybe we are meant to take the bait. Could be. Any other possibilities? Plenty of them. The stuff may still be in Ramat, hidden somewhere in the Ritz Savoy Hotel. Maybe. Or Rawlinson passed it to someone on his way to the airstrip. Or there may be something in that hint of Mr. Robinson's. A woman may have got hold of it. Or it could be that Mrs. Sutcliffe had it all the time unbeknownst to herself, and flung it overboard in the Red Sea with something she had no further use for. And that, he added thoughtfully, might be all for the best. Oh, come now. It's worth a lot of money. Sir, human life is worth a lot. 2, said Colonel Pikeaway. 5. Letters from Meadowbank School. Letter from Julia Upjohn to her mother. Dear Mummy, I've settled in now and am liking it very much. There's a girl who's new this term too, called Jennifer, and she and I rather do things together. We're both awfully keen on tennis. She's rather good. She has a really smashing serve when it comes off, but it doesn't usually. She says her racket's got warped from being out in the Persian Gulf. It's very hot out there. She was in all that revolution that happened. I said, wasn't it very exciting? But she said no. They didn't see anything at all. They were taken away to the embassy or something and missed it. Miss Bulstrode is rather a lamb. But she's pretty frightening too, or can be. She goes easy on you when you're new. Behind her back, everyone calls her the bull or bully. We're taught English literature by Miss Rich, who's terrific. When she gets in a real state, her hair comes down. She's got a queer, but a rather exciting face, and when she reads bits of Shakespeare, it all seems different and real. She went on at us the other day about Iago, and what he felt, and a lot about jealousy, and how it ate into you, and you suffered until you went quite mad wanting to hurt the person you loved. It gave us all the shivers, except Jennifer, because nothing upsets her. Miss Rich teaches us geography, too. I always thought it was such a dull subject, but it isn't with Miss Rich. This morning, she told us all about the spice trade and why they had to have spices because of things going bad so easily. I'm starting art with Miss Laurie. She comes twice a week and takes us up to London to see picture galleries as well. We do French with Mademoiselle Blanche. She doesn't keep order very well. Jennifer says French people can't. She doesn't get cross, though, only bored. She says, enfant, vous m'ennuyez, mes enfants. Miss Springer is awful. She does gym and PT. She's got ginger hair and smells when she's hot. Then there's Miss Chadwick Chatty. She's been here since the school started. She teaches mathematics and is rather fussy, but quite nice. And there's Miss Van Sittert, who teaches history and German. She's a sort of Miss Bulstrode, with the pep left out. There are a lot of foreign girls here, 2 Italians and some Germans, and a rather jolly Swede. She's a princess or something, and a girl who's half Turkish and half Persian, and who says she would have been married to Prince Ali Yusuf, who got killed in that airplane crash. But Jennifer says that isn't true. That Shaista only says so because she was a kind of cousin. And you're supposed to marry a cousin. But Jennifer says he wasn't going to. He liked someone else. Jennifer knows a lot of things, but she won't usually tell them. I suppose you'll be starting on your trip soon. Don't leave your passport behind you like you did last time, and take your first aid kit in case you have an accident. Love from Julia. Letter from Jennifer Sutcliffe to her mother. Dear Mummy, it really isn't bad here. I'm enjoying it more than I expected to do. The weather has been very fine. We had to write a composition yesterday on can a good quality be carried to excess. I couldn't think of anything to say. Next week, it will be contrast the characters of Juliet and Desdemona. That seems silly, too. Do you think I could have a new tennis racket? I know you had mine restrung last autumn, but it feels all wrong. Perhaps it's got warped. I'd rather like to learn Greek. I love languages. Some of us are going to London to see the ballet next week. It's Swan Lake. The food here is jolly good. Yesterday, we had chicken for lunch, and we had lovely homemade cakes for tea. I can't think of any more news. Have you had any more burglaries? Your loving daughter, Jennifer. Letter from Margaret Gore West. Senior Prefect. To her mother. Dear Mummy, there is very little news. I am doing German with Miss Van Sittart this term. There is a rumor that Miss Bulstrode is going to retire, and that Miss Van Sittart will succeed her. But they've been saying that for over a year now, and I'm sure it isn't true. I asked Miss Chadwick. Of course, I wouldn't dare ask Miss Bulstrode, and she was quite sharp about it. Said certainly not, and don't listen to gossip. We went to the ballet on Tuesday. Swan Lake. Too dreamy for words. Princess Ingrid is rather fun. Very blue eyes, but she wears braces on her teeth. There are 2 new German girls. They speak English quite well. Miss Rich is back and looking quite well. We did miss her last term. The new game's mistress is called Miss Springer. She's terribly bossy, and nobody likes her much. She coaches you in tennis very well. Though, one of the new girls, Jennifer Sutcliffe, is going to be really good, I think. Her backhand's a bit weak. Her great friend is a girl called Julia. We call them the Jays. You won't forget about taking me out on the 20th. Will you? Sports Day is June 19th. Your loving Margaret. Letter from Anne Shapland to Dennis Rathbone. Dear Dennis, I shan't get any time off until the 3rd week of term. I should like to dine with you then very much. It would have to be Saturday or Sunday. I'll let you know. I find it rather fun working in a school, but thank God I'm not a schoolmistress. I'd go raving mad. Yours ever. Anne. Letter from Miss Johnson to her sister, dear Edith. Everything much the same as usual here. The summer term is always nice. The garden is looking beautiful, and we've got a new gardener to help old Briggs young and strong. Rather good looking, too. Which is a pity. Girls are so silly. Miss Bulstrode hasn't said anything more about retiring, so I hope she's got over the idea. Miss Van Sittert wouldn't be at all the same thing. I really don't believe I would stay on. Give my love to Dick and to the children, and remember me to Oliver and Kate when you see them. Elspeth. Letter from Mademoiselle Angèle Blanche to René Dupont. Poste Restante. Bordeaux. Dear René, all is well here, though I cannot say that I amuse myself. The girls are neither respectful nor well behaved. I think it better. However, not to complain to Miss Bulstrode, one has to be on one's guard when dealing with that one. There is nothing interesting at present to tell you. Moosh. Letter from Miss Van Sittart to a friend, dear Gloria. The summer term has started smoothly. A very satisfactory set of new girls. The foreigners are settling down well. Our little princess, the Middle East one, not the Scandinavian, is inclined to lack application, but I suppose one has to expect that. She has very charming manners. The new game's mistress, Miss Springer, is not a success. The girls dislike her, and she is far too high-handed with them. After all, this is not an ordinary school. We don't stand or fall by piage. She is also very inquisitive and asks far too many personal questions. That sort of thing can be very trying and is so ill-bred. Mademoiselle Blanche, the new French mistress, is quite amiable, but not up to the standard of Mademoiselle Dupuy. We had a near escape on the first day of term. Lady Veronica Carleton Sandways turned up completely intoxicated, but for Miss Chadwick spotting it and heading her off, we might have had a most unpleasant incident. The twins are such nice girls, too. Miss Bulstrode has not said anything definite yet about the future, but from her manner, I think her mind is definitely made up. Meadowbank is a really fine achievement, and I shall be proud to carry on its traditions. Give my love to Marjorie when you see her. Yours ever, Eleanor. Letter to Colonel Pikeaway. Sent through the usual channels. Talk about sending a man into danger. I'm the only able-bodied male in an establishment of, roughly, some 190 females. Her Highness arrived in style. Cadillac of squashed strawberry and pastel blue, with Wog notable in native dress, fashion plate from Paris wife, and junior edition of same H.R.H. Hardly recognized her the next day in her school uniform. There will be no difficulty in establishing friendly relations with her. She has already seen to that, was asking me the names of various flowers in a sweet, innocent way, when a female gorgon with freckles, red hair, and a voice like a corncrake bore down upon her and removed her from my vicinity. She didn't want to go. I'd always understood these Oriental girls were brought up modestly behind the veil. This one must have had a little worldly experience during her school days in Switzerland. I think the Gorgon, alias Miss Springer, the game's mistress, came back to give me a raspberry. Garden staff were not to talk to the pupils, etc. My turn to express innocent surprise. Sorry, miss. The young lady was asking what these here delphiniums was. Suppose they don't have them in the parts she comes from. The Gorgon was easily pacified. In the end, she almost simpered. Less success with Miss Bulstrode's secretary. One of these coat and skirt country girls, French mistress is more cooperative, demure and mousy to look at, but not such a mouse really. Also have made friends with three pleasant gigglers, Christian names, Pamela, Lois, and Mary, surnames unknown, but of aristocratic lineage. A sharp old warhorse called Miss Chadwick keeps a wary eye on me. So I'm careful not to blot my copybook. My boss, Old Briggs, is a crusty kind of character whose chief subject of conversation is what things used to be in the good old days, when he was, I suspect, the fourth of a staff of 5. He grumbles about most things and people, but has a wholesome respect for Miss Bulstrode herself. So have I. She had a few words, very pleasant, with me, but I had a horrid feeling she was seeing right through me and knowing all about me. No sign, so far, of anything sinister, but I live in hope. 6. Early days. In the mistress's common room, news was being exchanged, foreign travel, plays seen, art exhibitions visited, snapshots were handed round. The menace of colored transparencies was in the offing. All the enthusiasts wanted to show their own pictures, but to get out of being forced to see other people's. Presently, conversation became less personal. The new sports pavilion was both criticized and admired. It was admitted to be a fine building, but naturally everybody would have liked to improve its design in one way or another. The new girls were then briefly passed in review, and, on the whole, the verdict was favorable. A little pleasant conversation was made to the 2 new members of the staff. Had Mademoiselle Blanche been in England before? What part of France did she come from? Mademoiselle Blanche replied politely but with reserve. Miss Springer was more forthcoming. She spoke with emphasis and decision. It might almost have been said that she was giving a lecture. And the excellence of Miss Springer, how much she had been appreciated as a colleague, how headmistresses had accepted her advice with gratitude and had reorganized their schedules accordingly. Miss Springer was not sensitive. A restlessness in her audience was not noticed by her. It remained for Miss Johnson to ask in her mild tones, "All the same, I expect your ideas haven't always been accepted in the way there should have been. One must be prepared for ingratitude," said Miss Springer. Her voice, already loud, became louder. The trouble is, people are so cowardly, won't face facts. They often prefer not to see what's under their noses all the time. I'm not like that. I go straight to the point. More than once I've unearthed a nasty scandal, brought it into the open. I've a good nose once I'm on the trail. I don't leave it, not till I've pinned down my quarry. She gave a loud, jolly laugh. In my opinion, no one should teach in a school whose life isn't an open book. If anyone's got anything to hide, one can soon tell. Oh, you'd be surprised if I told you some of the things I've found out about people. Things that nobody else had dreamed of. You enjoyed that experience? Yes, said Mademoiselle Blanche. Of course not. Just doing my duty. But I wasn't backed up. Shameful laxness. So I resigned as a protest. She looked round and gave her jolly sporting laugh again. Hope nobody here has anything to hide, she said gaily. Nobody was amused. But Miss Springer was not the kind of woman to notice that. Can I speak to you, Miss Bulstrode? Miss Bulstrode laid her pen aside and looked up into the flushed face of the matron. Miss Johnson? Yes, Miss Johnson. It's that girl Shasta, the Egyptian girl, or whatever she is. Yes, it's her underclothing. Miss Bulstrode's eyebrows rose in patient surprise. Her bust bodice. What is wrong with her brassiere? Well, it isn't an ordinary kind. I mean, it doesn't hold her in exactly. It pushes her up really quite unnecessarily. Miss Bulstrode bit her lip to keep back a smile. As so often, when in colloquy with Miss Johnson, perhaps I'd better come and look at it, she said gravely. A kind of inquest was then held with the offending contraption held up to display by Miss Johnson, while Shasta looked on with lively interest. It's this sort of wire and boning arrangement, said Miss Johnson with disapprobation. Shasta burst into animated explanation. But you see my breasts, they are not very big, not nearly big enough. I do not look enough like a woman. And it is very important for a girl to show she is a woman and not a boy. Plenty of time for that. You're only 15, said Miss Johnson. 15, that is a woman. And I look like a woman, do I not? She appealed to Miss Bulstrode, who nodded gravely. Only my breasts. They are poor. So I want to make them look not so poor. You understand. I understand perfectly, said Miss Bulstrode. And I quite see your point of view. But in this school, you see, you are amongst girls who are, for the most part, English. And English girls are not very often women at the age of 15. I like my girls to use makeup discreetly and to wear clothes suitable to their stage of growth. I suggest that you wear your brassiere when you are dressed for a party or for going to London, but not every day here. We do a good deal of sports and games here, and for that your body needs to be free to move easily. It is too much, all this running and jumping, said Shasta sulkily. In the I do not like Miss Springer, she always says. Faster, faster, do not slack. I get tired. That will do. Shasta, said Miss Bulstrode, her voice becoming authoritative. Your family has sent you here to learn English ways. All this exercise will be very good for your complexion and for developing your bust, dismissing Shasta. She smiled at the agitated Miss Johnson. It's quite true, she said. The girl is fully mature. She might easily be over 20 by the look of her. And that is what she feels like. You can't expect her to feel the same age as Julia Upjohn. For instance, intellectually Julia is far ahead of Shasta. Physically, she could quite well wear a Liberty bodice still. I wish they were all like Julia Upjohn, said Miss Johnson. I don't, said Miss Bulstrode briskly. A school full of girls, all alike, would be very dull. Dull, she thought, as she went back to her marking of scripture essays. That word had been repeating itself in her brain for some time now. Dull. If there was one thing her school was not, it was dull. During her career as its headmistress, she herself had never felt dull. There had been difficulties to combat, unforeseen crises, irritations with parents, with children, domestic upheavals. She had met and dealt with incipient disasters and turned them into triumphs. It had all been stimulating, exciting, supremely worthwhile. And even now, though she had made up her mind to it, she did not want to go. She was physically in excellent health, almost as tough as when she and Chatty Faithful Chatty had started the great enterprise with a mere handful of children and backing from a banker of unusual foresight. Chatty's academic distinctions had been better than hers, but it was she who had had the vision to plan and make of the school a place of such distinction that it was known all over Europe. She had never been afraid to experiment, whereas Chatty had been content to teach soundly but unexcitingly what she knew. Chatty's supreme achievement had always been to be there, at hand, the faithful buffer, quick to render assistance when assistance was needed. As on the opening day of term with Lady Veronica, it was on her solidity. Miss Bulstrode reflected that an exciting edifice had been built. Well, from the material point of view, both women had done very well out of it. If they retired now, they would both have a good assured income for the rest of their lives. Miss Bulstrode wondered if Chatty would want to retire when she herself did. Probably not. Probably, to her, the school was home. She would continue, faithful and reliable, to buttress up Miss Bulstrode's successor. Because Miss Bulstrode had made up her mind a successor, there must be, firstly associated with herself in joint rule and then to rule alone. To know when to go, that was one of the great necessities of life. To go before one's powers began to fail, one's sure grip to loosen, before one felt the faint staleness, the unwillingness to envisage continuing effort. Miss Bulstrode finished marking the essays and noted that the Upjohn child had an original mind. Jennifer Sutcliffe had a complete lack of imagination, but showed an unusually sound grasp of facts. Mary Weiss, of course, was scholarship class a wonderful, retentive memory. But what a dull girl, dull that word again. Miss Bulstrode dismissed it from her mind and rang for her secretary. She began to dictate letters. Dear Lady Valence, Jane has had some trouble with her ears. I enclose the doctor's report, etc. Dear Baron von Eisinger, we can certainly arrange for Hedwig to go to the opera on the occasion of Hellstern's taking the role of Isolde. An hour passed swiftly. Miss Bulstrode seldom paused for a word. Anne Shaplin's pencil raced over the pad. A very good secretary, Miss Bulstrode thought to herself. Better than Vera Lorimer. Tiresome girl. Vera. Throwing up her post so suddenly. A nervous breakdown. She had said, something to do with a man. Miss Bulstrode thought resignedly. It was usually a man. That's the lot, said Miss Bulstrode. As she dictated the last word, she heaved a sigh of relief. So many dull things to be done, she remarked. Writing letters to parents is like feeding dogs. Pop some soothing platitude into every waiting mouth. Anne laughed. Miss Bulstrode looked at her appraisingly. What made you take up secretarial work? I don't quite know. I had no special bent for anything in particular. And it's the sort of thing almost everybody drifts into. You don't find it monotonous, I suppose. I've been lucky. I've had a lot of different jobs. I was with Sir Mervyn Todhunter, the archaeologist, for a year. Then I was with Sir Andrew Peters in Shell. I was secretary to Monica Lord, the actress. For a while that really was hectic. She smiled in remembrance. There's a lot of that nowadays amongst you girls, said Miss Bulstrode. All this chopping and changing. She sounded disapproving. Actually, I can't do anything for very long. I've got an invalid mother. She's rather well difficult from time to time. And then I have to go back home and take charge. I see. But all the same, I'm afraid I should chop and change anyway. I haven't got the gift for continuity. I find chopping and changing far less dull. Dull, murmured Miss Bulstrode, struck again by the fatal word. Anne looked at her in surprise. Don't mind me, said Miss Bulstrode. It's just that sometimes one particular word seems to crop up all the time. How would you have liked to be a schoolmistress? She asked, with some curiosity. I'm afraid I should hate it, said Anne frankly. Why, I'd find it terribly dull. Oh, I am sorry. She stopped in dismay. Teaching isn't in the least dull, said Miss Bulstrode with spirit. It can be the most exciting thing in the world. I shall miss it terribly when I retire. But surely, Anne stared at her. Are you thinking of retiring? It's decided yes. Oh, I shan't go for another year, or even 2 years. But why? Because I've given my best to the school and had the best from it. I don't want second best. The school will carry on. Oh, yes, I have a good successor. Miss Van Sittart, I suppose. So you fix on her automatically. Miss Bulstrode looked at her sharply. That's interesting. I'm afraid I hadn't really thought about it. I've just overheard the staff talking. I should think she'll carry on very well, exactly in your tradition. And she's very striking looking, handsome, and with quite a presence. I imagine that's important. Isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, I'm sure Eleanor Van Sittart is the right person. She'll carry on where you leave off, said Anne, gathering up her things. But do I want that thought Miss Bulstrode to herself as Anne went out? Carry on where I leave off. That's just what Eleanor will do. No new experiments. Nothing revolutionary. That wasn't the way I made Meadowbank what it is. I took chances. I upset lots of people. I bullied and cajoled and refused to follow the pattern of other schools. Isn't that what I want to follow on here now? Someone to pour new life into the school. Some dynamic personality. Like, yes, Eileen Rich. But Eileen wasn't old enough. Hadn't enough experience. She was stimulating. Though, she could teach. She had ideas. She would never be dull nonsense. She must get that word out of her mind. Eleanor Van Sittart was not dull. She looked up as Miss Chadwick came in. Oh, Chatty, she said. I am pleased to see you. Miss Chadwick looked a little surprised. Why is anything the matter? I'm the matter? I don't know my own mind. That's very unlike you. Honoria. Yes, isn't it? How's the term going? Chatty. Quite all right, I think. Miss Chadwick sounded a little unsure. Miss Bulstrode pounced. Now then, don't hedge. What's wrong? Nothing. Really, Honoria, nothing at all. It's just... Miss Chadwick wrinkled up her forehead and looked rather like a perplexed boxer dog. Oh, a feeling. But really, it's nothing that I can put a finger on. The new girls seem a pleasant lot. I don't care for Mademoiselle Blanche very much, but then I didn't like Geneviève Dupuy either. Sly. Miss Bulstrode did not pay very much attention to this criticism. Chatty always accused the French mistresses of being sly. She's not a good teacher, said Miss Bulstrode. Surprising, really. Her testimonials were so good. The French never can teach. No discipline, said Miss Chadwick. And really, Miss Springer is a little too much of a good thing. Leaps about so Springer by nature as well as by name. She's good at her job. Oh yes, first class. New staff is always upsetting, said Miss Bulstrode. Yes, agreed Miss Chadwick eagerly. I'm sure it's nothing more than that. By the way, that new gardener is quite young, so unusual nowadays. No gardeners seem to be young. A pity he's so good-looking. We shall have to keep a sharp eye open. The two ladies nodded their heads in agreement. They knew none better. The havoc caused by a good-looking young man to the hearts of adolescent girls. 7. Straws in the wind. Not too bad, boy, said old Briggs grudgingly. Not too bad. He was expressing approval of his new assistant's performance in digging a strip of ground. It wouldn't do, thought Briggs, to let the young fellow get above himself. Mind you, he went on, you don't want to rush at things. Take it steady. That's what I say. Steady is what does it. The young man understood that his performance had compared rather too favorably with Briggs's own tempo of work. Now, along this here, continued Briggs, we'll put some nice asters out. She don't like asters, but I pay no attention. Females has their whims. But if you don't pay no attention, 10 to 1, they never notice. Though I will say, she is the noticing kind on the whole. You'd think she had enough to bother her head about, running a place like this. Adam understood that she who figured so largely in Briggs's conversation referred to Miss Bulstrode. And who was it? I saw you talking to just now, went on Briggs suspiciously. When you went along to the potting shed, for them a bamboos. Oh, that was just one of the young ladies, said Adam. Ah, one of them two eye ties, wasn't it? Now you be careful, my boy. Don't you get mixed up with no eye ties. I know what I'm talking about. I knew eye ties. I did. In the first war, and if I'd known then what I know now, I'd have been more careful. See, wasn't no harm in it, said Adam, putting on a sulky manner. Just pass the time of day with me. She did, and asked the names of one or two things. Ah, said Briggs. But you be careful. It's not your place to talk to any of the young ladies. She wouldn't like it. I wasn't doing no harm, and I didn't say anything I shouldn't. I don't say you did, boy. But I say a lot of young females penned up together here, with not so much as a drawing master, to take their minds off things well. You'd better be careful, that's all. Here comes the old bitch now, wanting something difficult. I'll be bound. Miss Bulstrode was approaching with a rapid step. Good morning, Briggs, she said. Good morning, Adam. Miss? Ah, yes, Adam. Well, you seem to have got that piece dug very satisfactorily. The wire netting's coming down by the far tennis court. Briggs, you'd better attend to that. All right, ma'am. All right. It'll be seen to. What are you putting in front here? Well, ma'am, I had thought not. Asters, said Miss Bulstrode, without giving him time to finish Pom-Pom Dahlias, and she departed briskly. Coming along giving orders, said Briggs. Not that she isn't a sharp one. She soon notices if you haven't done work properly. And remember what I've said and be careful. Boy, about eye ties and the others. If she's any fault to find with me, I'll soon know what I can do, said Adam sulkily. Plenty of jobs going. Ah, that's like you young men all over nowadays. Won't take a word from anybody. All I say is, Mind your step." Adam continued to look sulky, but bent to his work once more. Miss Bulstrode walked back along the path towards the school. She was frowning a little. Miss Vansittart was coming in the opposite direction. "What a hot afternoon," said Miss Vansittart. "Yeah, it's very sultry and oppressive." Again, Miss Bulstrode frowned. "Have you noticed that young man? The young gardener?" "No, not particularly. He seems to me well an odd type," said Miss Bulstrode thoughtfully. "Not the usual kind around here. Perhaps he's just come down from Oxford and wants to make a little money. He's good looking. The girls notice him. The usual problem." Miss Bulstrode smiled. "To combine freedom for the girls and strict supervision, is that what you mean?" Eleanor. "Yes, we manage," said Miss Bulstrode. "Yes, indeed, you've never had a scandal at Meadowbank, have you?" "We've come near it once or twice," said Miss Bulstrode. She laughed. "Never a dull moment in running a school." She went on. "Do you ever find life dull here?" Eleanor. "No, indeed," said Miss Vansittart. "I find the work here most stimulating and satisfying." "You must feel very proud and happy, Honoria, at the great success you have achieved." "I think I made a good job of things," said Miss Bulstrode thoughtfully. "Nothing, of course, is ever quite as one first imagined it. Tell me, Eleanor," she said suddenly, "if you were running this place instead of me, what changes would you make? Don't mind saying. I shall be interested to hear." "I don't think I should want to make any changes," said Eleanor Vansittart. "It seems to me the spirit of the place and the whole organization is well nigh perfect. You'd carry on the same lines." "You mean, yes, indeed. I don't think they could be bettered." Miss Bulstrode was silent for a moment. She was thinking to herself, "I wonder if she said that in order to please me. One never knows with people. However close to them you may have been for years. Surely she can't really mean that. Anybody with any creative feeling at all must want to make changes. It's true, though, that it mightn't have seemed tactful to say so. And tact is very important. It's important with parents. It's important with the girls. It's important with the staff. Eleanor certainly has tact." Aloud, she said, "There must always be adjustments. Though, mustn't there, I mean, with changing ideas and conditions of life generally?" "Oh, that, yes," said Miss Vansittart. "One has, as they say, to go with the times, but it's your school, Honoria. You've made it what it is, and your traditions are the essence of it. I think tradition is very important. Don't you?" Miss Bulstrode did not answer. She was hovering on the brink of irrevocable words. The offer of a partnership hung in the air. Miss Vansittart, though seeming unaware in her well-bred way, must be conscious of the fact that it was there. Miss Bulstrode did not know really what was holding her back. Why did she so dislike to commit herself? Probably, she admitted ruefully, because she hated the idea of giving up control. Secretly, of course, she wanted to stay. She wanted to go on running her school. But surely nobody could be a worthier successor than Eleanor, so dependable, so reliable. Of course, as far as that went, so was dear Chatty reliable as they came. And yet you could never envisage Chatty as headmistress of an outstanding school. "What do I want?" said Miss Bulstrode to herself. How tiresome I am being. Really? Indecision has never been one of my faults up to now. A bell sounded in the distance. My German class, said Miss Vansittart. I must go in. She moved at a rapid but dignified step towards the school buildings. Following her more slowly, Miss Bulstrode almost collided with Eileen Rich, hurrying from a side path. Oh, I'm so sorry. Miss Bulstrode, I didn't see you. Her hair, as usual, was escaping from its untidy bun. Miss Bulstrode noted anew the ugly but interesting bones of her face. A strange, eager, compelling young woman. You've got a class. Yes, English. You enjoy teaching. Don't you, said Miss Bulstrode. I love it. It's the most fascinating thing in the world. Why Eileen Rich stopped dead. She ran a hand through her hair. She frowned with the effort of thought. How interesting. I don't know that I've really thought about it. Why does one like teaching? Is it because it makes one feel grand and important? No. No. It's not as bad as that. No. It's more like fishing. I think you don't know what catch you're going to get, what you're going to drag up from the sea. It's the quality of the response. It's so exciting when it comes. It doesn't very often. Of course, Miss Bulstrode nodded in agreement. She had been right. This girl had something I expect you'll run a school of your own someday. She said, Oh, I hope so, said Eileen Rich. I do hope so. That's what I'd like above anything. You've got ideas already, haven't you? As to how a school should be run. Everyone has ideas. I suppose, said Eileen Rich. I dare say a great many of them are fantastic, and they'd go utterly wrong. That would be a risk, of course, but one would have to try them out. I would have to learn by experience. The awful thing is that one can't go by other people's experience, can one? Not really, said Miss Bulstrode. In life, one has to make one's own mistakes. That's all right in life, said Eileen Rich. In life, you can pick yourself up and start again. Her hands, hanging at her sides, clenched themselves into fists. Her expression was grim. Then suddenly, it relaxed into humor. But if a school's gone to pieces, you can't very well pick that up and start again, can you? If you ran a school like Meadowbank, said Miss Bulstrode, would you make changes experiment? Eileen Rich looked embarrassed. That's an awfully hard thing to say, she said. You mean you would, said Miss Bulstrode. Don't mind speaking your mind, child. One would always want, I suppose, to use one's own ideas, said Eileen Rich. I don't say they'd work. They mightn't. But it would be worth taking a risk. It's always worth taking a risk. Isn't it? Said Eileen Rich. I mean, if you feel strongly enough about anything, you don't object to leading a dangerous life. I see, said Miss Bulstrode. I think I've always led a dangerous life. A shadow passed over the girl's face. I must go. They'll be waiting. She hurried off. Miss Bulstrode stood looking after her. She was still standing there lost in thought when Miss Chadwick came hurrying to find her. Oh, there you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. Professor Anderson has just rung up. He wants to know if he can take Miro this next weekend. He knows it's against the rules so soon, but he's going off quite suddenly to somewhere that sounds like Azure Basin. Azerbaijan, said Miss Bulstrode automatically, her mind still on her own thoughts. Not enough experience. She murmured to herself. That's the risk. What did you say? Chatty Miss Chadwick repeated the message. I told Miss Chaplin to say that we'd ring him back, and sent her to find you. Say it will be quite all right, said Miss Bulstrode. I recognize that this is an exceptional occasion. Miss Chadwick looked at her keenly. You're worrying, Honoria. Yes, I am. I don't really know my own mind. That's unusual for me, and it upsets me. I know what I'd like to do, but I feel that to hand over to someone without the necessary experience wouldn't be fair to the schools. I wish you'd give up this idea of retirement. You belong here. Meadowbank needs you. Meadowbank means a lot to you. Chatty, doesn't it? There's no school like it anywhere in England, said Miss Chadwick. We can be proud of ourselves, you and I, for having started it. Miss Bulstrode put an affectionate arm round her shoulders. We can indeed, Chatty. As for you, you're the comfort of my life. There's nothing about Meadowbank you don't know. You care for it as much as I do, and that's saying a lot. My dear, Miss Chadwick flushed with pleasure. It was so seldom that Honoria Bulstrode broke through her reserve. I simply can't play with the beastly thing. It's no good. Jennifer flung her racket down in despair. Oh, Jennifer, what a fuss you make. It's the balance. Jennifer picked it up again and waggled it experimentally. It doesn't balance right. It's much better than my old thing. Julia compared her racket. Mine's like a sponge. Listen to the sound of it. She twanged. We meant to have it restrung. But Mummy forgot. I'd rather have it than mine. All the same. Jennifer took it and tried a swish or two with it. Well, I'd rather have yours. I could really hit something then. I'll swap. If you will. All right then. Swap. The two girls peeled off the small pieces of adhesive plaster on which their names were written and reaffixed them, each to the other's racket. I'm not going to swap back again, said Julia warningly. So it's no use saying you don't like my old sponge. Adam whistled cheerfully as he tacked up the wire netting round the tennis court. The door of the sports pavilion opened, and Mademoiselle Blanche, the little mousy French mistress, looked out. She seemed startled at the sight of Adam. She hesitated for a moment and then went back inside. Wonder what she's been up to, said Adam to himself. It would not have occurred to him that Mademoiselle Blanche had been up to anything, if it had not been for her manner. She had a guilty look, which immediately roused surmise in his mind. Presently she came out again, closing the door behind her, and paused to speak as she passed him. Ah, you repair the netting. I see. Yes, miss. They are very fine courts here, and the swimming pool and the pavilion too. Oh, Le Sport. You think a lot in England of Le Sport, do you not? Well, I suppose we do. Miss, do you play tennis yourself? Her eyes appraised him in a definitely feminine way and with a faint invitation in her glance. Adam wondered once more about her. It struck him that Mademoiselle Blanche was a somewhat unsuitable French mistress for Meadowbank. No, he said untruthfully. I don't play tennis. Haven't got the time. You play cricket. Then, oh well, I played cricket as a boy. Most chaps do. I have not had much time to look around, said Angèle Blanche. Not until today, and it was so fine I thought I would like to examine the sports pavilion. I wish to write home to my friends in France who keep a school. Again, Adam wondered a little. It seemed a lot of unnecessary explanation. It was almost as though Mademoiselle Blanche wished to excuse her presence out here at the sports pavilion. But why should she? She had a perfect right to go anywhere in the school grounds that she pleased. There was certainly no need to apologize for it to a gardener's assistant. It raised queries again in his mind. What had this young woman been doing in the sports pavilion? He looked thoughtfully at Mademoiselle Blanche. It would be a good thing, perhaps, to know a little more about her. Subtly, deliberately. His manner changed. It was still respectful, but not quite so respectful. He permitted his eyes to tell her that she was an attractive-looking young woman. You must find it a bit dull sometimes working in a girls' school. Miss, he said, it does not amuse me very much. No. Still, said Adam, I suppose you get your times off, don't you? There was a slight pause. It was as though she were debating with herself. Then, he felt it was with slight regret. The distance between them was deliberately widened. Oh, yes, she said. I have adequate time off. The conditions of employment here are excellent. She gave him a little nod of the head. Good morning. She walked off towards the house. You've been up to something, said Adam to himself, in the sports pavilion. He waited till she was out of sight. Then he left his work, went across to the sports pavilion, and looked inside. But nothing that he could see was out of place. All the same, he said to himself, she was up to something. As he came out again, he was confronted unexpectedly by Anne Shapland. Do you know where Miss Bulstrode is? She asked. I think she's gone back to the house. Miss, she was talking to Briggs just now. Anne was frowning. What are you doing in the sports pavilion? Adam was slightly taken aback. Nasty, suspicious mind she's got, he thought. He said, with a faint insolence in his voice. Thought I'd like to take a look at it. No harm in looking. Is there? Oughtn't you to be getting on with your work? I've just about finished nailing the wire round the tennis court. He turned, looking up at the building behind him. This is new, isn't it? Must have cost a packet. The best of everything. The young ladies here get, don't they? They pay for it, said Anne dryly. Pay through the nose. So I've heard, agreed Adam. He felt a desire he hardly understood himself. To wound or annoy this girl. She was so cool always, so self-sufficient. He would really enjoy seeing her angry. But Anne did not give him that satisfaction. She merely said, You'd better finish tacking up the netting, and went back towards the house. Halfway there, she slackened speed and looked back. Adam was busy at the tennis wire. She looked from him to the sports pavilion in a puzzled manner. 8. Murder. On night duty in Hearst St. Cyprian Police Station. Sergeant Green yawned. The telephone rang, and he picked up the receiver. A moment later, his manner had changed completely. He began scribbling rapidly on a pad. Yes, Meadowbank. Yes, and the name, spell it. Please. S-P-R-I-N-G for Greengage, E-R. Springer. Yes, yes, please see that nothing is disturbed. Someone will be with you very shortly. Rapidly and methodically, he then proceeded to put into motion the various procedures indicated. Meadowbank said, Detective Inspector Kelsey, when his turn came, "That's the girls' school, isn't it? Who is it who's been murdered?" "Death of a games mistress," said Kelsey, thoughtfully. "Sounds like the title of a thriller on a railway bookstall. Who's likely to have done her in?" "Do you think?" said the sergeant. "Seems unnatural. Even games mistresses may have their love lives," said Detective Inspector Kelsey. "Where did they say the body was found?" "In the sports pavilion." "I suppose that's a fancy name for the gymnasium." "Could be," said Kelsey. "Death of a games mistress in the gymnasium. Sounds a highly athletic crime, doesn't it? Did you say she was shot?" "Yes." "They find the pistol?" "No." "Interesting," said Detective Inspector Kelsey, and having assembled his retinue, he departed to carry out his duties. The front door at Meadowbank was open, with light streaming from it, and here Inspector Kelsey was received by Miss Bulstrode herself. He knew her by sight, as indeed most people in the neighborhood did. Even in this moment of confusion and uncertainty, Miss Bulstrode remained eminently herself, in command of the situation and in command of her subordinates. "Detective Inspector Kelsey, madam," said the inspector. "What would you like to do first, Inspector Kelsey? Do you wish to go out to the sports pavilion, or do you want to hear full details? The doctor is with me," said Kelsey. "If you will show him and two of my men to where the body is, I should like a few words with you." "Certainly. Come into my sitting room. Miss Rowan, will you show the doctor and the others the way?" she added. "One of my staff is out there seeing that nothing is disturbed. Thank you, madam." Kelsey followed Miss Bulstrode into her sitting room. "Who found the body?" "The matron, Miss Johnson." One of the girls had earache, and Miss Johnson was up attending to her. As she did so, she noticed the curtains were not pulled properly, and going to pull them, she observed that there was a light on in the sports pavilion, which there should not have been at 1 a.m., finished Miss Bulstrode dryly. "Quite so," said Kelsey. "Where is Miss Johnson now?" "She is here if you want to see her presently. Will you go on?" "Madam." Miss Johnson went and woke up another member of my staff, Miss Chadwick. They decided to go out and investigate. As they were leaving by the side door, they heard the sound of a shot, whereupon they ran as quickly as they could towards the sports pavilion. On arrival there, the inspector broke in. "Thank you, Miss Bulstrode. If, as you say, Miss Johnson is available, I will hear the next part from her. But first, perhaps, you will tell me something about the murdered woman." "Her name is Grace Springer. She has been with you long?" "No. She came to me this term. My former games mistress left to take up a post in Australia." "And what did you know about this Miss Springer?" "Her testimonials were excellent," said Miss Bulstrode. "You didn't know her personally before that?" "No. Have you any idea at all, even the vaguest, of what might have precipitated this tragedy? Was she unhappy? Any unfortunate entanglements?" Miss Bulstrode shook her head. "Nothing that I know of. I may say," she went on, "that it seems to me most unlikely. She was not that kind of a woman." "You'd be surprised," said Inspector Kelsey darkly. "Would you like me to fetch Miss Johnson now, if you please? When I've heard her story, I'll go out to the gym, or the, what do you call it, sports pavilion? It is a newly built addition to the school this year, said Miss Bulstrode. It is built adjacent to the swimming pool, and it comprises a squash court and other features. The rackets, lacrosse, and hockey sticks are kept there, and there is a drying room for swimsuits. Was there any reason why Miss Springer should be in the sports pavilion at night? None whatever, said Miss Bulstrode unequivocally. Very well, Miss Bulstrode. I'll talk to Miss Johnson now. Miss Bulstrode left the room and returned, bringing the matron with her. Miss Johnson had had a sizable dollop of brandy administered to her to pull her together after her discovery of the body. The result was a slightly added loquacity. This is Detective Inspector Kelsey, said Miss Bulstrode. Pull yourself together, Elspeth, and tell him exactly what happened. It's dreadful, said Miss Johnson. It's really dreadful. Such a thing has never happened before in all my experience. Never. I couldn't have believed it. I really couldn't have believed it. Miss Springer, too. Inspector Kelsey was a perceptive man. He was always willing to deviate from the course of routine if a remark struck him as unusual or worth following up. It seems to you, does it? He said. Very strange that it was Miss Springer who was murdered. Well, yes, it does. Inspector, she was so well, so tough, you know, so hardy, like the sort of woman one could imagine taking on a burglar single-handed. Or two burglars? Burglars. Said Inspector Kelsey. Was there anything to steal in the sports pavilion? Well, no. Really, I can't see what there can have been. Swimsuits, of course. Sports paraphernalia. The sort of thing a sneak thief might have taken, agreed Kelsey. Hardly worth breaking in for. I should have thought. Was it broken into? By the way, well, really, I never thought to look, said Miss Johnson. I mean, the door was open when we got there, and it had not been broken into, said Miss Bulstrode. I see, said Kelsey. A key was used. He looked at Miss Johnson. Was Miss Springer well liked? He asked. Well, really, I couldn't say. I mean, after all, she's dead. So, you didn't like her, said Kelsey perceptively, ignoring Miss Johnson's finer feelings. I don't think anyone could have liked her very much, said Miss Johnson. She had a very positive manner. You know, never minded contradicting people flatly. She was very efficient and took her work very seriously, I should say. Wouldn't you, Miss Bulstrode? Certainly, said Miss Bulstrode. Kelsey returned from the bypath he had been pursuing. Now, Miss Johnson, let's hear just what happened. Jane, one of our pupils, had earache. She woke up with a rather bad attack of it and came to me. I got some remedies, and when I'd got her back to bed, I saw the window curtains were flapping and thought perhaps it would be better for once if her window was not opened at night, as it was blowing rather in that direction. Of course, the girls always sleep with their windows open. We have difficulties sometimes with the foreigners, but I always insist that really doesn't matter now, said Miss Bulstrode. Our general rules of hygiene would not interest Inspector Kelsey. No, of course not, said Miss Johnson. Well, as I say, I went to shut the window, and what was my surprise to see a light in the sports pavilion. It was quite distinct. I couldn't mistake it. It seemed to be moving about. You mean it was not the electric light turned on, but the light of a torch or flashlight? Yes, that's what it must have been. I thought at once, dear me, what's anyone doing out there at this time of night? Of course, I didn't think of burglars. That would have been a very fanciful idea. As you said just now. What did you think of Ask Kelsey? Miss Johnson shot a glance at Miss Bulstrode and back again. Well, really, I don't know that I had any ideas in particular. Really. I couldn't think Miss Bulstrode broke in. I should imagine that Miss Johnson had the idea that one of our pupils might have gone out there to keep an assignation with someone. She said, "Is that right, Elspeth?" Miss Johnson gasped. Well, yes, the idea did come into my head just for the moment. One of our Italian girls, perhaps. Foreigners are so much more precocious than English girls. Don't be so insular, said Miss Bulstrode. We've had plenty of English girls trying to make unsuitable assignations. It was a very natural thought to have occurred to you, and probably the one that would have occurred to me. Go on, said Inspector Kelsey. So I thought the best thing, went on Miss Johnson, was to go to Miss Chadwick and ask her to come out with me and see what was going on. Why Miss Chadwick asked Kelsey. Any particular reason for selecting that particular mistress? Well, I didn't want to disturb Miss Bulstrode, said Miss Johnson, and I'm afraid it's rather a habit of ours always to go to Miss Chadwick if we don't want to disturb Miss Bulstrode. You see, Miss Chadwick's been here a very long time and has had so much experience. Anyway, said Kelsey, you went to Miss Chadwick and woke her up. Is that right? Yet? She agreed with me that we must go out there immediately. We didn't wait to dress or anything. Just put on pullovers and coats and went out by the side door. And it was then, just as we were standing on the path, that we heard a shot from the sports pavilion. So we ran along the path as fast as we could. Rather stupidly, we hadn't taken a torch with us, and it was hard to see where we were going. We stumbled once or twice, but we got there quite quickly. The door was open. We switched on the light, and Kelsey interrupted. There was no light then when you got there, not a torch or any other light, no. The place was in darkness. We switched on the light, and there she was. That's all right, said Inspector Kelsey kindly. You needn't describe anything. I shall be going out there now, and I shall see for myself. You didn't meet anyone on your way there, no? Or hear anybody running away? No. We didn't hear anything. Did anybody else hear the shot in the school building? Asked Kelsey, looking at Miss Bulstrode. She shook her head. No, not that I know of. Nobody has said that they heard it. The sports pavilion is some distance away, and I rather doubt if the shot would be noticeable. Perhaps from one of the rooms on the side of the house, giving on the sports pavilion. Hardly, I think, unless one were listening for such a thing. I'm sure it wouldn't be loud enough to wake anybody up. Well, thank you, said Inspector Kelsey. I'll be going out to the sports pavilion now. I will come with you, said Miss Bulstrode. Do you want me to come too? Asked Miss Johnson. I will if you like. It's no good shirking things. Is it? I always feel that one must face whatever comes, and thank you, said Inspector Kelsey. There's no need, Miss Johnson. I wouldn't think of putting you to any further strain. So awful, said Miss Johnson. It makes it worse to feel I didn't like her very much. In fact, we had a disagreement. Only last night in the common room. I stuck to it that too much peat was bad for some girls, the more delicate girls. Miss Springer said nonsense. That they were just the ones who needed it, toned them up, and made new women of them. She said, I said to her that really she didn't know everything, though she might think she did. After all, I have been professionally trained and I know a great deal more about delicacy and illness than Miss Springer did. Though I've no doubt that Miss Springer knows everything about parallel bars and vaulting horses and coaching tennis. But, oh dear, now I think of what's happened. I wish I hadn't said quite what I did. I suppose one always feels like that afterwards when something dreadful has occurred. I really do blame myself. Now, sit down there. Dear, said Miss Bulstrode, settling her on the sofa, you just sit down and rest, and pay no attention to any little disputes you may have had. Life would be very dull if we agreed with each other on every subject. Miss Johnson sat down, shaking her head, then yawned. Miss Bulstrode followed Kelsey into the hall. I gave her rather a lot of brandy, she said, apologetically. It's made her a little voluble, but not confused. Do you think no? Said Kelsey. She gave quite a clear account of what happened. Miss Bulstrode led the way to the side door. Is this the way Miss Johnson and Miss Chadwick went out? Yes. You see, it leads straight on to the path through the rhododendrons there, which comes out at the sports pavilion. The inspector had a powerful torch, and he and Miss Bulstrode soon reached the building where the lights were now glaring. Fine bit of building, said Kelsey, looking at it. It cost us a pretty penny, said Miss Bulstrode, but we can afford it, she added serenely. The open door led into a fair-sized room. There were lockers there with the names of the various girls on them. At the end of the room, there was a stand for tennis rackets and one for lacrosse sticks. The door at the side led off to showers and changing cubicles. Kelsey paused before going in. Two of his men had been busy. A photographer had just finished his job, and another man, who was busy testing for fingerprints, looked up and said, You can walk straight across the floor. Sir, you'll be all right. We haven't finished down this end yet. Kelsey walked forward to where the police surgeon was kneeling by the body. The latter looked up as Kelsey approached. She was shot from about 4 feet away, he said. Bullet penetrated the heart. Death must have been pretty well instantaneous. Yes, how long ago? Say an hour or thereabouts. Kelsey nodded. He strolled round to look at the tall figure of Miss Chadwick, where she stood grimly, like a watchdog, against one wall. About 55, he judged. Good forehead, obstinate mouth, untidy gray hair, no trace of hysteria. The kind of woman, he thought, who could be depended upon in a crisis, though she might be overlooked in ordinary, everyday life. Miss Chadwick, he said. Yes, you came out with Miss Johnson and discovered the body. Yes. She was just as she is now. She was dead. And the time I looked at my watch when Miss Johnson roused me, it was 10 minutes to 1. Kelsey nodded. That agreed with the time that Miss Johnson had given him. He looked down thoughtfully at the dead woman. Her bright red hair was cut short. She had a freckled face, with a chin which jutted out strongly, and a spare, athletic figure. She was wearing a tweed skirt and a heavy, dark pullover. She had brogues on her feet, with no stockings. Any sign of the weapon? Asked Kelsey. One of his men shook his head. No sign at all. Sir, what about the torch? There's a torch there in the corner. Any prints on it? Yes, the dead woman's. So she's the one who had the torch, said Kelsey thoughtfully. She came out here with a torch. Why? He asked it partly of himself, partly of his men, partly of Miss Bulstrode and Miss Chadwick. Finally, he seemed to concentrate on the latter. Any ideas? Miss Chadwick shook her head. No idea at all. I suppose she might have left something here, forgotten it this afternoon or evening, and come out to fetch it. But it seems rather unlikely in the middle of the night. It must have been something very important, if she did, said Kelsey. He looked round him. Nothing seemed disturbed, except the stand of rackets at the end. That seemed to have been pulled violently forward. Several of the rackets were lying about on the floor. Of course, said Miss Chadwick. She could have seen a light here, like Miss Johnson did later, and have come out to investigate. That seems the most likely thing to me. I think you're right, said Kelsey. There's just one small matter. Would she have come out here alone? Oh, yes. Miss Chadwick answered without hesitation. Miss Johnson, Kelsey reminded her, came and woke you up. I know, said Miss Chadwick. And that's what I should have done if I'd seen the light. I would have woken up Miss Bulstrode or Miss Van Sittert or somebody. But Miss Springer wouldn't. She would have been quite confident, indeed would have preferred to tackle an intruder on her own. Another point, said the inspector. You came out through the side door with Miss Johnson? Was the side door unlocked? Yes, it was presumably left unlocked by Miss Springer. That seems the natural conclusion, said Miss Chadwick. So we assume, said Kelsey, that Miss Springer saw a light out here in the gymnasium sports pavilion, whatever you call it, that she came out to investigate, and that whoever was here shot her. He wheeled round on Miss Bulstrode as she stood motionless in the doorway. Does that seem right to you? He asked. It doesn't seem right at all, said Miss Bulstrode. I grant you the first part. We'll say Miss Springer saw a light out here, and that she went out to investigate by herself. That's perfectly probable. But that the person she disturbed here should shoot her, that seems to me all wrong. If anyone was here who had no business to be here, they would be more likely to run away, or to try to run away. Why should someone come to this place at this hour of night with a pistol? It's ridiculous. That's what it is. Ridiculous. There's nothing here worth stealing. Certainly nothing for which it would be worthwhile doing murder. You think it more likely that Miss Springer disturbed a rendezvous of some kind. That's the natural and most probable explanation, said Miss Bulstrode. But it doesn't explain the fact of murder, does it? Girls in my school don't carry pistols about with them, and any young man they might be meeting seems very unlikely to have a pistol either. Kelsey agreed. He'd have had a flick knife at most. He said, There's an alternative. He went on. Say, Miss Springer came out here to meet a man. Miss Chadwick giggled suddenly. Oh, no, she said, not Miss Springer. I do not mean necessarily an amorous assignment, said the inspector dryly. I'm suggesting that the murder was deliberate, that someone intended to murder Miss Springer, that they arranged to meet her here and shot her. 9. Cat Among the Pigeons. Letter from Jennifer Sutcliffe to her mother. Dear Mummy, we had a murder last night. Miss Springer, the gym mistress. It happened in the middle of the night, and the police came, and this morning they're asking everybody questions. Miss Chadwick told us not to talk to anybody about it, but I thought you'd like to know. Meadowbank was an establishment of sufficient importance to merit the personal attention of the chief constable. While routine investigation was going on, Miss Bulstrode had not been inactive. She rang up a press magnate and the Home Secretary, both personal friends of hers. As a result of those maneuvers, very little had appeared about the event in the papers. A games mistress had been found dead in the school gymnasium. She had been shot. Whether by accident or not was as yet not determined. Most of the notices of the event had an almost apologetic note in them, as though it were thoroughly tactless of any games mistress to get herself shot in such circumstances. Anne Shapland had a busy day, taking down letters to parents. Miss Bulstrode did not waste time in telling her pupils to keep quiet about the event. She knew that it would be a waste of time. More or less lurid reports would be sure to be penned to anxious parents and guardians. She intended her own balanced and reasonable account of the tragedy to reach them at the same time. Later that afternoon, she sat in conclave with Mr. Stone, the chief constable, and Inspector Kelsey. The police were perfectly amenable to having the press play the thing down as much as possible. It enabled them to pursue their inquiries quietly and without interference. I'm very sorry about this. Miss Bulstrode, very sorry indeed, said the chief constable. I suppose it's well a bad thing for you. Murder's a bad thing for any school. Yes, said Miss Bulstrode. It's no good dwelling on that now. Though we shall weather it, no doubt. As we have weathered other storms, all I do hope is that the matter will be cleared up quickly. Don't see why it shouldn't. Eh? Said Stone. He looked at Kelsey. Kelsey said, It may help when we get her background. Do you really think so? Asked Miss Bulstrode dryly. Somebody may have had it in for her. Kelsey suggested. Miss Bulstrode did not reply. You think it's tied up with this place? Asked the chief constable. Inspector Kelsey does, really, said Miss Bulstrode. He's only trying to save my feelings. I think it does tie up with Meadowbank, said the inspector slowly. After all, Miss Springer had her times off, like all the other members of the staff. She could have arranged a meeting with anyone if she had wanted to do so at any spot she chose. Why choose the gymnasium here in the middle of the night? You have no objection to a search being made of the school premises. Miss Bulstrode asked the chief constable. None at all. You're looking for the pistol or revolver or whatever it is, I suppose. Yes. It was a small pistol, of foreign make. Foreign, said Miss Bulstrode thoughtfully. To your knowledge, do any of your staff or any of the pupils have such a thing as a pistol in their possession? Certainly not to my knowledge, said Miss Bulstrode. I am fairly certain that none of the pupils have. Their possessions are unpacked for them when they arrive, and such a thing would have been seen and noted, and would, I may say, have aroused considerable comment. But please, Inspector Kelsey, do exactly as you like in that respect. I see your men have been searching the grounds today. The inspector nodded. Yes, he went on, I should also like interviews with the other members of your staff. One or other of them may have heard some remark made by Miss Springer that will give us a clue, or may have observed some oddity of behavior on her part. He paused, then went on. The same thing might apply to the pupils. Miss Bulstrode said I had formed the plan of making a short address to the girls this evening after prayers. I would ask that if any of them has any knowledge that might possibly bear upon Miss Springer's death, that they should come and tell me of it." "Very sound idea," said the chief constable. "But you must remember this," said Miss Bulstrode. "One or other of the girls may wish to make herself important by exaggerating some incident, or even by inventing one. Girls do very odd things, but I expect you are used to dealing with that form of exhibitionism." "I've come across it," said Inspector Kelsey. "Now," he added, "please give me a list of your staff. Also, the servants. I've looked through all the lockers in the pavilion." "Sir!" "And you didn't find anything," said Kelsey. "No, sir, nothing of importance. Funny things in some of them, but nothing in our line. None of them were locked." "Were they?" "No, sir. They can lock. There were keys in them, but none of them were locked." Kelsey looked round the bare floor thoughtfully. The tennis and lacrosse sticks had been replaced tidily on their stands. "Oh well," he said, "I'm going up to the house now to have a talk with the staff. You don't think it was an inside job?" "Sir, it could have been," said Kelsey. "Nobody's got an alibi except those two mistresses, Chadwick and Johnson, and the child Jane that had the earache. Theoretically, everyone else was in bed and asleep, but there's no one to vouch for that. The girls all have separate rooms, and naturally the staff do. Any one of them, including Miss Bulstrode herself, could have come out and met Springer here, or could have followed her here. Then, after she'd been shot, whoever it was could dodge back quietly through the bushes to the side door, and be nicely back in bed again when the alarm was given. It's motive that's difficult." "Yes," said Kelsey. "It's motive, unless there's something going on here that we don't know anything about. There doesn't seem to be any motive." He stepped out of the pavilion and made his way slowly back to the house. Although it was past working hours, old Briggs, the gardener, was putting in a little work on a flower bed, and he straightened up as the inspector passed. "You work late hours," said Kelsey, smiling. "Ah," said Briggs. "Young'uns don't know what gardening is. Come on at 8 and knock off at 5. That's what they think it is. You've got to study your weather. Some days you might as well not be out in the garden at all. And there's other days as you can work from 7 in the morning until 8 at night. That is if you love the place and have pride in the look of it." "You ought to be proud of this one," said Kelsey. "I've never seen any place better kept these days." "These days is right," said Briggs. "But I'm lucky I am. I've got a strong young fellow to work for me. A couple of boys, too. But they're not much good. Most of these boys and young men won't come and do this sort of work. All for going into factories. They are. Or white collars and working in an office. Don't like to get their hands soiled with a bit of honest earth. But I'm lucky, as I say. I've got a good man working for me has come and offered himself," recently said Inspector Kelsey. "Beginning of the term," said Briggs. "Adam. His name is Adam Goodman." "I don't think I've seen him about," said Kelsey. "Asked for the day off today." "He did," said Briggs. "I give it him. Didn't seem to be much doing today, with you people tramping all over the place." "Somebody should have told me about him," said Kelsey sharply. "What do you mean?" "Told you about him." "He's not on my list," said the inspector. "Of people employed here, I mean." "Oh, well, you can see him tomorrow." "Mister," said Briggs, Not that he can tell you anything. I don't suppose. You never know, said the inspector, a strong young man who had offered himself at the beginning of the term. It seemed to Kelsey that here was the first thing that he had come across, which might be a little out of the ordinary. The girls filed into the hall for prayers that evening as usual, and afterwards, Miss Bulstrode arrested their departure by raising her hand. I have something to say to you all. Miss Springer, as you know, was shot last night in the sports pavilion. If any of you has heard or seen anything in the past week, anything that has puzzled you relating to Miss Springer, anything Miss Springer may have said or someone else may have said of her that strikes you as at all significant, I should like to know it. You can come to me in my sitting room any time this evening. Oh, Julia. Upjohn sighed. As the girls filed out, how I wish we did know something. But we don't, do we, Jennifer? No, said Jennifer. Of course we don't. Miss Springer always seems so very ordinary, said Julia sadly. Much too ordinary to get killed in a mysterious way. I don't suppose it was so mysterious, said Jennifer. Just a burglar? Stealing our tennis rackets? I suppose, said Julia with sarcasm. Perhaps someone was blackmailing her, suggested one of the other girls, hopefully. What about said Jennifer? But nobody could think of any reason for blackmailing Miss Springer. Inspector Kelsey started his interviewing of the staff with Miss Van Sittart. A handsome woman, he thought, summing her up, possibly 40 or a little over, tall, well-built, gray hair tastefully arranged. She had dignity and composure, with a certain sense, he thought, of her own importance. She reminded him a little of Miss Bulstrode herself. She was the schoolmistress type. All right, all the same, he reflected. Miss Bulstrode had something that Miss Vanstebroek had not. Miss Bulstrode had a quality of unexpectedness. He did not feel that Miss Vansittart would ever be unexpected. Question and answer followed routine. In effect, Miss Vansittart had seen nothing, had noticed nothing, had heard nothing. Miss Springer had been excellent at her job. Yes, her manner had perhaps been a trifle brusque, but not, she thought, unduly so. She had not perhaps had a very attractive personality, but that was really not a necessity in a game's mistress. It was better, in fact, not to have mistresses who had attractive personalities. It did not do to let the girls get emotional about the mistresses. Miss Vansittart, having contributed nothing of value, made her exit. See no evil, hear no evil, think no evil. Same like the monkeys, observed Sergeant Percy Bond, who was assisting Inspector Kelsey in his task. Kelsey grinned. That's about right. Percy, he said, there's something about schoolmistresses that gives me the hump, said Sergeant Bond. Had a terror of them ever since I was a kid. Knew one that was a holy terror. So upstage and la-di-da, you never knew what she was trying to teach you. The next mistress to appear was Eileen Rich. Ugly as sin was Inspector Kelsey's first reaction. Then he qualified it. She had a certain attraction. He started his routine questions, but the answers were not quite so routine as he had expected. After saying no, she had not heard or noticed anything special that anyone else had said about Miss Springer, or that Miss Springer herself had said. Eileen Rich's next answer was not what he anticipated. He had asked, There was no one as far as you know who had a personal grudge against her. Oh no, said Eileen Rich quickly. One couldn't have. I think that was her tragedy. You know, that she wasn't a person one could ever hate. Now, just what do you mean by that, Miss Rich? I mean she wasn't a person one could ever have wanted to destroy. Everything she did and was on the surface. She annoyed people. They often had sharp words with her, but it didn't mean anything. Not anything deep. I'm sure she wasn't killed for herself, if you know what I mean. I'm not quite sure that I do. Miss Rich, I mean, if you had something like a bank robbery, she might quite easily be the cashier that gets shot. But it would be as a cashier, not as Grace Springer. Nobody would love her or hate her enough to want to do away with her. I think she probably felt that without thinking about it. And that's what made her so officious about finding fault. You know, and enforcing rules and finding out what people were doing that they shouldn't be doing and showing them up. Snooping, asked Kelsey. No, not exactly snooping. Eileen Rich considered. She wouldn't tiptoe round on sneakers or anything of that kind, but if she found something going on that she didn't understand, she'd be quite determined to get to the bottom of it. And she would get to the bottom of it. I see. He paused a moment. You didn't like her yourself much, did you, Miss Rich? I don't think I ever thought about her. She was just the game's mistress. Oh, what a horrible thing that is to say about anybody. Just this, just that. But that's how she felt about her job. It was a job that she took pride in doing well. She didn't find it fun. She wasn't keen when she found a girl who might be really good at tennis or really fine at some form of athletics. She didn't rejoice in it or triumph. Kelsey looked at her curiously. An odd young woman. This, he thought. You seem to have your ideas on most things. Miss Rich, he said. Yes, yes. I suppose I do. How long have you been at Meadowbank? Just over a year and a half. There's never been any trouble before at Meadowbank. She sounded startled. Yes. Oh no. Everything's been quite all right until this term. Kelsey pounced. What's been wrong this term? You don't mean the murder, do you? You mean something else, I don't. She stopped. Yes, perhaps I do. But it's all very nebulous. Go on. Miss Bulstrode's not been happy lately, said Eileen slowly. That's one thing. You wouldn't know it. I don't think anybody else has even noticed it. But I have. And she's not the only one who's unhappy. But that isn't what you mean. Is it? That's just people's feelings. The kind of things you get when you're cooped up together and think about one thing too much. You meant, was there anything that didn't seem right just this term? That's it, isn't it? Yes, said Kelsey, looking at her curiously. Yes, that's it. Well, what about it? I think there is something wrong here, said Eileen Rich slowly. It's as though there were someone among us who didn't belong. She looked at him, smiled, almost laughed, and said, Cat Among the Pigeons. That's the sort of feeling. We're the pigeons, all of us, and the cat's amongst us, but we can't see the cat. That's very vague. Miss Rich? Yes, isn't it? It sounds quite idiotic. I can hear that myself. What I really mean, I suppose, is that there has been something, some little thing that I've noticed, but I don't know what I've noticed about anyone in particular. No, I told you. That's just it. I don't know who it is. The only way I can sum it up is to say that there's someone here who's somehow wrong. There's someone here. I don't know who makes me uncomfortable. Not when I'm looking at her, but when she's looking at me. Because it's when she's looking at me that it shows. Whatever it is. Oh, I'm getting more incoherent than ever. And anyway, it's only a feeling. It's not what you want. It isn't evidence. No, said Kelsey. It isn't evidence. Not yet. But it's interesting. And if your feeling gets any more definite, Miss Rich, I'd be glad to hear about it. She nodded. Yes, she said, because it's serious. Isn't it? I mean, someone's been killed, we don't know why, and the killer may be miles away. Or, on the other hand, the killer may be here in the school. And if so, that pistol, or revolver, or whatever it is, must be here too. That's not a very nice thought, is it? She went out with a slight nod. Sergeant Bond said, Crackers, or don't you think so? No, said Kelsey. I don't think she's crackers. I think she's what's called a sensitive. You know, like the people who know when there's a cat in the room long before they see it. If she'd been born in an African tribe, she might have been a witch doctor. They go round smelling out evil. Don't they, said Sergeant Bond? That's right. Percy, said Kelsey. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do myself. Nobody's come across with any concrete facts, so I've got to go about smelling out things. We'll have the Frenchwoman next. 10. Fantastic story. Mademoiselle Angèle Blanche was 35 at a guess. No makeup. Dark brown hair arranged neatly but unbecomingly. A severe coat and skirt. It was Mademoiselle Blanche's first term at Meadowbank. She explained. She was not sure that she wished to remain for a further term. It is not nice to be in a school where murders take place, she said disapprovingly. Also, there did not seem to be burglar alarms anywhere in the house that was dangerous. There's nothing of any great value. Mademoiselle Blanche. To attract burglars, Mademoiselle Blanche shrugged her shoulders. How does one know? These girls who come here, some of them have very rich fathers. They may have something with them of great value. A burglar knows about that, perhaps. And he comes here because he thinks this is an easy place to steal it. If a girl had something of value with her, it wouldn't be in the gymnasium. How do you know? Said Mademoiselle. They have lockers there, do they not? The girls, only to keep their sports kit in. And things of that kind. Ah, yes. That is what is supposed. But a girl could hide anything in the toe of a gym shoe, or wrapped up in an old pullover or in a scarf. What sort of thing? Mademoiselle Blanche. But Mademoiselle Blanche had no idea what sort of thing. Even the most indulgent fathers don't give their daughters diamond necklaces to take to school, the inspector said. Again, Mademoiselle Blanche shrugged her shoulders. Perhaps it is something of a different kind of value, a scarab. Say, or something that a collector would give a lot of money for. One of the girls has a father who is an archaeologist. Kelsey smiled. I don't really think that's likely. You know, Mademoiselle Blanche. She shrugged her shoulders. Oh well, I only make the suggestion. Have you taught in any other English schools? Mademoiselle Blanche, one in the north of England some time ago. Mostly, I have taught in Switzerland and in France. Also in Germany. I think I will come to England to improve my English. I have a friend here. She went sick, and she told me I could take her position here, as Miss Bulstrode would be glad to find somebody quickly. So I came, but I do not like it very much. As I tell you, I do not think I shall stay. Why don't you like it? Kelsey persisted. I do not like places where there are shootings, said Mademoiselle Blanche. And the children, they are not respectful. They are not quite children, are they? Some of them behave like babies. Some of them might be 25. There are all kinds here. They have much freedom. I prefer an establishment with more routine. Did you know Miss Springer well? I knew her practically not at all. She had bad manners, and I conversed with her as little as possible. She was all bones and freckles, and a loud, ugly voice. She was like caricatures of English women. She was rude to me often, and I did not like it. What was she rude to you about? She did not like me coming to her sports pavilion. That seems to be how she feels about it, or felt about it. I mean that it was her sports pavilion. I go there one day, because I am interested. I have not been in it before, and it is a new building. It is very well arranged and planned, and I'm just looking round. Then Miss Springer, she comes and says, "What are you doing here? This is no business of yours to be in here." She says that to me, a mistress in the school. What does she think I am? A pupil? Yes, yes, very irritating, I'm sure, said Kelsey, soothingly, the manners of a pig. That is what she had. And then she calls out, "Do not go away with the key in your hand." She upset me. When I pulled the door open, the key fell out, and I pick it up. I forget to put it back, because she has offended me. And then she shouts after me, as though she thinks I was meaning to steal it. Her key, I suppose, as well as her sports pavilion. That seems a little odd, doesn't it? Said Kelsey. That she should feel like that about the gymnasium. I mean, as though it were her private property, as though she were afraid of people finding something she had hidden there. He made the faint feeler tentatively, but Angèle Blanche merely laughed. Hide something there. What could you hide in a place like that? Do you think she hides her love letters there? I'm sure. She has never had a love letter written to her. The other mistresses, they are at least polite. Miss Chadwick, she is old-fashioned, and she fusses. Miss Vansittart, she is very nice, grande dame, sympathetic. Miss Rich, she is a little crazy, I think, but friendly. And the younger mistresses are quite pleasant. Angèle Blanche was dismissed after a few more unimportant questions. Touchy, said Bond. All the French are touchy. All the same. It's interesting, said Kelsey. Miss Springer didn't like people prowling about her gymnasium sports pavilion. I don't know what to call the thing. Now why? Perhaps she thought the Frenchwoman was spying on her, suggested Bond. Well, but why should she think so? I mean, ought it to have mattered to her that Angèle Blanche should spy on her unless there was something she was afraid of Angèle Blanche finding out? Who have we got left? He added. The two junior mistresses, Miss Blake and Miss Rowan, and Miss Bulstrode's secretary. Miss Blake was young and earnest, with a round, good-natured face. She taught botany and physics. She had nothing much to say that could help. She had seen very little of Miss Springer, and had no idea of what could have led to her death. Miss Rowan, as befitted one who held a degree in psychology, had views to express, It was highly probable, she said, that Miss Springer had committed suicide. Inspector Kelsey raised his eyebrows. Why should she? Was she unhappy in any way? She was aggressive, said Miss Rowan, leaning forward and peering eagerly through her thick lenses. Very aggressive. I consider that significant. It was a defense mechanism to conceal a feeling of inferiority. Everything I've heard so far, said Inspector Kelsey, points to her being very sure of herself. Too sure of herself, said Miss Rowan darkly, and several of the things she said bear out my assumption. Such as, she hinted at people being not what they seemed. She mentioned that at the last school where she was employed, she had unmasked someone, the headmistress. However, had been prejudiced and refused to listen to what she had found out. Several of the other mistresses, too, had been what she called against her. You see what that means. Inspector Miss Rowan nearly fell off her chair as she leaned forward excitedly. Strands of lank dark hair fell forward across her face. The beginnings of a persecution complex. Inspector Kelsey said politely that Miss Rowan might be correct in her assumptions, but that he couldn't accept the theory of suicide unless Miss Rowan could explain how Miss Springer had managed to shoot herself from a distance of at least 4 feet away, and had also been able to make the pistol disappear into thin air afterwards. Miss Rowan retorted acidly that the police were well known to be prejudiced against psychology. She then gave place to Anne Shapland. Well, Miss Shapland, said Inspector Kelsey, eyeing her neat and businesslike appearance with favor. What light can you throw upon this matter? Absolutely none. I'm afraid I've got my own sitting room, and I don't see much of the staff. The whole thing's unbelievable. In what way unbelievable? Well, first, that Miss Springer should get shot at all. Say somebody broke into the gymnasium and she went out to see who it was. That's all right, I suppose. But who'd want to break into the gymnasium, boys? Perhaps some young locals who wanted to help themselves to equipment of some kind or another, or who did it for a lark. If that's so, I can't help feeling that what Miss Springer would have said was, "Now then, what are you doing here? Be off with you." And they'd have gone off. Did it ever seem to you that Miss Springer adopted any particular attitude about the sports pavilion? Anne Shapland looked puzzled. Attitude? I mean, did she regard it as her special province and dislike other people going there? Not that I know of. Why should she? It was just part of the school buildings. You didn't notice anything yourself. You didn't find that if you went there, she resented your presence, anything of that kind. Anne Shapland shook her head. I haven't been out there myself more than a couple of times. I haven't the time. I've gone out there once or twice with a message for one of the girls from Miss Bulstrode. That's all. You didn't know that Miss Springer had objected to Mademoiselle Blanche being out there? No. I didn't hear anything about that. Oh yes, I believe I did. Mademoiselle Blanche was rather cross about something one day, but then she is a little bit touchy, you know. There was something about her going into the drawing class one day and resenting something the drawing mistress said to her. Of course, she hasn't really very much to do, Mademoiselle Blanche. I mean, she only teaches one subject, French, and she has a lot of time on her hands. I think she hesitated. I think she is perhaps rather an inquisitive person. Do you think it likely that when she went into the sports pavilion, she was poking about in any of the lockers, the girls' lockers? Well, I wouldn't put it past her. She might amuse herself that way. Does Miss Springer herself have a locker out there? Yes, of course. If Mademoiselle Blanche was caught poking about in Miss Springer's locker, then I can imagine that Miss Springer would be annoyed. She certainly would. You don't know anything about Miss Springer's private life. I don't think anyone did, said Anne. Did she have one, I wonder? And there's nothing else. Nothing connected with the sports pavilion, for instance, that you haven't told me. Well, Anne hesitated. Yes, Miss Shapland, let's have it. It's nothing, really, said Anne slowly. But one of the gardeners, not Briggs, the young one, I saw him come out of the sports pavilion one day, and he had no business to be in there at all. Of course, it was probably just curiosity on his part, or perhaps an excuse to slack off a bit from work he was supposed to be nailing down the wire on the tennis court. I don't suppose, really, there's anything in it. Still, you remembered it, Kelsey pointed out. Now, why I think she frowned. Yes, because his manner was a little odd, defiant, and he sneered at all the money that was spent here on the girls. That sort of attitude. I see. I don't suppose there's really anything in it. Probably not. But I'll make a note of it. All the same. Round and round the mulberry bush, said Bond, when Anne Shapland had gone. Same thing over and over again. For goodness sake, let's hope we get something out of the servants. But they got very little out of the servants. It's no use asking me anything. Young man, said Mrs. Gibbons. The cook. For one thing, I can't hear what you say, and for another, I don't know a thing. I went to sleep last night, and I slept unusually heavy. Never heard anything of all the excitement there was. Nobody woke me up and told me anything about it. She sounded injured. It wasn't until this morning I heard. Kelsey shouted a few questions and got a few answers that told him nothing. Miss Springer had come new this term, and she wasn't as much liked as Miss Jones, who'd held the post before her. Miss Shapland was new, too, but she was a nice young lady. Mademoiselle Blanche was like all the Frenchies thought the other mistresses were against her, and let the young ladies treat her something shocking in class. Not a one for crying, though, Mrs. Gibbons admitted. Some schools I've been in, the French mistresses used to cry something awful. Most of the domestic staff were dailies. There was only one other maid who slept in the house, and she proved equally uninformative. Though able to hear what was said to her, she couldn't say. She was sure. She didn't know nothing. Miss Springer was a bit sharp in her manner. She didn't know nothing about the sports pavilion, nor what was kept there, and she'd never seen nothing like a pistol nowhere. This negative spate of information was interrupted by Miss Bulstrode. One of the girls would like to speak to you. Inspector Kelsey, she said. Kelsey looked up sharply. Indeed, she knows something. As to that, I'm rather doubtful, said Miss Bulstrode. But you had better talk to her yourself. She is one of our foreign girls, Princess Shaista, niece of the Emir Ibrahim. She is inclined to think, perhaps, that she is of rather more importance than she is. You understand? Kelsey nodded comprehendingly. Then Miss Bulstrode went out, and a slight dark girl of middle height came in. She looked at them, almond-eyed and demure. You are the police? Yes, said Kelsey, smiling. We are the police. Will you sit down and tell me what you know about Miss Springer? Yes, sir, I will tell you. She sat down. leaned forward and lowered her voice dramatically. There have been people watching this place. Oh, they do not show themselves clearly, but they are there. She nodded her head significantly. Inspector Kelsey thought that he understood what Miss Bulstrode had meant. This girl was dramatizing herself and enjoying it. And why should they be watching the school? Because of me, they want to kidnap me. Whatever Kelsey had expected, it was not this. His eyebrows rose. Why should they want to kidnap you to hold me to ransom? Of course. Then they would make my relations pay much money. Well, perhaps, said Kelsey dubiously, but supposing this is so, what has it got to do with the death of Miss Springer? She must have found out about them, said Shista. Perhaps she told them she had found out something. Perhaps she threatened them. Then perhaps they promised to pay her money if she would say nothing. And she believed them. So she goes out to the sports pavilion where they say they will pay her the money, and then they shoot her. But surely Miss Springer would never have accepted blackmail money. Do you think it is such fun to be a school teacher? To be a teacher of gymnastics? Shista was scornful. Do you not think it would be nice instead to have money, to travel, to do what you want, especially someone like Miss Springer who is not beautiful, at whom men do not even look? Do you not think that money would attract her, more than it would attract other people? Weller said, Inspector Kelsey, I don't know quite what to say. He had not had this point of view presented to him before. This is just your own idea, he said. Miss Springer never said anything to you. Miss Springer never said anything except, stretch and bend, and faster, and don't slack, said Shista with resentment. Yes, quite so. Well, don't you think you may have imagined all this about kidnapping Shista was immediately much annoyed? You do not understand at all. My cousin was Prince Ali Yusuf of Ramat. He was killed in a revolution, or at least in fleeing from a revolution. It was understood that when I grew up, I should marry him. So you see, I am an important person. It may be perhaps the communists who come here. Perhaps it is not to kidnap. Perhaps they intend to assassinate me. Inspector Kelsey looked still more incredulous. That's rather far-fetched, isn't it? You think such things could not happen, I say. They can. They are very, very wicked. The communists. Everybody knows that. As he still looked dubious, she went on, perhaps they think I know where the jewels are. What jewels? My cousin had jewels. So had his father. My family always has a hoard of jewels for emergencies. You comprehend. She made it sound very matter-of-fact. Kelsey stared at her. But what has all this got to do with you, or with Miss Springer? But I already tell you. They thinking, perhaps I know where the jewels are, so they will take me prisoner and force me to speak. Do you know where the jewels are? No. Of course I do not know. They disappeared in the revolution. Perhaps the wicked communists take them. But again, perhaps not. Who do they belong to? Now my cousin is dead. They belong to me. No men in his family anymore. His aunt, my mother, is dead. He would want them to belong to me. If he were not dead, I marry him. That was the arrangement. I have to marry him. He is my cousin. You see. And you would have got the jewels when you married him? No. I would have had new jewels. From Cartier in Paris. These others would still be kept for emergencies. Inspector Kelsey blinked, letting this Oriental insurance scheme for emergencies sink into his consciousness. Shaista was racing on with great animation. I think that is what happens. Somebody gets the jewels out of Ramat. Perhaps good person, perhaps bad. Good person would bring them to me, would say, "These are yours," and I should reward him. She nodded her head regally, playing the part. Quite a little actress, thought the inspector. But if it was a bad person, he would keep the jewels and sell them. Or he would come to me and say, "What will you give me as a reward if I bring them to you?" And if it worthwhile, he brings, but if not, then not. But in actual fact, nobody has said anything at all to you. No, admitted Shaista. Inspector Kelsey made up his mind. I think, he said pleasantly, that you're really talking a lot of nonsense. Shaista flashed a furious glance at him. I tell you what I know. That is all, she said sulkily. Yes, well, it's very kind of you, and I'll bear it in mind. He got up and opened the door for her to go out. The Arabian Nights aren't in it, he said, as he returned to the table. Kidnapping and fabulous jewels, what next? 11. Conference. When Inspector Kelsey returned to the station, the sergeant on duty said, We've got Adam Goodman here. Waiting. Sir? Adam Goodman. Oh, yes, the gardener. A young man had risen respectfully to his feet. He was tall, dark, and good-looking. He wore stained corduroy trousers, loosely held up by an aged belt, and an open-necked shirt of very bright blue. You wanted to see me, I hear. His voice was rough, and, as that of so many young men of today, slightly truculent. Kelsey said merely, Yes, come into my room. I don't know anything about the murder, said Adam Goodman sulkily. It's nothing to do with me. I was at home and in bed last night. Kelsey merely nodded noncommittally. He sat down at his desk and motioned to the young man to take the chair opposite. A young policeman in plain clothes had followed the two men in unobtrusively and sat down a little distance away. Now then, said Kelsey, you're Goodman. He looked at a note on his desk. Adam Goodman? That's right. Sir? But first, I'd like to show you this. Adam's manner had changed. There was no truculence or sulkiness in it now. It was quiet and deferential. He took something from his pocket and passed it across the desk. Inspector Kelsey's eyebrows rose very slightly as he studied it. Then he raised his head. I shan't need you. Barber, he said. The discreet young policeman got up and went out. He managed not to look surprised, but he was. Ah, said Kelsey. He looked across at Adam with speculative interest. So that's who you are? And what the hell? I'd like to know. Are you doing in a girls' school the young man finished for him? His voice was still deferential, but he grinned in spite of himself. It's certainly the first time I've had an assignment of that kind. Don't I look like a gardener? Not around these parts. Gardeners are usually rather ancient. Do you know anything about gardening? Quite a lot. I've got one of these gardening mothers. England's speciality. She's seen to it that I'm a worthy assistant to her. And what exactly is going on at Meadowbank to bring you on the scene? we don't know, actually, that there's anything going on at Meadowbank. My assignment is in the nature of a watching brief, or was, until last night. Murder of a games mistress. Not quite in the school's curriculum. It could happen, said Inspector Kelsey. He sighed. Anything could happen anywhere. I've learnt that, but I'll admit that it's a little off the beaten track. What's behind all this? Adam told him. Kelsey listened with interest. I did that girl an injustice, he remarked. But you'll admit it sounds too fantastic to be true. Jewels worth between £500,000 and £1,000,000. Who do you say they belong to? That's a very pretty question. To answer it, you'd have to have a gaggle of international lawyers on the job, and they'd probably disagree. You could argue the case a lot of ways. They belonged, 3 months ago, to His Highness Prince Ali Yusuf of Ramat. But now, if they'd turned up in Ramat, they'd have been the property of the present government. They'd have made sure of that. Ali Yusuf may have willed them to someone. A lot would then depend on where the will was executed and whether it could be proved. They may belong to his family. But the real essence of the matter is that if you or I happened to pick them up in the street and put them in our pockets, they would, for all practical purposes, belong to us. That is, I doubt if any legal machine exists that could get them away from us. They could try, of course, but the intricacies of international law are quite incredible. You mean that, practically speaking, its findings are keepings? Asked Inspector Kelsey. He shook his head disapprovingly. That's not very nice, he said primly. No, said Adam firmly. It's not very nice. There's more than one lot after them. 2, none of them scrupulous. Words got around. You see, it may be a rumor. It may be true. But the story is that they were got out of Ramat just before the bust-up. There are a dozen different tales of how. But why Meadowbank? Because of little Princess Butter, won't melt in my mouth, Princess Shaista, first cousin of Ali Yusuf. Yes, someone may try and deliver the goods to her, or communicate with her. There are some questionable characters from our point of view hanging about the neighborhood. A Mrs. Kalinsky, for instance, staying at the Grand Hotel. Quite a prominent member of what one might describe as international riffraff, Lutid. Nothing in your line, always strictly within the law, and all perfectly respectable, but a grand picker-up of useful information. Then there's a woman who was out in Ramat dancing in cabaret there. She's reported to have been working for a certain foreign government. Where she is now, we don't know. We don't even know what she looks like. But there's a rumor that she might be in this part of the world. Looks, doesn't it, as though it were all centering round Meadowbank. And last night, Miss Springer gets herself killed. Kelsey nodded thoughtfully. Proper mix-up, he observed. He struggled a moment with his feelings. You see this sort of thing on the telly. Far-fetched. That's what you think. Can't really happen. And it doesn't not in the normal course of events. Secret agents, robbery, violence, murder, double-crossing, agreed Adam. All preposterous, but that side of life exists, but not at Meadowbank. The words were wrung from Inspector Kelsey. I perceive your point, said Adam. Lese Majesty. There was a silence, and then Inspector Kelsey asked, What do you think happened last night? Adam took his time. Then he said slowly, Springer was in the sports pavilion in the middle of the night. Why? We've got to start there. It's no good asking ourselves who killed her until we've made up our minds why she was there. In the sports pavilion at that time of night, we can say that in spite of her blameless and athletic life, she wasn't sleeping well, and got up and looked out of her window and saw a light in the sports pavilion. Her window does look out that way. Kelsey nodded. Being a tough and fearless young woman, she went out to investigate. She disturbed someone there who was doing what we don't know, but it was someone desperate enough to shoot her dead. Again, Kelsey nodded. That's the way we've been looking at it, he said. But your last point had me worried all along. You don't shoot to kill and come prepared to do so, unless you're after something big. Agreed. Well, that's the case of what we might call innocent Springer, shot down in the performance of duty. But there's another possibility. Springer, as a result of private information, gets a job at Meadowbank, or is detailed for it by her bosses because of her qualification. She waits until a suitable night, then slips out to the sports pavilion again. Our stumbling block of a question why somebody is following her or waiting for her. Someone who carries a pistol and is prepared to use it. But again, why? What for? In fact, what the devil is there about the sports pavilion? It's not the sort of place that one can imagine hiding anything. There wasn't anything hidden there. I can tell you that. We went through it with a tooth comb, the girls' lockers. Miss Springer's ditto. Sports equipment of various kinds, all normal and accounted for. And a brand new building. There wasn't anything there in the nature of jewelry. Whatever it was, it could have been removed. Of course. By the murderer, said Adam. The other possibility is that the sports pavilion was simply used as a rendezvous by Miss Springer or by someone else. It's quite a handy place for that. A reasonable distance from the house. Not too far. And if anyone was noticed going out there, a simple answer would be that whoever it was thought they had seen a light, etc., etc. Let's say that Miss Springer went out to meet someone, there was a disagreement, and she got shot. Or a variation. Miss Springer noticed someone leaving the house, followed that someone, intruded upon something she wasn't meant to see or hear. I never met her alive, said Kelsey, but from the way everyone speaks of her, I get the impression that she might have been a nosy woman. I think that's really the most probable explanation, agreed Adam. Curiosity killed the cat. Yes, I think that's the way the sports pavilion comes into it. But if it was a rendezvous, then Kelsey paused. Adam nodded vigorously. Yes. It looks as though there is someone in the school who merits our very close attention. Cat among the pigeons. In fact, Cat among the pigeons, said Kelsey, struck by the phrase, Miss Rich, one of the mistresses, said something like that today. He reflected a moment or two. There were 3 newcomers to the staff this term. He said, Shapland, the secretary, Blanche, the French mistress, and, of course, Miss Springer herself. She's dead and out of it. If there is a cat among the pigeons, it would seem that one of the other 2 would be the most likely bet. He looked towards Adam. Any ideas? As between the 2 of them, Adam considered. I caught Mademoiselle Blanche coming out of the sports pavilion one day. She had a guilty look, as though she'd been doing something she ought not to have done. All the same, on the whole, I think I'd plump for the other, for Shapland. She's a cool customer, and she's got brains. I'd go into her antecedents rather carefully if I were you. What the devil are you laughing for? Kelsey was grinning. She was suspicious of you, he said. Caught you coming out of the sports pavilion and thought there was something odd about your manner. Well, I'm damned. Adam was indignant. The cheek of her Inspector Kelsey resumed his authoritative manner. The point is, he said, that we think a lot of Meadowbank round these parts. It's a fine school. And Miss Bulstrode's a fine woman. The sooner we can get to the bottom of all this, the better for the school. We want to clear things up and give Meadowbank a clean bill of health. He paused, looking thoughtfully at Adam. I think, he said, we'll have to tell Miss Bulstrode who you are. She'll keep her mouth shut, don't fear for that. Adam considered for a moment. Then he nodded his head. Yes, he said. Under the circumstances, I think it's more or less inevitable. So, new lamps for old. Miss Bulstrode had another faculty which demonstrated her superiority over most other women. She could listen. She listened in silence to both Inspector Kelsey and Adam. She did not so much as raise an eyebrow. Then she uttered one word, remarkable. It's you who are remarkable, thought Adam, but he did not say so aloud. Well, said Miss Bulstrode, coming as was habitual to her, straight to the point. What do you want me to do? Inspector Kelsey cleared his throat. It's like this, he said. We felt that you ought to be fully informed for the sake of the school. Miss Bulstrode nodded. Naturally, she said. The school is my first concern. It has to be. I am responsible for the care and safety of my pupils, and in a lesser degree for that of my staff. And I would like to add now that if there can be as little publicity as possible about Miss Springer's death, the better it will be for me. This is a purely selfish point of view, though. I think my school is important in itself, not only to me, and I quite realize that if full publicity is necessary for you, then you will have to go ahead. But is it no? Said Inspector Kelsey. In this case, I should say the less publicity, the better. The inquest will be adjourned, and we'll let it get about that we think it was a local affair. Young thugs or juvenile delinquents, as we have to call them nowadays, out with guns amongst them, trigger happy. It's usually flick knives, but some of these boys do get hold of guns. Miss Springer surprised them. They shot her. That's what I should like to let it go, and then we can get to work quiet-like. Not more than can be helped in the press. But of course, Meadowbank's famous. It's news. And murder at Meadowbank will be hot news. I think I can help you there, said Miss Bulstrode crisply. I am not without influence in high places. She smiled and reeled off a few names. These included the Home Secretary, 2 press barons, a bishop, and the Minister of Education. I'll do what I can. She looked at Adam. You agree? Adam spoke quickly. Yes. Indeed. We always like things nice and quiet. Are you continuing to be my gardener? Inquired Miss Bulstrode. If you don't object, it puts me right where I want to be, and I can keep an eye on things. This time, Miss Bulstrode's eyebrows did rise. I hope you're not expecting any more murders. No. I'm glad of that. I doubt if any school could survive 2 murders in one term. She turned to Kelsey. Have you people finished with the sports pavilion? It's awkward if we can't use it. We've finished with it. Clean as a whistle from our point of view. I mean, for whatever reason the murder was committed, there's nothing there now to help us. It's just a sports pavilion with the usual equipment. Nothing in the girls' lockers. Inspector Kelsey smiled. Well, this and that copy of a book French called Candide with her illustrations. Expensive book. Ah, said Miss Bulstrode. So that's where she keeps it. Giselle Dobre. I suppose Kelsey's respect for Miss Bulstrode rose. You don't miss much. Ma'am, he said. She won't come to harm with Candide, said Miss Bulstrode. It's a classic. Some forms of pornography I do confiscate. Now I come back to my first question. You have relieved my mind about the publicity connected with the school. Can the school help you in any way? Can I help you? I don't think so. At the moment, the only thing I can ask is, has anything caused you uneasiness this term? Any incident? Or any person? Miss Bulstrode was silent for a moment or two. Then she said slowly, the answer, literally, is I don't know, Adam said quickly. You've got a feeling that something's wrong. Yes, just that. It's not definite. I can't put my finger on any person or any incident unless... She was silent for a moment. Then she said, I felt at the time that I'd missed something that I ought not to have missed. Let me explain. She recited briefly the little incident of Mrs. Upjohn and the distressing and unexpected arrival of Lady Veronica. Adam was interested. Let me get this clear. Miss Bulstrode. Mrs. Upjohn. Looking out of the window. This front window that gives on the drive. Recognized someone. There's nothing in that. You have over 100 pupils, and nothing is more likely than for Mrs. Upjohn to see some parent or relation that she knew. But you are definitely of the opinion that she was astonished to recognize that person, in fact, that it was someone whom she would not have expected to see at Meadowbank. Yes, that was exactly the impression I got. And then, through the window, looking in the opposite direction, you saw one of the pupils' mothers in a state of intoxication. And that completely distracted your mind from what Mrs. Upjohn was saying. Miss Bulstrode nodded. She was talking for some minutes. Yes, and when your attention did return to her, she was speaking of espionage, of intelligence work she had done in the war before she married. Yes. It might tie up, said Adam thoughtfully. Someone she had known in her war days, a parent or relation of one of your pupils, or it could have been a member of your teaching staff. Hardly a member of my staff, objected Miss Bulstrode. It's possible. We'd better get in touch with Mrs. Upjohn, said Kelsey. As soon as possible. You have her address, Miss Bulstrode. Of course, but I believe she is abroad at the moment. Wait, I will find out. She pressed her desk buzzer twice, then went impatiently to the door and called to a girl who was passing. Find Julia Upjohn for me, will you? Paula. Yes, Miss Bulstrode. I'd better go before the girl comes, Adam said. It wouldn't be natural for me to assist in the inquiries the inspector is making. Ostensibly, he's called me in here to get the lowdown on me. Having satisfied himself that he's got nothing on me for the moment. He now tells me to take myself off. Take yourself off. And remember, I've got my eye on you, growled Kelsey with a grin. By the way, said Adam, addressing Miss Bulstrode as he paused by the door, will it be all right with you if I slightly abuse my position here? If I get, shall we say, a little too friendly with some members of your staff? With which members of my staff? Well, Mademoiselle Blanche, for instance. Mademoiselle Blanche, you think that I think she's rather bored here. Miss Bulstrode looked rather grim. Perhaps you're right. Anyone else? I shall have a good try all round, said Adam cheerfully. If you should find that some of your girls are being rather silly and slipping off to assignations in the garden, please believe that my intentions are strictly sleuthial, if there is such a word. You think the girls are likely to know something? Everybody always knows something, said Adam. Even if it's something they don't know they know. You may be right. There was a knock on the door, and Miss Bulstrode called, "Come in." Julia Upjohn appeared, very much out of breath. "Come in, Julia." Inspector Kelsey growled, "You can go now, Goodman. Take yourself off and get on with your work." "I've told you I don't know a thing about anything," said Adam sulkily. He went out, muttering blooming Gestapo. "I'm sorry I'm so out of breath." "Miss Bulstrode?" apologized Julia. "I've run all the way from the tennis courts." "That's quite all right. I just wanted to ask you your mother's address, that is. Where can I get in touch with her?" "Oh, you'll have to write to Aunt Isabel. Mother's abroad. I have your aunt's address, but I need to get in touch with your mother personally." "I don't see how you can," said Julia, frowning. "Mother's gone to Anatolia on a bus." "On a bus?" said Miss Bulstrode, taken aback. Julia nodded vigorously. "She likes that sort of thing," she explained. "And of course, it's frightfully cheap. A bit uncomfortable. But Mummy doesn't mind that, roughly. I should think she'd fetch up in van in about 3 weeks or so." "I see. Yes. Tell me. Julia, did your mother ever mention to you seeing someone here whom she'd known in her war service days?" "No." "Miss Bulstrode?" "I don't think so." "No, I'm sure she didn't. Your mother did intelligence work, didn't she?" "Oh, yes. Mummy seems to have loved it. Not that it sounds really exciting to me. She never blew up anything, or got caught by the Gestapo, or had her toenails pulled out, or anything like that. She worked in Switzerland. I think, or was it Portugal?" Julia added apologetically. "One gets rather bored with all that old war stuff, and I'm afraid I don't always listen properly." "Well, thank you, Julia. That's all." "Really," said Miss Bulstrode. When Julia had departed, gone to Anatolia on a bus, the child said it exactly as though she were saying her mother had taken a 73 bus to Marshall and Snellgrove's. Jennifer walked away from the tennis courts rather moodily, swishing her racket. The amount of double faults she had served this morning depressed her. Not, of course, that you could get a hard serve with this racket, anyway. But she seemed to have lost control of her service lately. Her backhand, however, had definitely improved. Springer's coaching had been helpful. In many ways, it was a pity that Springer was dead. Jennifer took tennis very seriously. It was one of the things she thought about. Excuse me." Jennifer looked up, startled. A well-dressed woman with golden hair, carrying a long, flat parcel, was standing a few feet away from her on the path. Jennifer wondered why on earth she hadn't seen the woman coming along towards her before. It did not occur to her that the woman might have been hidden behind a tree or in the rhododendron bushes and just stepped out of them. Such an idea would not have occurred to Jennifer. Since why should a woman hide behind rhododendron bushes and suddenly step out of them? Speaking with a slightly American accent, the woman said, "I wonder if you could tell me where I could find a girl called She consulted a piece of paper. Jennifer Sutcliffe." Jennifer was surprised. "I'm Jennifer Sutcliffe." Why, how ridiculous. That is a coincidence. That in a big school like this, I should be looking for one girl, and I should happen upon the girl herself to ask. And they say things like that don't happen. I suppose they do happen sometimes, said Jennifer, uninterested. I was coming down to lunch today with some friends down here. Went on the woman. And at a cocktail party yesterday, I happened to mention I was coming. And your aunt, or was it your godmother? I've got such a terrible memory. She told me her name, and I've forgotten that too. But anyway, she said, could I possibly call here and leave a new tennis racket for you? She said you had been asking for one. Jennifer's face lit up. It seemed like a miracle. Nothing less. It must have been my godmother. Mrs. Campbell. I call her Aunt Gina. It wouldn't have been Aunt Rosamond. She never gives me anything but a mingy 10 shillings at Christmas. Yes, I remember now. That was the name. Campbell. The parcel was held out. Jennifer took it eagerly. It was quite loosely wrapped. Jennifer uttered an exclamation of pleasure as the racket emerged from its coverings. "Oh, it's smashing," she exclaimed. "A really good one. I've been longing for a new racket. You can't play decently if you haven't got a decent racket." "Why, I guess that's so. Thank you very much for bringing it," said Jennifer gratefully. "It was really no trouble. Only I confess, I felt a little shy. Schools always make me feel shy. So many girls. Oh, by the way, I was asked to bring back your old racket with me." She picked up the racket Jennifer had dropped. "Your aunt, no godmother, said she would have it restrung. It needs it badly." "Doesn't. I don't think that it's really worthwhile," said Jennifer, but without paying much attention. She was still experimenting with the swing and balance of her new treasure, but an extra racket is always useful. Said her new friend, "Oh dear." She glanced at her watch. "It is much later than I thought. I must run. Do you want a taxi? I could telephone." "No. Thank you." "Dear, my car is right by the gate. I left it there so that I shouldn't have to turn in a narrow space. Goodbye. So pleased to have met you. I hope you enjoy the racket." She literally ran along the path towards the gate. Jennifer called after her once more, "Thank you very much." Then, gloating, she went in search of Julia. "Look." She flourished the racket dramatically. "I say, where did you get that? My godmother sent it to me. Aunt Gina. She's not my aunt, but I call her that. She's frightfully rich. I expect Mummy told her about me grumbling about my racket. It is smashing, isn't it? I must remember to write and thank her." "I should hope so," said Julia virtuously. "Well, You know how one does forget things sometimes, even things you really mean to do. Look, Shaista, she added as the latter girl came towards them. I've got a new racket. Isn't it a beauty? It must have been very expensive, said Shaista, scanning it respectfully. I wish I could play tennis well. You always run into the ball. I never seem to know where the ball is going to come, said Shaista vaguely. Before I go home, I must have some really good shorts made in London, or a tennis dress like the American champion Ruth Allen wears. I think that is very smart. Perhaps I will have both. She smiled in pleasurable anticipation. Shaista never thinks of anything except things to wear, said Julia scornfully as the two friends passed on. Do you think we shall ever be like that, I suppose? So, said Jennifer gloomily. It will be an awful bore. They entered the sports pavilion, now officially vacated by the police, and Jennifer put her racket carefully into her press. Isn't it lovely? She said, stroking it affectionately. What have you done with the old one? Oh, she took it. Who? The woman who brought this. She'd met Aunt Gina at a cocktail party, and Aunt Gina asked her to bring me this as she was coming down here today. And Aunt Gina said to bring up my old one, and she'd have it restrung. Oh, I see. But Julia was frowning. What did Bully want with you? Asked Jennifer. Bully. Oh, nothing really. Just Mummy's address. But she hasn't got one because she's on a bus. In Turkey somewhere. Jennifer, look here. Your racket didn't need restringing. Oh, it did. Julia. It was like a sponge. I know. But it's my racket, really. I mean, we exchanged. It was my racket that needed restringing. Yours, the one I've got now, was restrung. You said yourself your mother had had it restrung before you went abroad. Yes, that's true. Jennifer looked a little startled. Oh, well, I suppose this woman, whoever she was, I ought to have asked her name. But I was so entranced, just saw that it needed restringing. But you said that she said that it was your Aunt Gina who had said it needed restringing. And your Aunt Gina couldn't have thought it needed restringing if it didn't. Oh, well, Jennifer looked impatient. I suppose you suppose what? Perhaps Aunt Gina just thought that if I wanted a new racket, it was because the old one wanted restringing. Anyway, what does it matter? I suppose it doesn't matter, said Julia slowly. But I do think it's odd. Jennifer, it's like new lamps for old Aladdin, you know. Jennifer giggled. Fancy rubbing my old racket, your old racket, I mean, and having a genie appear. If you rubbed a lamp and a genie did appear, what would you ask him for? Julia, lots of things, breathed Julia ecstatically. A tape recorder, and an Alsatian, or perhaps a Great Dane, and 100,000 pounds, and a black satin party frock. And oh, lots of other things. What would you— I don't really know, said Jennifer. Now, I've got this smashing new racket. I don't really want anything else. 13. The girl, the gun, and the pavilion. The body was found at dawn. Not by a teacher. Not by a prefect. Oh? But by a girl in mismatched socks and a secret too large for her age. Her name was Julia Upjohn. She wasn't meant to be near the sports pavilion that early, but she'd heard something in the night. A soft thump. A click. A cry too sharp to be a dream. And curiosity, like most dangerous things, pulled her in before fear could stop her. The door creaked when she opened it. Inside dark, still, cold, and Miss Springer was no longer Miss Anything. She was a shape crumpled in the corner, eyes wide open, mouth caught between a scream and surprise. A gun lay just beside her hand. But Julia knew she hadn't held it because her hands were too neat, too folded, like she'd been arranged. By 8 a.m., Meadowbank was no longer a school. It was a stage, and death had taken the lead. Inspector Kelsey was called in. Efficient, practical, a man who believed in motives that could be written in reports. Poirot arrived later, uninvited, but not unannounced. Miss Bulstrode, the headmistress, greeted him, with politeness polished thin. "This is a tragedy," she said. Poirot corrected her gently. "No, madam. This is murder. And murder does not arrive without invitation." He examined the pavilion. No sign of forced entry. No struggle. No sound heard by anyone except a girl who shouldn't have been listening. Julia sat wrapped in a blanket. Poirot knelt beside her. "You are brave," he said. She shook her head. "I was scared." Poirot nodded. "Good. That means you were smart." She looked up. Miss Springer wasn't nice, but she didn't deserve to die. Poirot's eyes narrowed. "Do you know what she was doing there?" Julia hesitated. "She said she was going to the pavilion, to Snoop's." Poirot's smile didn't reach his eyes. That word, it always ends badly. By evening, silence lay over Meadowbank like a velvet curtain. The girls were kept in their rooms. The teachers whispered in corners. Only Miss Bulstrode walked the halls with purpose. She found Poirot in the library, examining a copy of the Arabian Nights. "Looking for clues?" she asked. Poirot didn't look up. "Looking for stories that hide the truth beneath charm." She frowned. "You think this is connected to that Middle Eastern business?" Poirot finally looked at her. "I think it was always connected. Only now, the connection is bleeding." That night, Poirot stood at the edge of the tennis courts, the same ones where Jennifer Sutcliffe had been playing the day before. She'd smiled too easily. Her mother had watched too closely, and someone else had been watching them both. May. Not a teacher, not a student, but someone hiding among the pigeons. Poirot whispered to the wind, "Murder is not an accident. It is a performance. And someone here rehearsed it." 14. Voices behind the walls. Poirot started with the teachers, because when a girl is murdered in the dark, it is not the students who hold the keys to that darkness. It is the women who built it. Miss Rich was the first, tall, reserved. Her voice measured like she'd practiced for years never to let it break. She had taught history for decades, but she had forgotten how to speak about now. Poirot asked her where she'd been the night Miss Springer died. "I was in my quarters, preparing lectures, alone." "Yes?" He let the silence stretch. "Do you lock your door?" She blinked. "Yes, always." Poirot nodded. I find that interesting." Miss Chadwick came next. She'd been at Meadowbank longer than any of them. Once fierce, now fading. But fading things tend to cling hardest to what they fear losing. Poirot asked what she knew about Miss Springer's routines. She was nosy, Chadwick said. Tactless, but loyal. To whom? Chadwick's jaw tightened. To the idea of this place. Poirot leaned forward. "And what idea is that?" Chadwick looked away. "That girls should be safe here. Miss Johnson, science mistress. Cool, clinical. Like data more than people." She insisted Miss Springer had no enemies. Poirot interrupted her. "Everyone has an enemy, mademoiselle. The question is whether that enemy had courage or opportunity." At lunch, Poirot sat alone. Students watched him from behind teacups. Andamisitimiko. Some giggled, some whispered, some looked away, but not Jennifer Sutcliffe. She met his gaze across the dining hall with unnerving calm. Too calm, like someone used to being looked at, or trained not to react. That afternoon, Poirot requested to see the Sutcliffes privately. Jennifer came with her mother, Mrs. Sutcliffe, whose smile was like lacquer thick, glossy, and artificial. He offered them tea. Neither drank. Your daughter, Poirot began, has adjusted well to Meadowbank. Mrs. Sutcliffe nodded quickly. She's adaptable. Poirot shifted. And you chose this school. Why? It's the best, she said, for discipline, for privacy. Poirot caught the slip. Privacy, madam? That's a curious word for an educational decision. Mrs. Sutcliffe said nothing. Jennifer's eyes flicked to her mother. Poirot watched, and in that flicker, he saw fear, not of him, of the truth. When they left, Poirot returned to the file room. He asked for records, staff, students, visitors. But it was the admissions list that caught his attention. One name, Miss Blanche. Tutor, no longer present. No one remembered hiring her. No one remembered seeing her leave. And yet she'd stayed 3 weeks. Around the time Jennifer arrived, that night, Poirot walked the perimeter of the grounds. He paused near the sports pavilion, the place where a woman had died, not because she was cruel, but because she had noticed something inside the racket, something inside the girl, or maybe someone inside the shadows. A shape moved. Poirot didn't chase it. He watched. Because the killer wasn't running. They were waiting. He turned and whispered, in every locked room, there is a second door, and here, that door wears a smile. 15. A woman who wasn't there. Some murders are about passion. Others, money. This one, survival, but not for one person. For an entire illusion. Poirot stood alone in the staff records room. Rows of filing cabinets lined the walls. Iron and institutional. Miss Lemon would have found it offensive. So much chaos behind so many drawers. But Poirot had patience. He read them all. He found her eventually. Miss Blanche, full name Blanche Fournay. Swiss. Allegedly. Applied to be a French tutor. Worked at the school for 3 weeks. Resigned without notice. Forwarding address. Blank. References forged. AC-20 card. And yet no one had questioned her arrival. Because she had come with charm. And charm, Poirot knew, was simply a knife in silk. He circled back to Jennifer Sutcliffe. And the tennis racket, no one had asked about it. Not closely. The customs log for her luggage had been missing. But Marlene Tucker, smart, nosy Marlene, had asked. And then Marlene had ended up dead. Poirot sat with Miss Bulstrode that evening. The headmistress was fraying. Not visibly. But her voice no longer had weight behind it. Whoever is doing this, she said, is trying to make the school rot from the inside. Poirot sipped his tea. No, madam. The rot was already here. He looked at her directly. You simply didn't notice. She bristled. I run this school with vigilance. Poirot nodded. You run it with order. But order is not the same as truth. That night, he returned to the dormitories. He waited until the lights were off, then knocked once on a particular door. Shine Salazar. It opened immediately. Julia Upjohn, the girl who had heard too much, seen too much, but more importantly, remembered everything. Ben, come in, she said. No fear, just curiosity. He sat on her desk chair. She sat on the bed. Tell me about Jennifer Sutcliffe, he said. Julia hesitated. She's nice. But rehearsed. Poirot raised an eyebrow. Julia continued. She speaks like someone who practiced sounding normal. Like she's reading a part. Poirot smiled faintly. You are very sharp. Julia shrugged. Smart girls survive longer. Poirot leaned in. And what did Marlene tell you? That was the moment. The pause. The breath before the matches struck. She found a pouch. Julia said, inside the tennis racket. She told me it didn't belong. Poirot's voice was barely above a whisper. What was inside? She didn't open it. But she said, it sparkled. Poirot closed his eyes. Jewels, not stolen for greed, smuggled for power. Planted in the belongings of a girl, and the only witness, eliminated. Downstairs, someone moved through the corridor. Soft footsteps, measured. Poirot rose. He touched Julia's shoulder. Say nothing to anyone. She nodded, not frightened, prepared. As he stepped into the hallway, Poirot saw a shadow disappear around the corner. Too tall to be a girl, too quiet to be a teacher. Someone hunting the second witness. He didn't follow, not yet, because in Meadowbank, you didn't chase the secrets. You let them think you're behind, so they show you where they hide. 16, a face for borrowing at 500 and me. Poirot made a phone call. Not to Scotland Yard, not to Meadowbank's Board of Governors. To a man in Geneva whose real name had been erased years ago. The voice on the line was crisp, accented, and cautious. Poirot identified himself. Then he asked, what do you know about Blanche Fournay? The line went silent. Then came the answer. She died in Zurich 10 years ago, but the name was stolen. We believe. Repurposed. Poirot closed his eyes. Of course, because the best disguise is a forgotten life. He hung up, dressed with precision, and walked the grounds of Meadowbank before sunrise. The school looked peaceful again. A place for daughters, for futures, for pride. But pride was the first lie, and futures could be bought or stolen. Poirot met Miss Bulstrode at breakfast. You need to prepare, he said softly. For what? For the past. It is coming back. And it is angry. He requested a meeting with Mrs. Sutcliffe. They sat in the music room. The piano keys were dusty. She wore cream-colored gloves, despite the warmth. He didn't bother with pleasantries. I know you are not who you say you are. She didn't flinch. But she didn't smile either. I've had many names, she replied. Poirot folded his hands, and you used one of them to get into this country, another to enter this school, and another to receive the tennis racket that carried 24 priceless emeralds smuggled out of Ramat before the coup. She said nothing, so he continued. You didn't kill Marlene Tucker, but you knew who did, and you let it happen. That got her attention. She exhaled sharply. Jennifer knew nothing. Poirot nodded, and that is why she lived. She looked away. Poirot stood. One more question, madame. She looked at him. When you buried the real Blanche Fournay in Zurich, did she beg for her name back? The silence was heavier than any answer. Poirot left her there, alone in the music room, hands clenched. I can't. Face unreadable, he found Inspector Kelsey waiting on the drive. Another murder, the inspector asked. Poirot shook his head. No, but the next one is close. Kelsey frowned. You think Mrs. Sutcliffe will act? Poirot shook his head again. She is finished. She will vanish, as she always does. Kelsey narrowed his eyes. Then who? Poirot looked up toward the dormitories. The one who brought her here. The one who made this school a vault for secrets. The one who wears uniforms, but carries no country. That night, Poirot searched the sports pavilion again. He brought no flashlight. He didn't need one. The darkness told him what he needed. a misplaced heel print in the back room, a second key to the rifle locker missing, a faint trace of jasmine perfume. He returned to the staff wing. Knocked once. The door opened slowly. Miss Van Sittert. Perfect posture, silk scarf, controlled voice. But control is not the same as safety. Poirot stepped inside. No invitation. No protest. He looked at her bookshelf. Foreign policy, cartography. A file marked embassy correspondence. He turned. You were the one who placed the tennis racket into the girl's case, weren't you? No response, disguised as Blanche. Then you vanished. Returned in your real post. Her jaw tightened. You have no proof. Poirot nodded. I don't need proof. I have fear. And you, mademoiselle, are afraid of being forgotten. She didn't deny it, just walked to the window. You know. She said, I spent 5 years waiting for a cause. And when I finally found one, it was buried inside a schoolgirl's suitcase. Poirot tilted his head. Was it worth it? She looked out into the darkness. Ask me when it's over. But Poirot already knew. It would never be over. Not for her. Not for Marlene. Not for the name that died in Zurich. Because secrets don't vanish. They wait. 17. The girl, the racket, and the truth. The next morning, Poirot convened them all. Miss Bulstrode, iron-backed but sleep-starved. So, what's up? Mrs. Sutcliffe, gloved, grim and cornered. Jennifer, quiet but trembling like someone sensing they were about to be freed or condemned. Inspector Kelsey stood to one side, arms crossed. Julia Upjohn, at Poirot's invitation, was also present silent witness. Living memory. The air was brittle. Poirot began with a tennis racket, held it in both hands like it was evidence and relic in equal measure. This, he said, is not a sporting accessory. It is a coffin. They stared. The jewels of Prince Ali Yusuf were hidden here, smuggled out of Ramat, passed through London into the hands of a girl, and from there into death. He turned to Mrs. Sutcliffe. You carried them willingly, but you did not kill. She nodded once. Then to Miss Van Sittart, who had not spoken a word yet. You orchestrated their journey. A courier in heels, hidden in a school. No reaction. Then Poirot spoke more softly, but it was Miss Springer who saw too much, who began to piece together that something here was wrong. He paused. And it was you, mademoiselle, he said, turning to Miss Van Sittart, who made sure she would never speak again. Kelsey stepped forward. You're under arrest. But she didn't move. She just whispered. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Poirot looked at her almost gently. It never is. 2 officers entered. As they led her away, Jennifer stood up suddenly. Wait, she said. Everyone turned. I didn't know about the jewels. She said, but I think she was watching me. Even before we got here. Poirot nodded. She was not you. The racket? Jennifer looked down. Poirot continued. She never saw you as a girl. She saw you as a container. Mrs. Sutcliffe touched her daughter's shoulder, but Jennifer stepped back. Poirot watched the gesture closely. Sometimes the smallest movements hold the entire story. Say, Miss Bulstrode cleared her throat. Will the school recover from this? Poirot looked at her. I do not know, madame. That depends. On what? On whether it chooses to forget. Later, Poirot and Julia sat on a stone bench near the tennis courts. The sun was rising. Is it over? She asked. Poirot sighed. Yes, but some stories don't end. They just stop being told. Julia nodded. Will they bury Miss Springer properly now? Poirot smiled faintly. They will. With truth. Julia stood. Good. Then she said something that stayed with him long after she left. I liked her. She was nosy, but brave. Brave people die, but they don't disappear. Poirot stayed behind, watching the racket in his lap. The jewels had been retrieved, the case closed. But what he held now wasn't treasure. It was a lesson. A girl died for asking too many questions. Another nearly did for holding answers she never asked for, and a third was never real to begin with. Meadowbank would reopen. Its lawns still perfect. Its girls still dressed in matching uniforms. But somewhere, always, the racket would be missing from the wall, and behind it, the ghost of a game that was never a game at all. 18. Consultation. Hercule Poirot had prepared himself to beat down an insular prejudice that a headmistress might have against aged foreigners, with pointed patent leather shoes and large mustaches. But he was agreeably surprised. Miss Bulstrode greeted him with cosmopolitan aplomb. She also, to his gratification, knew all about him. It was kind of you, Poirot, she said, to ring up so promptly and allay our anxiety, all the more so because that anxiety had hardly begun. You weren't missed at lunch. Julia, you know, she added, turning to the girl. So many girls were fetched away this morning, and there were so many gaps at table that half the school could have been missing, I think, without any apprehension being aroused. These are unusual circumstances, she said, turning back to Poirot. I assure you, we would not be so slack normally. When I received your telephone call, she went on, I went to Julia's room and found the note she had left. Saja. I didn't want you to think I'd been kidnapped. Miss Bulstrode, said Julia. I appreciate that. But I think, Julia, that you might have told me what you were planning to do. I thought I'd better not, said Julia, and added unexpectedly, Les oreilles ennemies nous écoutent. Mademoiselle Blanche doesn't seem to have done much to improve your accent yet, said Miss Bulstrode, briskly, but I'm not scolding you. Julia? She looked from Julia to Poirot. Now, if you please, I want to hear exactly what has happened. You permit, said Hercule Poirot. He stepped across the room, opened the door, and looked out. He made an exaggerated gesture of shutting it. He returned beaming. We are alone, he said mysteriously. We can proceed. Miss Bulstrode looked at him. Then she looked at the door. Then she looked at Poirot again. Her eyebrows rose. He returned her gaze steadily. Very slowly, Miss Bulstrode inclined her head. Then, resuming her brisk manner, she said, Now then, Julia, let's hear all about this. Julia plunged into her recital, the exchange of tennis rackets, the mysterious woman, and finally her discovery of what the racket contained. Miss Bulstrode turned to Poirot. He nodded his head gently. Mademoiselle Julia has stated everything correctly, he said. I took charge of what she brought me. It is safely lodged in a bank. I think, therefore, that you need anticipate no further developments of an unpleasant nature here." "I see," said Miss Bulstrode. "Yes, I see." She was quiet for a moment or two, and then she said, "You think it wise for Julia to remain here, or would it be better for her to go to her aunt in London?" "Oh, please," said Julia, "do let me stay here." "You're happy here, then?" said Miss Bulstrode. "I love it," said Julia. "And besides, there have been such exciting things going on. That is not a normal feature of Meadowbank," said Miss Bulstrode, dryly. "I think that Julia will be in no danger here now," said Hercule Poirot. He looked again towards the door. "I think I understand," said Miss Bulstrode. "But for all that," said Poirot, "there should be discretion. Do you understand discretion? I wonder," he added, looking at Julia. "Poirot means," said Miss Bulstrode, "that he would like you to hold your tongue about what you found, not talk about it to the other girls. Can you hold your tongue?" "Yes," said Julia. "It is a very good story to tell to your friends," said Poirot, "of what you found in a tennis racket in the dead of night. But there are important reasons why it would be advisable that that story should not be told." "I understand," said Julia. "Can I trust you?" Julia said Miss Bulstrode. "You can trust me," said Julia. "Cross my heart." Miss Bulstrode smiled. "I hope your mother will be home before long," she said. "Mummy, oh, I do hope so." "I understand from Inspector Kelsey," said Miss Bulstrode, "that every effort is being made to get in touch with her. Unfortunately," she added, "Anatolian buses are liable to unexpected delays and do not always run to schedule. I can tell Mummy, can't I?" said Julia. "Of course. Well, Julia, that's all settled. You'd better run along now." Julia departed. She closed the door after her. Miss Bulstrode looked very hard at Poirot. "I have understood you correctly. I think," she said, "just now, you made a great parade of closing that door. Actually, you deliberately left it slightly open." Poirot nodded. "So that what we said could be overheard. Yes, if there was anyone who wanted to overhear. It was a precaution of safety for the child. The news must get round that what she found is safely in a bank, and not in her possession." Miss Bulstrode looked at him for a moment. Then she pursed her lips grimly together. "There's got to be an end to all this," she said. "The idea is," said the chief constable, "that we try to pool our ideas and information. We are very glad to have you with us. Poirot," he added, "Inspector Kelsey remembers you well." "It's a great many years ago," said Inspector Kelsey. "Chief Inspector Warrender was in charge of the case. I was a fairly raw sergeant, knowing my place." The gentleman called, "For convenience's sake, by us, Mr. Adam Goodman, is not known to you, Poirot, but I believe you do know his chief. Special branch," he added. "Colonel Pikeaway," said Hercule Poirot thoughtfully. "Ah, yes, it is some time since I have seen him." "Is he still as sleepy as ever?" he asked Adam. Adam laughed. "I see you know him all right, Poirot. I've never seen him wide awake. When I do, I'll know that for once he isn't paying attention to what goes on. You have something there, my friend. It is well observed. Now, said the chief constable. Let's get down to things. I shan't push myself forward or urge my own opinions. I'm here to listen to what the men who are actually working on the case know and think. There are a great many sides to all this, and one thing perhaps I ought to mention first of all. I'm saying this as a result of representations that have been made to me from your various quarters high up. He looked at Poirot. Let's say, he said, that a little girl, a schoolgirl, came to you with a pretty tale of something she'd found in the hollowed-out handle of a tennis racket. Very exciting for her. A collection, shall we say, of colored stones, paste, good imitations, something of that kind, or even semi-precious stones which often look as attractive as the other kind. Anyway, let's say something that a child would be excited to find. She might even have exaggerated ideas of its value. That's quite possible. Don't you think? He looked very hard at Hercule Poirot. It seems to me eminently possible. Said Hercule Poirot. Good, said the chief constable. Since the person who brought these ER-colored stones into the country did so quite unknowingly and innocently, we don't want any question of illicit smuggling to arise. Then there is the question of our foreign policy. He went on. Things, I am led to understand, are rather delicate just at present when it comes to large interests in oil, mineral deposits, all that sort of thing. We have to deal with whatever government's in power. We don't want any awkward questions to arise. You can't keep murder out of the press, and murder hasn't been kept out of the press. But there's been no mention of anything like jewels in connection with it. For the present. At any rate, there needn't be. I agree, said Poirot. One must always consider international complications. Exactly, said the chief constable. I think I'm right in saying that the late ruler of Ramat was regarded as a friend of this country, and that the powers that be would like his wishes in respect of any property of his that might be in this country to be carried out. What that amounts to, I gather, nobody knows at present. If the new government of Ramat is claiming certain property which they allege belongs to them, it will be much better if we know nothing about such property being in this country. A plain refusal would be tactless. One does not give plain refusals in diplomacy, said Hercule Poirot. One says instead that such a matter shall receive the utmost attention, but that at the moment nothing definite is known about any little nest egg. Say that the late ruler of Ramat may have possessed. It may be still in Ramat. It may be in the keeping of a faithful friend of the late Prince Ali Yusuf. It may have been taken out of the country by half a dozen people. It may be hidden somewhere in the city of Ramat itself. He shrugged his shoulders. One simply does not know. The chief constable heaved a sigh. Thank you, he said. That's just what I mean. He went on. Poirot, you have friends in very high quarters in this country. They put much trust in you. Unofficially, they would like to leave a certain article in your hands if you do not object. I do not object, said Poirot. Let us leave it at that. We have more serious things to consider, have we not? He looked round at them. Or perhaps you do not think so. But after all, what is 750,000, or some such sum in comparison with human life? You're right. Poirot, said the chief constable. You're right every time, said Inspector Kelsey. What we want is a murderer. We shall be glad to have your opinion, Poirot, he added, because it's largely a question of guess and guess again, and your guess is as good as the next man's, and sometimes better. The whole thing's like a snarl of tangled wool. That is excellently put, said Poirot. One has to take up that snarl of wool and pull out the one color that we seek. The color of a murderer, is that right? That's right. Then tell me, if it is not too tedious for you to indulge in repetition, all that is known so far. He settled down to listen. He listened to Inspector Kelsey, and he listened to Adam Goodman. He listened to the brief summing up of the chief constable. Then he leaned back, closed his eyes, and slowly nodded his head. 2 murders, he said, committed in the same place and roughly under the same conditions. 1 kidnapping. The kidnapping of a girl who might be the central figure of the plot. Let us ascertain first why she was kidnapped. I can tell you what she said herself, said Kelsey. He did so, and Poirot listened. It does not make sense. He complained. That's what I thought at the time. As a matter of fact, I thought she was just making herself important. But the fact remains that she was kidnapped. Why? There have been ransom demands, said Kelsey slowly. But he paused. But they have been, you think, phony. They have been sent merely to bolster up the kidnapping theory. That's right. The appointments made weren't kept. Shysta, then, was kidnapped for some other reason. What reason? So that she could be made to tell where the ER valuables were hidden, suggested Adam doubtfully. Poirot shook his head. She did not know where they were hidden. He pointed out, that at least is clear. No, there must be something. His voice tailed off. He was silent, frowning, for a moment or two. Then he sat up and asked a question. Her knees, he said. Did you ever notice her knees? Adam stared at him in astonishment. No, he said. Why should I? There are many reasons why a man notices a girl's knees, said Poirot severely. Unfortunately, you did not. Was there something odd about her knees? A scar? Something of that kind I wouldn't know. They all wear stockings most of the time, and their skirts are just below knee length. In the swimming pool, perhaps, suggested Poirot hopefully. Never saw her go in, said Adam. Too chilly for her. I expect. She was used to a warm climate. What are you getting at? A scar. Something of that kind, no. That is not it at all. Ah, well, a pity. He turned to the chief constable. With your permission, I will communicate with my old friend, the préfet, at Geneva. I think he may be able to help us. About something that happened when she was at school there. It is possible. Yes, you do permit. Good. It is just a little idea of mine. He paused and went on. By the way, there has been nothing in the papers about the kidnapping. The Emir, Ibrahim, was most insistent. But I did notice a little remark in a gossip column about a certain foreign young lady who had departed from school very suddenly. A budding romance. The columnist suggested to be nipped in the bud if possible. That was my idea, said Adam. It seemed a good line to take. Admirable. So now we pass from kidnapping to something more serious. Murder. 2 murders at Meadowbank. 19. Consultation continued. 2 murders at Meadowbank, repeated Poirot thoughtfully. We've given you the facts, said Kelsey. If you've any ideas, why the sports pavilion, said Poirot. That was your question. Wasn't it? He said to Adam. Well, now we have the answer. Because in the sports pavilion, there was a tennis racket containing a fortune in jewels. Someone knew about that racket. Who was it? It could have been Miss Springer herself. She was, so you all say, rather peculiar about that sports pavilion. Disliked people coming there, unauthorized people. That is to say, she seemed to be suspicious of their motives. Particularly was that so in the case of Mademoiselle Blanche. Mademoiselle Blanche, said Kelsey thoughtfully. Hercule Poirot again spoke to Adam. You yourself considered Mademoiselle Blanche's manner odd, where it concerned the sports pavilion. She explained. Said Adam, she explained too much. I should never have questioned her right to be there if she had not taken so much trouble to explain it away. Poirot nodded. Exactly. That certainly gives one to think. But all we know is that Miss Springer was killed in the sports pavilion at 1 o'clock in the morning when she had no business to be there. He turned to Kelsey. Where was Miss Springer before she came to Meadowbank? We don't know, said the inspector. She left her last place of employment. He mentioned a famous school last summer. Where she has been since we do not know. He added dryly, there was no occasion to ask the question until she was dead. She has no near relatives, nor, apparently, any close friends. She could have been in Ramat. Then, said Poirot thoughtfully, I believe there was a party of school teachers out there at the time of the trouble. Said Adam, let us say, then, that she was there. That in some way she learned about the tennis racket. Let us assume that after waiting a short time to familiarize herself with the routine at Meadowbank, she went out one night to the sports pavilion. She got hold of the racket and was about to remove the jewels from their hiding place when he paused when someone interrupted her. Someone who had been watching her, following her that evening. Whoever it was had a pistol and shot her, but had no time to prize out the jewels or to take the racket away. Because people were approaching the sports pavilion who had heard the shot, he stopped. You think that's what happened? Asked the chief constable. I do not know, said Poirot. It is one possibility. The other is that that person with the pistol was there first and was surprised by Miss Springer. Someone whom Miss Springer was already suspicious of. She was, you have told me, that kind of woman, a noser out of secrets. And the other woman asked Adam. Poirot looked at him. Then, slowly, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 men. You do not know, he said. And I do not know. It could have been someone from outside. His voice half asked a question. Kelsey shook his head. I think not. We have sifted the neighborhood very carefully, especially. Of course, in the case of strangers, there was a Madame Kolinsky staying nearby, known to Adam here. But she could not have been concerned in either murder. Then it comes back to Meadowbank, and there is only one method to arrive at the truth elimination. Kelsey sighed. Yes, he said. That's what it amounts to. For the first murder, It's a fairly open field. Almost anybody could have killed Miss Springer. The exceptions are Miss Johnson and Miss Chadwick, and a child who had the earache. But the second murder narrows things down. Miss Rich, Miss Blake, and Miss Shapland are out of it. Miss Rich was staying at the Alton Grange Hotel, 20 miles away. Miss Blake was at Littleport-on-Sea. Miss Shapland was in London at a nightclub, the Nid Sauvagerson, with Mr. Dennis Rathbone. And Miss Bulstrode was also away. I understand, Adam grinned. The inspector and the chief constable looked shocked. Miss Bulstrode, said the inspector severely, was staying with the Duchess of Welsham. That eliminates Miss Bulstrode, then, said Poirot gravely, and leaves us, what, 2 members of the domestic staff who sleep in Mrs. Gibbons and a girl called Doris Hogg. I can't consider either of them seriously. That leaves Miss Rowan and Mademoiselle Blanche. And the pupils. Of course. Kelsey looked startled. Surely you don't suspect them. Frankly, no. But one must be exact. Kelsey paid no attention to exactitude. He plodded on. Miss Rowan has been here over a year. She has a good record. We know nothing against her. So we come, then, to Mademoiselle Blanche. It is there that the journey ends. There was a silence. There's no evidence, said Kelsey. Her credentials seem genuine enough. They would have to be, said Poirot. She snooped, said Adam. But snooping isn't evidence of murder. Wait a minute, said Kelsey. There was something about a key. In our first interview with her, I'll look it up, something about the key of the pavilion falling out of the door. And she picked it up and forgot to replace it, walked out with it, and Springer bawled her out. Whoever wanted to go out there at night and look for the racket would have had to have a key to get in with, said Poirot. For that, it would have been necessary to take an impression of the key. Surely, said Adam. In that case, she would never have mentioned the key incident to you. That doesn't follow, said Kelsey. Springer might have talked about the key incident. If so, she might think it better to mention it in a casual fashion. It is a point to be remembered, said Poirot. It doesn't take us very far, said Kelsey. He looked gloomily at Poirot. There would seem, said Poirot. That is, if I have been informed correctly, one possibility. Julia Upjohn's mother, I understand, recognized someone here on the first day of term. Someone whom she was surprised to see. From the context, it would seem likely that that someone was connected with foreign espionage. If Mrs. Upjohn definitely points out Mademoiselle as the person she recognized, then I think we could proceed with some assurance. Easier said than done, said Kelsey. We've been trying to get in contact with Mrs. Upjohn, but the whole thing's a headache. When the child said a bus, I thought she meant a proper coach tour, running to schedule, and a party all booked together. But that's not it at all. Seems she's just taking local buses to any place she happens to fancy. She's not done it through Cook's or a recognized travel agency. She's all on her own, wandering about. What can you do with a woman like that? She might be anywhere. There's a lot of Anatolia. It makes it difficult. Yes, said Poirot. Plenty of nice coach tours, said the inspector in an injured voice. All made easy for you where you stop and what you see, and all in fares. so that you know exactly where you are. But clearly, that kind of travel does not appeal to Mrs. Upjohn. And in the meantime, here we are, went on Kelsey. Stuck. That Frenchwoman can walk out any moment she chooses. We've nothing on which we could hold her. Poirot shook his head. She will not do that. You can't be sure. I am sure. If you have committed murder, you do not want to do anything out of character. That may draw attention to you. Mademoiselle Blanche will remain here quietly until the end of the term. I hope you're right. I am sure I am right. And remember, the person whom Mrs. Upjohn saw does not know that Mrs. Upjohn saw her. The surprise when it comes will be complete. Kelsey sighed. If that's all we've got to go on. There are other things. Conversation. For instance, conversation. It is very valuable. Conversation. Sooner or later, if one has something to hide, one says too much. Gives oneself away. The chief constable sounded skeptical. It is not quite so simple as that. One is guarded about the thing one is trying to hide, but often one says too much about other things. And there are other uses for conversation. There are the innocent people who know things, but are unaware of the importance of what they know. And that reminds me. He rose to his feet. Excuse me. I pray. I must go and demand of Miss Bulstrode if there is someone here who can draw. Well, said Adam. As Poirot went out. First girl's knees, and now draftsmanship. What next, I wonder? Miss Bulstrode answered Poirot's questions without evincing any surprise. Miss Laurie is our visiting drawing mistress, she said briskly. But she isn't here today. What do you want her to draw for you? She added in a kindly manner, as though to a child. Faces, said Poirot. Miss Rich is good at sketching people. She's clever at getting a likeness. That is exactly what I need. Miss Bulstrode, he noted with approval, asked him no questions as to his reasons. She merely left the room and returned with Miss Rich. After introductions, Poirot said, You can sketch people quickly with a pencil. Eileen Rich nodded. I often do. For amusement. Good. Please. Then, sketch for me the late Miss Springer. That's difficult. I knew her for such a short time. I'll try. She screwed up her eyes, then began to draw rapidly. Bien, said Poirot, taking it from her. And now, if you please, Miss Bulstrode, Miss Rowan, Mademoiselle Blanche, and yes, the gardener Adam. Eileen Rich looked at him doubtfully, then set to work. He looked at the result and nodded appreciatively. You are good. You are very good. So few strokes, and yet the likeness is there. Now, I will ask you to do something more difficult. Give, for example, to Miss Bulstrode a different hair arrangement. Change the shape of her eyebrows. Eileen stared at him as though she thought he was mad. No, said Poirot. I am not mad. I make an experiment. That is all. Please do as I ask. In a moment or two, she said, Here you are. Excellent. Now do the same for Mademoiselle Blanche and Miss Rowan. When she had finished, he lined up the 3 sketches. Now I will show you something, he said. Miss Bulstrode, in spite of the changes you have made, is still unmistakably Miss Bulstrode. But look at the other 2. Because their features are negative. And since they have not Miss Bulstrode's personality, they appear almost different people. Do they not? I see what you mean, said Eileen Rich. She looked at him as he carefully folded the sketches away. What are you going to do with them? She asked. Use them, said Poirot. 20. Conversation. Well, I don't know what to say, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. Really, I don't know what to say. She looked with definite distaste at Hercule Poirot. Henry, of course, she said, is not at home. The meaning of this pronouncement was slightly obscure, but Hercule Poirot thought that he knew what was in her mind. Henry, she was feeling, would be able to deal with this sort of thing. Henry had so many international dealings. He was always flying to the Middle East, and to Ghana, and to South America, and to Geneva, and even occasionally, but not so often, to Paris. The whole thing, said Mrs. Sutcliffe, has been most distressing. I was so glad to have Jennifer safely at home with me. Though, I must say, she added, with a trace of vexation, Jennifer has really been most tiresome. After having made a great fuss about going to Meadowbank and being quite sure she wouldn't like it there, and saying it was a snobby kind of school and not the kind she wanted to go to. Now, she sulks all day long because I've taken her away. It's really too bad. It is undeniably a very good school, said Hercule Poirot. Many people say the best school in England. It was. I dare say, said Mrs. Sutcliffe. And will be again? Said Hercule Poirot. You think so, Mrs. Sutcliffe looked at him doubtfully. His sympathetic manner was gradually piercing her defenses. There is nothing that eases the burden of a mother's life more than to be permitted to unburden herself of the difficulties, rebuffs, and frustrations which she has in dealing with her offspring. Loyalty so often compels silent endurance. But to a foreigner like Hercule Poirot, Mrs. Sutcliffe felt that this loyalty was not applicable. It was not like talking to the mother of another daughter. Meadowbank, said Hercule Poirot, is just passing through an unfortunate phase. It was the best thing he could think of to say at the moment. He felt its inadequacy, and Mrs. Sutcliffe pounced upon the inadequacy immediately. Rather more than unfortunate, she said. 2 murders and a girl kidnapped. You can't send your daughter to a school where the mistresses are being murdered all the time. It seemed a highly reasonable point of view. If the murders, said Poirot, turn out to be the work of one person, and that person is apprehended, that makes a difference, does it not? Well, I suppose so. Yes, said Mrs. Sutcliffe doubtfully. I mean, oh, I see. You mean like Jack the Ripper, or that other man, who was it? Something to do with the Devonshire. Neil Cream, who went about killing an unfortunate type of woman. I suppose this murderer just goes about killing schoolmistresses. If once you've got him safely in prison, and hanged too, I hope, because you're only allowed one murder. Aren't you like a dog with a bite? What was I saying? Oh, yes, if he's safely caught. Well, then I suppose it would be different. Of course, there can't be many people like that, can there? One certainly hopes not, said Hercule Poirot. But then there's this kidnapping, too, pointed out Mrs. Sutcliffe. You don't want to send your daughter to a school where she may be kidnapped, either, do you? Assuredly not, madame. I see how clearly you have thought out the whole thing. You are so right in all you say. Mrs. Sutcliffe looked faintly pleased. Nobody had said anything like that to her for some time. Henry had merely said things like, "What did you want to send her to Meadowbank for anyway?" And Jennifer had sulked and refused to answer. "I have thought about it," she said, "a great deal." "Then I should not let kidnapping worry you, madame," entre nous. "If I may speak in confidence about Princess Shasta. It is not exactly a kidnapping. One suspects a romance. You mean the naughty girl just ran away to marry somebody?" "My lips are sealed," said Hercule Poirot. "You comprehend it is not desired that there should be any scandal. This is in confidence entre nous." "I know you will say nothing. Of course not," said Mrs. Sutcliffe, virtuously. She looked down at the letter that Poirot had brought with him from the chief constable. "I don't quite understand who you are. Poirot. Are you what they call in books a private eye?" "I am a consultant," said Hercule Poirot loftily. This flavor of Harley Street encouraged Mrs. Sutcliffe a great deal. "What do you want to talk to Jennifer about?" she demanded. "Just to get her impressions of things," said Poirot. "She is observant." "Yes, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that," said Mrs. Sutcliffe. "She's not what I call a noticing kind of child at all. I mean, she is always so matter-of-fact. It is better than making up things that have never happened at all," said Poirot. "Oh, Jennifer wouldn't do that sort of thing," said Mrs. Sutcliffe, with certainty. She got up, went to the window, and called Jennifer. "I wish," she said, to Poirot, as she came back again, "that you'd try and get it into Jennifer's head that her father and I are only doing our best for her." Jennifer came into the room with a sulky face and looked with deep suspicion at Hercule Poirot. "How do you do?" said Poirot. "I am a very old friend of Julia Upjohn. She came to London to find me." "Julia went to London," said Jennifer, slightly surprised. "Why?" "To ask my advice," said Hercule Poirot. Jennifer looked unbelieving. "I was able to give it to her," said Poirot. "She is now back at Meadowbank," he added. "So her Aunt Isabel didn't take her away," said Jennifer, shooting an irritated look at her mother. Poirot looked at Mrs. Sutcliffe, and for some reason, perhaps because she had been in the middle of counting the laundry when Poirot arrived, and perhaps because of some unexplained compulsion, she got up and left the room. "It's a bit hard," said Jennifer, "to be out of all that's going on there. All this fuss, I told Mummy it was silly. After all, none of the pupils have been killed." "Have you any ideas of your own about the murders?" asked Poirot. Jennifer shook her head. "Someone who's batty," she offered. She added thoughtfully, "I suppose Miss Bulstrode will have to get some new mistresses now. It seems possible." "Yes," said Poirot. He went on, "I am interested, Mademoiselle Jennifer, in the woman who came and offered you a new racket for your old one." "Do you remember? I should think I do remember," said Jennifer. "I've never found out to this day who really sent it. It wasn't Aunt Gina at all." "What did this woman look like?" said Poirot. "The one who brought the racket." Jennifer half closed her eyes as though thinking, "Well, I don't know. She had on a sort of fussy dress with a little cape, I think blue, and a floppy sort of hat. Yes, said Poirot. I meant perhaps not so much her clothes as her face. A good deal of makeup, I think, said Jennifer vaguely. A bit too much for the country, I mean, and fair hair. I think she was an American. Had you ever seen her before? Asked Poirot. Oh, no, said Jennifer. I don't think she lived down there. She said she'd come down for a luncheon party or a cocktail party or something. Poirot looked at her thoughtfully. He was interested in Jennifer's complete acceptance of everything that was said to her. He said gently, but she might not have been speaking the truth. Oh, said Jennifer. No, I suppose not. You're quite sure you hadn't seen her before? She could not have been. For instance, one of the girls dressed up, or one of the mistresses dressed up. Jennifer looked puzzled. Poirot laid before her the sketch Eileen Rich had done for him of Mademoiselle Blanche. This was not the woman. Was it? Jennifer looked at it doubtfully. It's a little like her, but I don't think it's her. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. There was no sign that Jennifer recognized that this was actually a sketch of Mademoiselle Blanche. You see, said Jennifer, I didn't really look at her much. She was an American and a stranger. And then she told me about the racket. After that, it was clear. Jennifer would have had eyes for nothing but her new possession. I see, said Poirot. He went on. Did you ever see at Meadowbank anyone that you'd seen out in Ramata? In Ramat, Jennifer thought, oh no, at least I don't think so. Poirot pounced on the slight expression of doubt. But you are not sure. Mademoiselle Jennifer. Well, Jennifer scratched her forehead with a worried expression. I mean, you're always seeing people who look like somebody else. You can't quite remember who it is they look like. Sometimes you see people that you have met, but you don't remember who they are. And they say to you, you don't remember me. And then that's awfully awkward, because really you don't. I mean, you sort of know their face, but you can't remember their names or where you saw them. That is very true, said Poirot. Yes, that is very true. One often has that experience. He paused a moment. Then he went on, prodding gently. Princess Shaista, for instance. You probably recognized her when you saw her because you must have seen her in Ramat. Oh, was she in Ramat? Very likely, said Poirot. After all, she is a relation of the ruling house. You might have seen her there. I don't think I did, said Jennifer, frowning. Anyway, she wouldn't go about with her face showing there. Would she, I mean? They all wear veils and things like that. Though they take them off in Paris and Cairo, I believe. And in London, of course, she added. Anyway, you had no feeling of having seen anyone at Meadowbank whom you had seen before. No, I'm sure I hadn't. Of course, most people do look rather alike, and you might have seen them anywhere. It's only when somebody's got an odd sort of face like Miss Rich that you notice it. Did you think you'd seen Miss Rich somewhere before? I hadn't really. It must have been someone like her, but it was someone much fatter than she was. Someone much fatter, said Poirot thoughtfully. You couldn't imagine Miss Rich being fat, said Jennifer with a giggle. She's so frightfully thin and knobbly. And anyway, Miss Rich couldn't have been in Ramat because she was away ill last term. And the other girls said, Poirot. Had you seen any of the girls before? Only the ones I knew already. said Jennifer. I did know one or two of them. After all, you know, I was only there 3 weeks, and I really don't know half of the people there even by sight. I wouldn't know most of them if I met them tomorrow. You should notice things more, said Poirot severely. One can't notice everything, protested Jennifer. She went on. If Meadowbank is carrying on, I would like to go back. See if you can do anything with Mummy. Though really, she added, I think it's Daddy who's the stumbling block. It's awful here in the country. I get no opportunity to improve my tennis. I assure you I will do what I can, said Poirot. 21. Gathering Threads. I want to talk to you. Eileen, said Miss Bulstrode. Eileen Rich followed Miss Bulstrode into the latter's sitting room. Meadowbank was strangely quiet. About 25 pupils were still there. Pupils whose parents had found it either difficult or unwelcome to fetch them. The panic-stricken rush had, as Miss Bulstrode had hoped, been checked by her own tactics. There was a general feeling that by next term, everything would have been cleared up. It was much wiser of Miss Bulstrode, they felt, to close the school. None of the staff had left. Miss Johnson fretted with too much time on her hands. A day in which there was too little to do did not in the least suit her. Miss Chadwick, looking old and miserable, wandered round in a kind of coma of misery. She was far harder hit to all appearance than Miss Bulstrode. Miss Bulstrode, indeed, managed apparently without difficulty to be completely herself, unperturbed, and with no sign of strain or collapse. The two younger mistresses were not averse to the extra leisure. They bathed in the swimming pool, wrote long letters to friends and relations, and sent for cruise literature to study and compare. Anne Shapland had a good deal of time on her hands, and did not appear to resent the fact. She spent a good deal of that time in the garden, and devoted herself to gardening with quite unexpected efficiency. That she preferred to be instructed in the work by Adam rather than by old Briggs was perhaps a not unnatural phenomenon. Yes, Miss Bulstrode said, Eileen Rich. I've been wanting to talk to you, said Miss Bulstrode. Whether this school can continue or not, I do not know. What people will feel is always fairly incalculable because they will all feel differently. But the result will be that whoever feels most strongly will end by converting all the rest. So either Meadowbank is finished, no, said Eileen Rich, interrupting, not finished. She almost stamped her foot, and her hair immediately began coming down. You mustn't let it be stopped, she said. It would be a sin, a crime. You say. You speak very strongly, said Miss Bulstrode. I feel strongly. There are so many things that really don't seem worthwhile a bit. But Meadowbank does seem worthwhile. It seemed worthwhile to me the first moment I came here. You're a fighter, said Miss Bulstrode. I like fighters, and I assure you that I don't intend to give in tamely. In a way, I'm going to enjoy the fight. You know, when everything's too easy and things go too well, one gets, I don't know the exact word, I mean complacent. Bored. A kind of hybrid of the two. But I'm not bored now, and I'm not complacent, and I'm going to fight with every ounce of strength I've got, and with every penny I've got. 2. Now what I want to say to you is this. If Meadowbank continues, will you come in on a partnership basis? Me. Eileen Rich stared at her. Me. Yes, my dear, said Miss Bulstrode. You. I couldn't, said Eileen Rich. I don't know enough. I'm too young. Why? I haven't got the experience, the knowledge that you'd want. You must leave it to me to know what I want, said Miss Bulstrode. Mind you, this isn't, at the present moment of talking, a good offer. You'd probably do better for yourself elsewhere. But I want to tell you this, and you've got to believe me. I had already decided before Miss Van Siddart's unfortunate death that you were the person I wanted to carry on this school. You thought so. Then Eileen Rich stared at her. But I thought we all thought that Miss Van Sittart. There was no arrangement made with Miss Van Sittart, said Miss Bulstrode. I had her in mind. I will confess, I've had her in mind for the last 2 years, but something's always held me back from saying anything definite to her about it. I dare say everyone assumed that she'd be my successor. She may have thought so herself. I myself thought so, until very recently. And then I decided that she was not what I wanted, but she was so suitable in every way. Said Eileen Rich, she would have carried out things in exactly your ways, in exactly your ideas. Yes, said Miss Bulstrode, and that's just what would have been wrong. You can't hold on to the past. A certain amount of tradition is good, but never too much. A school is for the children of today. It's not for the children of 50 years ago, or even of 30 years ago. There are some schools in which tradition is more important than others, but Meadowbank is not one of those. It's not a school with a long tradition behind it. It's a creation, if I may say it, of one woman, myself. I've tried certain ideas and carried them out to the best of my ability, though occasionally I've had to modify them when they haven't produced the results I'd expected. It's not been a conventional school, but it has not prided itself on being an unconventional school either. It's a school that tries to make the best of both worlds, the past and the future. But the real stress is on the present. That's how it's going to go on. How it ought to go on. Run by someone with ideas, ideas of the present day. Keeping what is wise from the past, looking forward towards the future. You're very much the age I was when I started here, but you've got what I no longer can have. You'll find it written in the Bible. Their old men dream dreams, and their young men have visions. We don't need dreams here. We need vision. I believe you to have vision, and that's why I decided that you were the person and not Eleanor Van Sittart. It would have been wonderful, said Eileen Rich. Wonderful. The thing I should have liked above all. Miss Bulstrode was faintly surprised by the tense, although she did not show it. Instead, she agreed promptly. Yes, she said, it would have been wonderful, but it isn't wonderful now. Well, I suppose I understand that. No, no, I don't mean that at all, said Eileen Rich. Not at all. I can't go into details very well, but if you had asked me, spoken to me like this a week or a fortnight ago, I should have said at once that I couldn't, that it would have been quite impossible. The only reason why it might be possible now is because, well, because it is a case of fighting, of taking on things. May I think it over, Miss Bulstrode. I don't know what to say now. Of course, said Miss Bulstrode. She was still surprised. One never really knew, she thought, about anybody. There goes Rich with her hair coming down again, said Anne Chaplin as she straightened herself up from a flower bed. If she can't control it, I can't think why she doesn't get it cut off. She's got a good-shaped head, and she would look better. You ought to tell her so, said Adam. We're not on those terms, said Anne Chaplin. She went on. Do you think this place will be able to carry on? That's a very doubtful question, said Adam. And who am I to judge? You could tell as well as another, I should think, said Anne Chaplin. It might, you know. The old bull, as the girls call her, has got what it takes. A hypnotizing effect on parents to begin with. How long is it since the beginning of term? Only a month. It seems like a year. I shall be glad when it comes to an end. Will you come back if the school goes on? No, said Anne with emphasis. No, indeed. I've had enough of schools to last me for a lifetime. I'm not cut out for being cooped up with a lot of women anyway. And frankly, I don't like murder. It's the sort of thing that's fun to read about in the paper, or to read yourself to sleep with in the way of a nice book, but the real thing isn't so good. I think, added Anne thoughtfully, that when I leave here at the end of the term, I shall marry Dennis and settle down. Dennis said Adam. That's the one you mentioned to me. Wasn't it? As far as I remember, his work takes him to Burma and Malaya and Singapore and Japan and places like that. It won't be exactly settling down. Will it? If you marry him. Anne laughed suddenly. No, no, I suppose it won't. Not in the physical, geographical sense. I think you can do better than Dennis, said Adam. Are you making me an offer? Said Anne. Certainly not, said Adam. You're an ambitious girl. You wouldn't like to marry a humble jobbing gardener. I was wondering about marrying into the C.I.D., said Anne. I'm not in the sea. A day, said Adam. No, of course not, said Anne. Let's preserve the niceties of speech. You're not in the C.I.D. Shysta wasn't kidnapped. Everything in the garden's lovely. It is rather, she added, looking round. All the same, she said after a moment or two. I don't understand in the least about Shysta turning up in Geneva, or whatever the story is. How did she get there? All you people must be very slack to allow her to be taken out of this country. My lips are sealed, said Adam. I don't think you know the first thing about it, said Anne. I will admit, said Adam, that we have to thank Monsieur Hercule Poirot for having had a bright idea. What? The funny little man who brought Julia back and came to see Miss Bulstrode. Yes, he calls himself, said Adam, a consultant detective. I think he's pretty much of a has-been, said Anne. I don't understand what he's up to at all, said Adam. He even went to see my mother, or some friend of his did. Your mother said Anne. Why, I've no idea. He seems to have a kind of morbid interest in mothers. He went to see Jennifer's mother, too. Did he go and see Miss Rich's mother? And Chatty's? I gather Miss Rich hasn't got a mother, said Adam. Otherwise, no doubt, he would have gone to see her. Miss Chadwick's got a mother in Cheltenham. She told me, said Anne, but she's about 80 odd. I believe, Poor Miss Chadwick. She looks about 80 herself. She's coming to talk to us now." Adam looked up. "Yes," he said. "She's aged a lot in the last week." "Because she really loves the school," said Anne. "It's her whole life. She can't bear to see it go downhill." Miss Chadwick indeed looked 10 years older than she had done on the day of the opening term. Her step had lost its brisk efficiency. She no longer trotted about, happy and bustling. She came up to them now, her steps dragging a little. "Will you please come to Miss Bulstrode?" she said to Adam. "She has some instruction about the garden. I'll have to clean up a bit first," said Adam. He laid down his tools and moved off in the direction of the potting shed. Anne and Miss Chadwick walked together towards the house. "Does seem quiet, doesn't it?" said Anne. "Looking round, like an empty house at the theater," she added thoughtfully, "with people spaced out by the box office as tactfully as possible to make them look like an audience." "It's dreadful," said Miss Chadwick. "Dreadful, dreadful, to think that Meadowbank has come to this. I can't get over it. I can't sleep at night. Everything in ruins. All the years of work, of building up something really fine." "It may get all right again," said Anne cheerfully. "People have got very short memories. You know, not as short as all that," said Miss Chadwick grimly. Anne did not answer. In her heart, she rather agreed with Miss Chadwick. Mademoiselle Blanche came out of the classroom where she had been teaching French literature. She glanced at her watch. Yes, there would be plenty of time for what she intended to do. With so few pupils, there was always plenty of time these days. She went upstairs to her room and put on her hat. She was not one of those who went about hatless. She studied her appearance in the mirror with satisfaction. Not a personality to be noticed. Well, there could be advantages in that. She smiled to herself. It had made it easy for her to use her sister's testimonials. Even the passport photograph had gone unchallenged. It would have been 1,000 pities to waste those excellent credentials when Angèle had died. Angèle had really enjoyed teaching, for herself. It was unutterable boredom. But the pay was excellent, far above what she herself had ever been able to earn. And besides, things had turned out unbelievably well. The future was going to be very different. Oh yes, very different. The drab Mademoiselle Blanche would be transformed. She saw it all in her mind's eye. The Riviera, herself smartly dressed, suitably made up. All one needed in this world was money. Oh yes, things were going to be very pleasant indeed. It was worth having come to this detestable English school. She picked up her handbag, went out of her room and along the corridor. Her eyes dropped to the kneeling woman who was busy there. A new daily help, a police spy. Of course. How simple they were to think that one would not know. A contemptuous smile on her lips. She went out of the house and down the drive to the front gate. The bus stop was almost opposite. She stood at it, waiting. The bus should be here in a moment or two. There were very few people about in this quiet country road. A car with a man bending over the open bonnet. A bicycle leaning against a hedge. A man also waiting for the bus. One or other of the three would, no doubt, follow her. It would be skillfully done. Not obviously. She was quite alive to the fact. and it did not worry her. Her shadow was welcome to see where she went and what she did. The bus came. She got in. A quarter of an hour later, she got out in the main square of the town. She did not trouble to look behind her. She crossed to where the shop windows of a fairly large departmental store showed their display of new model gowns. Poor stuff. For provincial tastes, she thought, with a curling lip, but she stood looking at them as though much attracted. Presently she went inside, made one or two trivial purchases, then went up to the first floor and entered the ladies' restroom. There was a writing table there, some easy chairs, and a telephone box. She went into the box, put the necessary coins in, dialed the number she wanted, waiting to hear if the right voice answered. She nodded in approval, pressed button A and spoke. "This is the Maison Blanche. You understand me?" The Maison Blanche. "I have to speak of an account that is owed." "You have until tomorrow evening." Tomorrow evening. To pay into the account of the Maison Blanche at the Crédit National in London. Ledbury, St. Branch, the sum that I tell you. She named the sum. If that money is not paid in, then it will be necessary for me to report in the proper quarters what I observed on the night of the 12th. The reference pay attention is to Miss Springer. You have a little over 24 hours. She hung up and emerged into the restroom. A woman had just come in from outside, another customer of the shop. Perhaps, or again, perhaps not. But if the latter, it was too late for anything to be overheard. Mademoiselle Blanche freshened herself up in the adjoining cloakroom. Then she went and tried on a couple of blouses, but did not buy them. She went out into the street again, smiling to herself. She looked into a bookshop and then caught a bus back to Meadowbank. She was still smiling to herself as she walked up the drive. She had arranged matters very well. The sum she had demanded had not been too large, not impossible to raise at short notice, and it would do very well to go on with, because Poirot. Of course, in the future, there would be further demands. Yes, a very pretty little source of income this was going to be. She had no qualms of conscience. She did not consider it in any way her duty to report what she knew and had seen to the police, that Springer had been a detestable woman, rude, mal élevée, prying into what was no business of hers. Ah, well, she had got her deserts. Mademoiselle Blanche stayed for a while by the swimming pool. She watched Eileen Rich diving. Then Anne Shapland, too, climbed up and dived very well. 2. There was laughing and squeals from the girls. A bell rang, and Mademoiselle Blanche went in to take her junior class. They were inattentive and tiresome, but Mademoiselle Blanche hardly noticed. She would soon have done with teaching forever. She went up to her room to tidy herself for supper, vaguely, without really noticing. She saw that, contrary to her usual practice, she had thrown her garden coat across a chair in the corner instead of hanging it up as usual. She leaned forward, studying her face in the glass. She applied powder, lipstick. The movement was so quick that it took her completely by surprise. Noiseless professional. The coat on the chair seemed to gather itself together, dropped to the ground, and in an instant behind Mademoiselle Blanche, a hand with a sandbag rose and, as she opened her lips to scream, fell, dully, on the back of her neck. 22. Incident in Anatolia. Mrs. Upjohn was sitting by the side of the road overlooking a deep ravine. She was talking partly in French and partly with gestures to a large and solid-looking Turkish woman who was telling her with as much detail as possible under these difficulties of communications all about her last miscarriage. 9 children she had had, she explained, 8 of them boys, and 5 miscarriages. She seemed as pleased at the miscarriages as she did at the births, and she poked Mrs. Upjohn amiably in the ribs. Combien garçons, filles, combien? She held up her hands ready to indicate on the fingers. Une fille, said Mrs. Upjohn. A garçon. Seeing that she was about to fall in the Turkish woman's estimation, Mrs. Upjohn, in a surge of nationalism, proceeded to perjure herself. She held up 5 fingers of her right hand. Cinq, she said. Cinq garçons très bien. The Turkish woman nodded with approbation and respect. She added that if only her cousin, who spoke French really fluently, was here, they could understand each other a great deal better. She then resumed the story of her last miscarriage. The other passengers were sprawled about near them, eating odd bits of food from the baskets they carried with them. The bus, looking slightly the worse for wear, was drawn up against an overhanging rock, and the driver and another man were busy inside the bonnet. Mrs. Upjohn had lost complete count of time. Floods had blocked 2 of the roads. Detours had been necessary, and they had once been stuck for 7 hours until the river they were fording subsided. Ankara lay in the not impossible future, and that was all she knew. She listened to her friend's eager and incoherent conversation, trying to gauge when to nod admiringly, when to shake her head in sympathy. A voice cut into her thoughts, a voice highly incongruous with her present surroundings. Mrs. Upjohn, I believe, said the voice. Mrs. Upjohn looked up. A little way away, a car had driven up. The man standing opposite her had undoubtedly alighted from it. His face was unmistakably British, as was his voice. He was impeccably dressed in a gray flannel suit. Good heavens, said Mrs. Upjohn. Dr. Livingston. It must seem rather like that, said the stranger pleasantly. My name's Atkinson. I'm from the consulate in Ankara. We've been trying to get in touch with you for 2 or 3 days, but the roads have been cut. You wanted to get in touch with me. Why, suddenly, Mrs. Upjohn rose to her feet. All traces of the gay traveler had disappeared. She was all mother, every inch of her. Julia, she said sharply. Has something happened to Julia? No. No. Mr. Atkinson reassured her. Julia's quite all right. It's not that at all. There's been a spot of trouble at Meadowbank, and we want to get you home there as soon as possible. I'll drive you back to Ankara, and you can get on a plane in about an hour's time. Mrs. Upjohn opened her mouth and then shut it again. Then she rose and said, You'll have to get my bag off the top of that bus. It's the dark one. She turned, shook hands with her Turkish companion, said, I'm sorry. I have to go home now. Waved to the rest of the busload with the utmost friendliness, called out a Turkish farewell greeting, which was part of her small stock of Turkish, and prepared to follow Mr. Atkinson immediately without asking any further questions. It occurred to him, as it had occurred to many other people, that Mrs. Upjohn was a very sensible woman. 23. Showdown. In one of the smaller classrooms, Miss Bulstrode looked at the assembled people. All the members of her staff were there: Miss Chadwick, Miss Johnson, Miss Rich, and the two younger mistresses. Anne Chaplin sat with her pad and pencil in case Miss Bulstrode wanted her to take notes. Beside Miss Bulstrode sat Inspector Kelsey, and beyond him, Hercule Poirot. Adam Goodman sat in a no-man's land of his own, halfway between the staff and what he called to himself the executive body. Miss Bulstrode rose and spoke in her practiced, decisive voice. "I feel it is due to you all," she said, "as members of my staff, and interested in the fortunes of the school, to know exactly to what point this inquiry has progressed. I have been informed by Inspector Kelsey of several facts. Hercule Poirot, who has international connections, has obtained valuable assistance from Switzerland and will report himself on that particular matter. We have not yet come to the end of the inquiry, I am sorry to say, but certain minor matters have been cleared up, and I thought it would be a relief to you all to know how matters stand at the present moment." Miss Bulstrode looked towards Inspector Kelsey, and he rose. "Officially," he said, "I am not in a position to disclose all that I know. I can only reassure you to the extent of saying that we are making progress, and we are beginning to have a good idea who is responsible for the 3 crimes that have been committed on the premises. Beyond that, I will not go. My friend, Hercule Poirot, who is not bound by official secrecy and is at perfect liberty to give you his own ideas, will disclose to you certain information which he himself has been influential in procuring. I am sure you are all loyal to Meadowbank and to Miss Bulstrode, and will keep to yourselves various matters upon which Poirot is going to touch, and which are not of any public interest. The less gossip or speculation about them, the better. So, I will ask you to keep the facts that you will learn here today to yourselves. Is that understood?" "Of course," said Miss Chadwick, speaking first and with emphasis. "Of course, we're all loyal to Meadowbank, I should hope." "Naturally," said Miss Johnson. "Oh, yes," said the two younger mistresses. "I agree," said Eileen Rich. "Then perhaps—" Poirot. Hercule Poirot rose to his feet, beamed on his audience, and carefully twisted his mustaches. The two younger mistresses had a sudden desire to giggle, and looked away from each other, pursing their lips together. "It has been a difficult and anxious time for you all," he said. "I want you to know first that I do appreciate that. It has naturally been worst of all for Miss Bulstrode herself, but you have all suffered. You have suffered first the loss of 3 of your colleagues, one of whom has been here for a considerable period of time. I refer to Miss Van Sittart. Miss Springer and Mademoiselle Blanche were, of course, newcomers, but I do not doubt that their deaths were a great shock to you and a distressing happening. You must also have suffered a good deal of apprehension yourselves, for it must have seemed as though there were a kind of vendetta aimed against the mistresses of Meadowbank School. That I can assure you, and Inspector Kelsey will assure you also, is not so. Meadowbank, by a fortuitous series of chances, became the center for the attentions of a various undesirable interests. There has been, shall we say, a cat among the pigeons. There have been 3 murders here, and also a kidnapping. I will deal first with the kidnapping. For all through this business, the difficulty has been to clear out of the way extraneous matters which, though criminal in themselves, obscure the most important thread, the thread of a ruthless and determined killer in your midst. He took from his pocket a photograph. First, I will pass around this photograph. Kelsey took it, handed it to Miss Bulstrode, and she in turn handed it to the staff. It was returned to Poirot. He looked at their faces, which were quite blank. I ask you, all of you, do you recognize the girl in that photograph? One and all, they shook their heads. You should do so, said Poirot. Since that is a photograph obtained by me from Geneva of Princess Shaista. But it's not Shaista at all, cried Miss Chadwick. Exactly, said Poirot. The threads of all this business start in Ramat where, as you know, a revolutionary coup d'etat took place about 3 months ago. The ruler, Prince Ali Yusuf, managed to escape, flown out by his own private pilot. Their plane, however, crashed in the mountains north of Ramat and was not discovered until later in the year. A certain article of great value, which was always carried on Prince Ali's person, was missing. It was not found at the wreck, and there were rumors that it had been brought to this country. Several groups of people were anxious to get hold of this very valuable article. One of their leads to it was Prince Ali Yusuf's only remaining relation, his first cousin, a girl who was then at a school in Switzerland. It seemed likely that if the precious article had been safely got out of Ramat, it would be brought to Princess Shaista or to her relatives and guardians. Certain agents were detailed to keep an eye on her uncle, the Emir Ibrahim, and others to keep an eye on the princess herself. It was known that she was due to come to this school, Meadowbank, this term. Therefore, it would have been only natural that someone should be detailed to obtain employment here and to keep a close watch on anyone who approached the princess, her letters, and any telephone messages. But an even simpler and more efficacious idea was evolved, that of kidnapping Shaista and sending one of their own number to the school as Princess Shaista herself. This could be done successfully since the Emir Ibrahim was in Egypt and did not propose to visit England until late summer. Miss Bulstrode herself had not seen the girl, and all arrangements that she had made concerning her reception had been made with the embassy in London. The plan was simple in the extreme. The real Shaista left Switzerland accompanied by a representative from the embassy in London, or so it was supposed. Actually, the embassy in London was informed that a representative from the Swiss school would accompany the girl to London. The real Shaista was taken to a very pleasant chalet in Switzerland where she has been ever since, and an entirely different girl arrived in London, was met there by a representative of the embassy, and subsequently brought to this school. This substitute, of course, was necessarily much older than the real Shaista, but that would hardly attract attention since Eastern girls noticeably look much more mature than their age. A young French actress who specializes in playing schoolgirl parts was the agent chosen? I did ask, said Hercule Poirot in a thoughtful voice, as to whether anyone had noticed Shaista's knees. Knees are a very good indication of age. The knees of a woman of 23 or 24 can never really be mistaken for the knees of a girl of 14 or 15. Nobody, alas, had noticed her knees. The plan was hardly as successful as had been hoped. nobody attempted to get in touch with Shaista. No letters or telephone calls of significance arrived for her, and as time went on, an added anxiety arose. The Emir Ibrahim might arrive in England ahead of schedule. He was not a man who announced his plans ahead. He was in the habit, I understand, of saying one evening, "Tomorrow I go to London," and thereupon to go. The false shysta, then, was aware that at any moment someone who knew the real shysta might arrive. Especially was this so after the murder, and therefore she began to prepare the way for a kidnapping by talking about it to Inspector Kelsey. Of course, the actual kidnapping was nothing of the kind. As soon as she learned that her uncle was coming to take her out the following morning, she sent a brief message by telephone. And half an hour earlier than the genuine car, a showy car with false CD plates on it arrived, and Shysta was officially kidnapped. Actually, of course, she was set down by the car in the first large town where she at once resumed her own personality. An amateurish ransom note was sent just to keep up the fiction. Hercule Poirot paused, then said, "It was, as you can see, merely the trick of the conjurer. Misdirection. You focus the eyes on the kidnapping here, and it does not occur to anyone that the kidnapping really occurred 3 weeks earlier in Switzerland." What Poirot really meant, but was too polite to say, was that it had not occurred to anyone but himself. We pass now, he said, to something far more serious than kidnapping murder. The false shysta could, of course, have killed Miss Springer, but she could not have killed Miss Van Sittart or Mademoiselle Blanche, and would have had no motive to kill anybody, nor was such a thing required of her. Her role was simply to receive a valuable packet if, as seemed likely, it should be brought to her, or alternatively, to receive news of it. Let us go back now to Ramat, where all this started. It was widely rumored in Ramat that Prince Ali Yusuf had given this valuable packet to Bob Rawlinson, his private pilot, and that Bob Rawlinson had arranged for its dispatch to England. On the day in question, Rawlinson went to Ramat's principal hotel, where his sister, Mrs. Sutcliffe, and her daughter Jennifer were staying. Mrs. Sutcliffe and Jennifer were out, but Bob Rawlinson went up to their room, where he remained for at least 20 minutes. That is rather a long time under the circumstances. He might, of course, have been writing a long letter to his sister, but that was not so. He merely left a short note which he could have scribbled in a couple of minutes. It was a very fair inference, then, inferred by several separate parties, that during his time in her room, he had placed this object amongst his sister's effects, and that she had brought it back to England. Now we come to what I may call the dividing of two separate threads. One set of interests, or possibly more than one set, assumed that Mrs. Sutcliffe had brought this article back to England, and in consequence, her house in the country was ransacked and a thorough search made. This showed that whoever was searching did not know where exactly the article was hidden, only that it was probably somewhere in Mrs. Sutcliffe's possession. But somebody else knew very definitely exactly where that article was, and I think that by now it will do no harm for me to tell you where. In fact, Bob Rawlinson did conceal it. He concealed it in the handle of a tennis racket, hollowing out the handle and afterwards piecing it together again so skillfully that it was difficult to see what had been done. The tennis racket belonged, not to his sister, but to her daughter Jennifer. someone who knew exactly where the cash was, went out to the sports pavilion one night, having previously taken an impression of the key and got a key cut. At that time of night, everyone should have been in bed and asleep, but that was not so. Miss Springer saw the light of a torch in the sports pavilion from the house and went out to investigate. She was a tough, hefty young woman and had no doubts of her own ability to cope with anything she might find. The person in question was probably sorting through the tennis rackets to find the right one. Discovered and recognized by Miss Springer, there was no hesitation. The searcher was a killer and shot Miss Springer dead. Afterwards, however, the killer had to act fast. The shot had been heard. People were approaching. At all costs, the killer must get out of the sports pavilion unseen. The racket must be left where it was for the moment. Within a few days, another method was tried. A strange woman with a faked American accent waylaid Jennifer Sutcliffe as she was coming from the tennis courts and told her a plausible story about a relative of hers having sent her down a new tennis racket. Jennifer unsuspiciously accepted this story and gladly exchanged the racket she was carrying for the new, expensive one the stranger had brought. But a circumstance had arisen, which the woman with the American accent knew nothing about. That was that a few days previously, Jennifer Sutcliffe and Julia Upjohn had exchanged rackets, so that what the strange woman took away with her was in actual fact Julia Upjohn's old racket. Though the identifying tape on it bore Jennifer's name, we come now to the second tragedy. Miss Van Sittart, for some unknown reason, but possibly connected with the kidnapping of Shysta, which had taken place that afternoon, took a torch and went out to the sports pavilion after everybody had gone to bed. Somebody who had followed her there struck her down with a cosh or a sandbag as she was stooping down by Shysta's locker. Again, the crime was discovered almost immediately. Miss Chadwick saw a light in the sports pavilion and hurried out there. The police once more took charge at the sports pavilion, and again, the killer was debarred from searching and examining the tennis rackets there. But by now, Julia Upjohn, an intelligent child, had thought things over and had come to the logical conclusion that the racket she possessed and which had originally belonged to Jennifer was in some way important. She investigated on her own behalf, found that she was correct in her surmise, and brought the contents of the racket to me. These are now, said Hercule Poirot, in safe custody and need concern us here no longer. He paused and then went on. It remains to consider the third tragedy. What Mademoiselle Blanche knew or suspected, we shall never know. She may have seen someone leaving the house on the night of Miss Springer's murder. Whatever it was that she knew or suspected, she knew the identity of the murderer, and she kept that knowledge to herself. She planned to obtain money in return for her silence. There is nothing, said Hercule Poirot, with feeling more dangerous than levying blackmail on a person who has killed perhaps twice already. Mademoiselle Blanche may have taken her own precautions, but whatever they were inadequate. She made an appointment with the murderer, and she was killed. He paused again. So there, he said, looking round at them. You have the account of this whole affair. They were all staring at him. Their faces, which at first had reflected interest, surprise, excitement, seemed now frozen into a uniform calm. It was as though they were terrified to display any emotion. Hercule Poirot nodded at them. Yes, he said, I know how you feel. It has come, has it not, very near home. That is why, you see, I and Inspector Kelsey and Mr. Adam Goodman have been making the inquiries. We have to know. You see, if there is still a cat among the pigeons, you understand what I mean? Is there still someone here who is masquerading under false colors? There was a slight ripple passing through those who listened to him. A brief, almost furtive, sidelong glance, as though they wished to look at each other, but did not dare do so. I am happy to reassure you, said Poirot. All of you here at this moment are exactly who you say you are. Miss Chadwick, for instance. Is Miss Chadwick? That is certainly not open to doubt. She has been here as long as Meadowbank itself. Miss Johnson, too, is unmistakably Miss Johnson. Miss Rich is Miss Rich. Miss Shapland is Miss Shapland. Miss Rowan and Miss Blake are Miss Rowan and Miss Blake. To go further, said Poirot, turning his head, Adam Goodman, who works here in the garden, is, if not precisely Adam Goodman, at any rate the person whose name is on his credentials. So then, where are we? We must seek not for someone masquerading as someone else, but for someone who is, in his or her proper identity, a murderer. The room was very still now. There was menace in the air. Poirot went on. We want, primarily, someone who was in Ramat 3 months ago. Knowledge that the prize was concealed in the tennis racket could only have been acquired in one way. Someone must have seen it put there by Bob Rawlinson. It is as simple as that. Who then? Of all of you present here, was in Ramat 3 months ago. Miss Chadwick was here. Miss Johnson was here. His eyes went on to the 2 junior mistresses. Miss Rowan and Miss Blake were here. His finger went out pointing. But Miss Rich was not here last term. Was she, I know? I was ill. She spoke hurriedly. I was away for a term. That is the thing we did not know, said Hercule Poirot, until a few days ago somebody mentioned it casually. When questioned by the police originally, you merely said that you had been at Meadowbank for a year and a half. That in itself is true enough. But you were absent last term. You could have been in Ramat. I think you were in Ramat. Be careful. It can be verified. You know, from your passport. There was a moment's silence. Then, Eileen Rich looked up. Yeah, she said quietly. I was in Ramat. Why not? Why did you go to Ramat, Miss Rich? You already know. I had been ill. I was advised to take a rest to go abroad. I wrote to Miss Bulstrode and explained that I must take a term off. She quite understood. That is so, said Miss Bulstrode. A doctor's certificate was enclosed, which said that it would be unwise for Miss Rich to resume her duties until the following term. So you went to Ramat, said Hercule Poirot. Why shouldn't I go to Ramat? Said Eileen Rich. Her voice trembled slightly. There are cheap fares offered to school teachers. I wanted a rest. I wanted sunshine. I went out to Ramat. I spent 2 months there. Why not? Why not? I say, you have never mentioned that you were at Ramat at the time of the revolution. Why should I? What has it got to do with anyone here? I haven't killed anyone. I tell you, I haven't killed anyone. You were recognized, you know, said Hercule Poirot. Not recognized definitely, but indefinitely. The child Jennifer was very vague. She said she thought she'd seen you in Ramat, but concluded it couldn't be you because, she said, the person she had seen was fat, not thin. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into Eileen Rich's face. What have you to say, Miss Rich? She wheeled round. I know what you're trying to make out, she cried. You're trying to make out that it wasn't a secret agent or anything of that kind who did these murders. That it was someone who just happened to be there. Someone who happened to see this treasure hidden in a tennis racket. Someone who realized that the child was coming to Meadowbank and that she'd have an opportunity to take for herself this hidden thing. But I tell you, it isn't true. I think that is what happened. Yes, said Poirot. Someone saw the jewels being hidden and forgot all other duties or interests in the determination to possess them. It isn't true, I tell you. I saw nothing, Inspector Kelsey. Poirot turned his head. Inspector Kelsey nodded, went to the door, opened it, and Mrs. Upjohn walked into the room. How do you do? Miss Bulstrode, said Mrs. Upjohn, looking rather embarrassed. I'm sorry I'm looking rather untidy, but I was somewhere near Ankara yesterday, and I've just flown home. I'm in a terrible mess, and I really haven't had time to clean myself up or do anything. That does not matter, said Hercule Poirot. We want to ask you something. Mrs. Upjohn, said Kelsey. When you came here to bring your daughter to the school and you were in Miss Bulstrode's sitting room, you looked out of the window which gives on the front drive, and you uttered an exclamation as though you recognized someone you saw there. That is so. Is it not, Mrs. Upjohn stared at him. When I was in Miss Bulstrode's sitting room, I looked, oh. Yes, of course, yes. I did see someone. Someone you were surprised to see. Well, I was rather... You see, it had all been such years ago. You mean the days when you were working in intelligence towards the end of the war? Yes, it was about 15 years ago, of course. She looked much older, but I recognized her at once, and I wondered what on earth she could be doing here. Mrs. Upjohn, will you look round this room and tell me if you see that person here now? Yes, of course, said Mrs. Upjohn. I saw her as soon as I came in. That's her. She stretched out a pointing finger. Inspector Kelsey was quick, and so was Adam. But they were not quick enough. Anne Chaplin had sprung to her feet. In her hand was a small, wicked-looking automatic, and it pointed straight at Mrs. Upjohn. Miss Bulstrode, quicker than the two men, moved sharply forward, but swifter still was Miss Chadwick. It was not Mrs. Upjohn that she was trying to shield. It was the woman who was standing between Anne Chaplin and Mrs. Upjohn. No, you shan't, cried Chatty, and flung herself on Miss Bulstrode just as the small automatic went off. Miss Chadwick staggered, then slowly crumpled down. Miss Johnson ran to her. Adam and Kelsey had got hold of Anne Chaplin now. She was struggling like a wild cat, but they wrested the small automatic from her. Mrs. Upjohn said breathlessly, "They said then that she was a killer, although she was so young, one of the most dangerous agents they had. Angelica was her code name." "You lying bitch." Anne Chaplin fairly spat out the words. Hercule Poirot said, "She does not lie. You are dangerous. You have always led a dangerous life. Up to now, you have never been suspected in your own identity. All the jobs you have taken in your own name have been perfectly genuine jobs, efficiently performed, but they have all been jobs with a purpose. And that purpose has been the gaining of information. You have worked with an oil company, with an archaeologist whose work took him to a certain part of the globe, with an actress whose protector was an eminent politician. Ever since you were 17, you have worked as an agent, though, for many different masters. Your services have been for hire and have been highly paid. You have played a dual role. Most of your assignments have been carried out in your own name. But there were certain jobs for which you assumed different identities. Those were the times when ostensibly you had to go home and be with your mother. But I strongly suspect, Miss Shapland, that the elderly woman I visited, who lives in a small village with a nurse companion to look after her, an elderly woman who is genuinely a mental patient with a confused mind, is not your mother at all. She has been your excuse for retiring from employment and from the circle of your friends. The 3 months this winter that you spent with your mother, who had one of her bad turns, covers the time when you went out to Ramat, not as Anne Shapland, but as Angelica de Toredo, a Spanish or near Spanish cabaret dancer. You occupied the room in the hotel next to that of Mrs. Sutcliffe, and somehow you managed to see Bob Rawlinson conceal the jewels in the racket. You had no opportunity of taking the racket, therefore there was the sudden evacuation of all British people. But you had read the labels on their luggage, and it was easy to find out something about them. To obtain a secretarial post here was not difficult. I have made some inquiries. You paid a substantial sum to Miss Bulstrode's former secretary to vacate her post on the plea of a breakdown. And you had quite a plausible story. You had been commissioned to write a series of articles on a famous girls' school from within. It all seemed quite easy, did it not? If a child's racket was missing, what of it? Simpler still. You would go out at night to the sports pavilion and abstract the jewels. But you had not reckoned with Miss Springer. Perhaps she had already seen you examining the rackets. Perhaps she just happened to wake that night. She followed you out there, and you shot her. Later, Mademoiselle Blanche tried to blackmail you, and you killed her. It comes natural to you, does it not, to kill? He stopped in a monotonous official voice. Inspector Kelsey cautioned his prisoner. She did not listen. Turning towards Hercule Poirot, she burst out in a low-pitched flood of invective that startled everyone in the room. "Phew," said Adam, as Kelsey took her away. "And I thought she was a nice girl." Miss Johnson had been kneeling by Miss Chadwick. "I'm afraid she's badly hurt," she said. "She'd better not be moved until the doctor comes." 24. Poirot explains Mrs. Upjohn, wandering through the corridors of Meadowbank School. Forgot the exciting scene she had just been through. She was, for the moment, merely a mother seeking her young. She found her in a deserted classroom. Julia was bending over a desk, her tongue protruding slightly, absorbed in the agonies of composition. She looked up and stared, then flung herself across the room and hugged her mother, Mummy then, with the self-consciousness of her age. Ashamed of her unrestrained emotion, she detached herself and spoke in a carefully casual tone, indeed, almost accusingly. "Aren't you back rather soon?" "Mummy." "I flew back," said Mrs. Upjohn, almost apologetically, "from Ankara." Oh, said Julia. Well, I'm glad you're back. Yes, said Mrs. Upjohn. I am very glad, too. They looked at each other, embarrassed. What are you doing? Said Mrs. Upjohn. Advancing a little closer. I'm writing a composition for Miss Rich, said Julia. She really does set the most exciting subjects. What's this one? Said Mrs. Upjohn. She bent over. The subject was written at the top of the page. Some 9 or 10 lines of writing in Julia's uneven and sprawling handwriting came below. Contrast the attitudes of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth to murder, read Mrs. Upjohn. Well, she said doubtfully, you can't say that the subject isn't topical. She read the start of her daughter's essay. Macbeth, Julia had written, liked the idea of murder and had been thinking of it a lot, but he needed a push to get him started. Once he'd got started, he enjoyed murdering people and had no more qualms or fears. Lady Macbeth was just greedy and ambitious. She thought she didn't mind what she did to get what she wanted. But once she'd done it, she found she didn't like it after all. Your language isn't very elegant, said Mrs. Upjohn. I think you'll have to polish it up a bit. But you've certainly got something there. Inspector Kelsey was speaking in a slightly complaining tone. It's all very well for you, Poirot, he said. You can say and do a lot of things we can't. And I'll admit, the whole thing was well stage managed. Got her off her guard, made her think we were after Rich, and then Mrs. Upjohn's sudden appearance made her lose her head. Thank the Lord she kept that automatic after shooting Springer. If the bullet corresponds, it will pushti, mon ami. It will, said Poirot. Then we've got her cold for the murder of Springer. And I gather Miss Chadwick's in a bad way. But look here, Poirot. I still can't see how she can possibly have killed Miss Vansittart. It's physically impossible. She's got a cast-iron alibi, unless young Rathbone and the whole staff of the Nid Sauvage are in it with her. Poirot shook his head. Oh, no, he said. Her alibi is perfectly good. She killed Miss Springer and Mademoiselle Blanche. But Miss Vansittart, he hesitated for a moment, his eyes going to where Miss Bulstrode sat listening to them. Miss Vansittart was killed by Miss Chadwick. Miss Chadwick, exclaimed Miss Bulstrode and Kelsey together. Poirot nodded. I am sure of it. But why, I think, said Poirot. Miss Chadwick loved Meadowbank too much. His eyes went across to Miss Bulstrode. I see, said Miss Bulstrode. Yes, yes, I see. I ought to have known. She paused. You mean that I mean, said Poirot, that she started here with you. That all along she has regarded Meadowbank as a joint venture between you both. Which in one sense it was, said Miss Bulstrode. Quite so, said Poirot. But that was merely the financial aspect. When you began to talk of retiring, she regarded herself as the person who would take over. But she's far too old, objected Miss Bulstrode. Yes, said Poirot. She is too old, and she is not suited to be a headmistress. But she herself did not think so. She thought that when you went, she would be headmistress of Meadowbank as a matter of course. And then she found that was not so, that you were considering someone else, that you had fastened upon Eleanor Vansittart. And she loved Meadowbank. She loved the school, and she did not like Eleanor Vansittart. I think in the end she hated her. She might have done, said Miss Bulstrode. Yes, Eleanor Vansittart was, how shall I put it? She was always very complacent, very superior about everything. That would be hard to bear if you were jealous. That's what you mean, isn't it? Chatty was jealous. Yes, said Poirot. She was jealous of Meadowbank and jealous of Eleanor Vansittart. She couldn't bear the thought of the school and Miss Vansittart together. And then perhaps something in your manner led her to think that you were weakening. I did weaken, said Miss Bulstrode, but I didn't weaken in the way that perhaps Chatty thought I would weaken. Actually, I thought of someone younger still than Miss Vansittart. I thought it over, and then I said no. She's too young. Chatty was with me then, I remember. And she thought, said Poirot, that you were referring to Miss Vansittart, that you were saying Miss Vansittart was too young. She thoroughly agreed. She thought that experience and wisdom, such as she had got, were far more important things. But then, after all, you returned to your original decision. You chose Eleanor Vansittart as the right person and left her in charge of the school that weekend. This is what I think happened. On that Sunday night, Miss Chadwick was restless. She got up, and she saw the light in the squash court. She went out there exactly as she says she went. There is only one thing different in her story from what she said. It wasn't a golf club she took with her. She picked up one of the sandbags from the pile in the hall. She went out there all ready to deal with a burglar, with someone who for a second time had broken into the sports pavilion. She had the sandbag ready in her hand to defend herself if attacked. And what did she find? She found Eleanor Vansittart kneeling down, looking in a locker. And she thought, "It may be for I am good," said Hercule Poirot in a parenthesis. At putting myself into other people's minds, she thought, if I were a marauder, a burglar, I would come up behind her and strike her down. And as the thought came into her mind, only half conscious of what she was doing, she raised the sandbag and struck. And there was Eleanor Vansittart dead, out of her way. She was appalled then, I think, at what she had done. It has preyed on her ever since, for she is not a natural killer. Miss Chadwick, she was driven, as some are driven, by jealousy and by obsession. The obsession of love for Meadowbank. Now that Eleanor Vansittart was dead, she was quite sure that she would succeed you at Meadowbank, so she didn't confess. She told her story to the police exactly as it had occurred, but for the one vital fact, that it was she who had struck the blow. But when she was asked about the golf club, which presumably Miss Vansittart took with her, being nervous after all that had occurred, Miss Chadwick said quickly that she had taken it out there. She didn't want you to think, even for a moment, that she had handled the sandbag. Why did Anne Shapland also choose a sandbag to kill Mademoiselle Blanche? Asked Miss Bulstrode. For one thing, she could not risk a pistol shot in the school building, and for another, she is a very clever young woman. She wanted to tie up this third murder with the second one, for which she had an alibi. I don't really understand what Eleanor Vansittart was doing herself in the sports pavilion, said Miss Bulstrode. I think one could make a guess. She was probably far more concerned over the disappearance of Shysta than she allowed to appear on the surface. She was as upset as Miss Chadwick was. In a way, it was worse for her, because she had been left by you in charge, and the kidnapping had happened whilst she was responsible. Moreover, she had pooh-poohed it as long as possible through an unwillingness to face unpleasant facts squarely. So there was weakness behind the facade, mused Miss Bulstrode. I sometimes suspected it. She, too, I think, was unable to sleep, and I think she went out quietly to the sports pavilion to make an examination of Shasta's locker, in case there might be some clue there to the girl's disappearance. You seem to have explanations for everything. Mr. Poirot, that's his speciality, said Inspector Kelsey with slight malice. And what was the point of getting Eileen Rich to sketch various members of my staff? I wanted to test the child Jennifer's ability to recognize a face. I soon satisfied myself that Jennifer was so entirely preoccupied by her own affairs that she gave outsiders at most a cursory glance, taking in only the external details of their appearance. She did not recognize a sketch of Mademoiselle Blanche with a different hairdo. Still less, then, would she have recognized Anne Chaplin, who, as your secretary, she seldom saw at close quarters. You think that the woman with the racket was Anne Chaplin herself? Yes, it has been a one-woman job all through. You remember that day. You rang for her to take a message to Julia, but in the end, as the buzzer went unanswered, sent a girl to find Julia. Anne was accustomed to quick disguise, a fair wig, differently penciled eyebrows, a fussy dress and hat. She need only be absent from her typewriter for about 20 minutes. I saw from Miss Rich's clever sketches how easy it is for a woman to alter her appearance by purely external matters. Miss Rich, I wonder? Miss Bulstrode looked thoughtful. Poirot gave Inspector Kelsey a look, and the inspector said he must be getting along. Miss Rich, said Miss Bulstrode again. Send for her, said Poirot. It is the best way. Eileen Rich appeared. She was white-faced and slightly defiant. You want to know, she said to Miss Bulstrode, what I was doing in Ramat. I think I have an idea, said Miss Bulstrode. Just so, said Poirot. Children nowadays know all the facts of life, but their eyes often retain innocence. He added that he, too, must be getting along, and slipped out. That was it, wasn't it? Said Miss Bulstrode. Her voice was brisk and businesslike. Jennifer merely described it as fat. She didn't realize it was a pregnant woman she had seen. Yes, said Eileen Rich. That was it. I was going to have a child. I didn't want to give up my job here. I carried on all right through the autumn. But after that, it was beginning to show. I got a doctor's certificate that I wasn't fit to carry on, and I pleaded illness. I went abroad to a remote spot where I thought I wasn't likely to meet anyone who knew me. I came back to this country, and the child was born dead. I came back this term, and I hoped that no one would ever know. But you understand now, don't you? Why I said I should have had to refuse your offer of a partnership if you'd made it. Only now, with the school in such a disaster, I thought that, after all, I might be able to accept. She paused and said in a matter-of-fact voice, Would you like me to leave now, or wait until the end of term? You'll stay till the end of the term, said Miss Bulstrode. And if there is a new term here, which I still hope, you'll come back, said Eileen Rich. Do you mean you still want me? Of course I want you, said Miss Bulstrode. You haven't murdered anyone. Have you not gone mad over jewels and planned to kill to get them? I'll tell you what you've done. You've probably denied your instincts too long. There was a man. You fell in love with him. You had a child. I suppose you couldn't marry. There was never any question of marriage, said Eileen Rich. I knew that. He isn't to blame. Very well. Then, said Miss Bulstrode, you had a love affair and a child. You wanted to have that child. Yes, said Eileen Rich. Yes, I wanted to have it. So that's that, said Miss Bulstrode. Now I'm going to tell you something. I believe that in spite of this love affair, your real vocation in life is teaching. I think your profession means more to you than any normal woman's life with a husband and children would mean. Oh, yes, said Eileen Rich. I'm sure of that. I've known that all along. That's what I really want to do. That's the real passion of my life. Then don't be a fool, said Miss Bulstrode. I'm making you a very good offer. If, that is, things come right, we'll spend 2 or 3 years together putting Meadowbank back on the map. You'll have different ideas as to how that should be done from the ideas that I have. I'll listen to your ideas. Maybe I'll even give in to some of them. You want things to be different, I suppose. At Meadowbank I do, in some ways. Yeah, said Eileen Rich. I won't pretend. I want more emphasis on getting girls that really matter. Ah, said Miss Bulstrode. I see. It's the snob element that you don't like. Is that it? Yes, said Eileen. It seems to me to spoil things. What you don't realize, said Miss Bulstrode, is that to get the kind of girl you want, you've got to have that snob element. It's quite a small element, really. You know, a few foreign royalties, a few great names and everybody. All the silly parents all over this country and other countries want their girls to come to Meadowbank, fall over themselves to get their girl admitted to Meadowbank. What's the result? An enormous waiting list. Look at the girls, and I see the girls, and I choose. You get your pick. Do you see? I choose my girls. I choose them very carefully. Some for character, some for brains, some for pure academic intellect. Some because I think they haven't had a chance, but are capable of being made something of that's worthwhile. You're young, Eileen. You're full of ideals. It's the teaching that matters to you and the ethical side of it. Your vision's quite right. It's the girls that matter. But if you want to make a success of anything, you know, you've got to be a good tradesman as well. Ideas are like everything else. They've got to be marketed. We'll have to do some pretty slick work in future to get Meadowbank going again. I'll have to get my hooks into a few people. Former pupils, bully them, plead with them, get them to send their daughters here, and then the others will come. You let me be up to my tricks, and then you shall have your way. Meadowbank will go on, and it'll be a fine school. It'll be the finest school in England, said Eileen Rich enthusiastically. Good, said Miss Bulstrode. And Eileen, I should go and get your hair properly cut and shaped. You don't seem able to manage that bun. And now, she said, her voice changing, I must go to Chatty. She went in and came up to the bed. Miss Chadwick was lying very still and white. The blood had all gone from her face, and she looked drained of life. A policeman with a notebook sat nearby, and Miss Johnson sat on the other side of the bed. She looked at Miss Bulstrode and shook her head gently. "Hello, Chatty," said Miss Bulstrode. She took up the limp hand in hers. Miss Chadwick's eyes opened. "I want to tell you," she said. "Eleanor, it was. It was me." "Yes, dear." "I know," said Miss Bulstrode. "Jealous," said Chatty. I know," said Miss Bulstrode. Tears rolled very slowly down Miss Chadwick's cheeks. "It's so awful. I didn't mean— I don't know how I came to do such a thing." "Don't think about it any more," said Miss Bulstrode. "But I can't. I'll never forgive myself." "Listen, dear," she said. "You saved my life. You know, my life and the life of that nice woman, Mrs. Upjohn. That counts for something, doesn't it?" "I only wish," said Miss Chadwick, "I could have given my life for you both. That would have made it all right." Miss Bulstrode looked at her with great pity. Miss Chadwick took a great breath, smiled, then, moving her head very slightly to one side, she died. "You did give your life, my dear," said Miss Bulstrode softly. "I hope you realize that now." 25. Legacy. "A Mr. Robinson has called to see you, sir." "Ah," said Hercule Poirot. He stretched out his hand and picked up a letter from the desk in front of him. He looked down on it thoughtfully. He said, "Show him in." "Georges." The letter was only a few lines. "Dear Poirot, a Mr. Robinson may call upon you in the near future. You may already know something about him. Quite a prominent figure in certain circles. There is a demand for such men in our modern world. I believe, if I may so put it, that he is, in this particular matter, on the side of the angels. This is just a recommendation. If you should be in doubt, of course, and I underline this, we have no idea as to the matter on which he wishes to consult you. Ha ha, and likewise, ho ho, yours ever, Ephraim Pikeaway." Poirot laid down the letter and rose as Mr. Robinson came into the room. He bowed, shook hands, indicated a chair. Mr. Robinson sat, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped his large yellow face. He observed that it was a warm day. "You have not, I hope, walked here in this heat." Poirot looked horrified at the idea. By a natural association of ideas, his fingers went to his mustache. He was reassured. There was no limpness. Mr. Robinson looked equally horrified. "No, no. Indeed, I came in my roles, but these traffic blocks, one sits for half an hour sometimes." Poirot nodded sympathetically. There was a pause, the pause that ensues on part one of conversation before entering upon part two. "I was interested to hear. Of course, one hears so many things, most of them quite untrue, that you had been concerning yourself with the affairs of a girls' school." "Ah," said Poirot, "that." He leaned back in his chair. "Meadowbank?" said Mr. Robinson thoughtfully. "Quite one of the premier schools of England. It is a fine school." "Is, or was I hope the former?" "I hope so, too," said Mr. Robinson. "I fear it may be touch and go." "Ah, well, one must do what one can. A little financial backing to tide over a certain inevitable period of depression. a few carefully chosen new pupils. I am not without influence in European circles. I, too, have applied persuasion in certain quarters. If, as you say, we can tide things over. Mercifully, memories are short. That is what one hopes. But one must admit that events have taken place there that might well shake the nerves of fond mammas and papas. Also, the game's mistress, the French mistress, and yet another mistress, all murdered. As you say, I hear, said Mr. Robinson. One hears so many things that the unfortunate young woman responsible has suffered from a phobia about schoolmistresses since her youth. An unhappy childhood at school. Psychiatrists will make a good deal of this. They will try, at least, for a verdict of diminished responsibility, as they call it nowadays. That line would seem to be the best choice. Said Poirot. You will pardon me for saying that I hope it will not succeed. I agree with you entirely. A most cold-blooded killer. But they will make much of her excellent character. Her work as secretary to various well-known people. Her war record quite distinguished. I believe counter-espionage. He let the last words out with a certain significance, a hint of a question in his voice. She was very good. I believe, he said more briskly, so young, but quite brilliant, of great use to both sides. That was her métier, she should have stuck to it, but I can understand the temptation to play a lone hand, and gain a big prize, he added softly. A very big prize. Poirot nodded. Mr. Robinson leaned forward. Where are they, M. Poirot? I think you know where they are. Well, frankly, yes. Banks are such useful institutions, are they not? Poirot smiled. We needn't beat about the bush, really. Need we? My dear fellow, what are you going to do about them? I have been waiting. Waiting for what? Shall we say for suggestions? Yes, I see. You understand, they do not belong to me. I would like to hand them over to the person they do belong to. But that, if I appraise the position correctly, is not so simple. Governments are in such a difficult position, said Mr. Robinson, vulnerable, so to speak. What with oil, and steel, and uranium, and cobalt, and all the rest of it. Foreign relations are a matter of the utmost delicacy. The great thing is to be able to say that Her Majesty's government, etc., etc., has absolutely no information on the subject, but I cannot keep this important deposit at my bank indefinitely. Exactly. That is why I have come to propose that you should hand it over to me. Ah, said Poirot. Why, I can give you some excellent reasons. These jewels, mercifully, we are not official. We can call things by their right names, were unquestionably the personal property of the late Prince Ali Yusuf. I understand. That is so. His Highness handed them over to Squadron Leader Robert Rawlinson with certain instructions. They were to be got out of Ramat, and they were to be delivered to me. Have you proof of that? Certainly. Mr. Robinson drew a long envelope from his pocket. Out of it he took several papers. He laid them before Poirot on the desk. Poirot bent over them and studied them carefully. It seems to be, as you say. Well, then, do you mind if I ask a question? Not at all. What do you, personally, get out of this, Mr. Robinson looked surprised. My dear fellow, money, of course. Quite a lot of money. Poirot looked at him thoughtfully. It is a very old trade, said Mr. Robinson, and a lucrative one. There are quite a lot of us, a network all over the globe. We are, how shall I put it, the arrangers behind the scenes. For kings, for presidents, for politicians, for all those, in fact, upon whom the fierce light beats, as a poet has put it. We work in with one another, and remember this we keep faith. Our profits are large, but we are honest. Our services are costly, but we do render service. I see, said Poirot. Eh bien, I agree to what you ask. I can assure you that that decision will please everyone. Mr. Robinson's eyes just rested for a moment on Colonel Pikeaway's letter, where it lay at Poirot's right hand. But just one little moment. I am human. I have curiosity. What are you going to do with these jewels, Mr. Robinson looked at him. Then his large yellow face creased into a smile. He leaned forward. I shall tell you. He told him. Children were playing up and down the street. Their raucous cries filled the air. Mr. Robinson, alighting ponderously from his rolls, was cannoned into by one of them. Mr. Robinson put the child aside with a not unkindly hand and peered up at the number on the house. No. 15. This was right. He pushed open the gate and went up the 3 steps to the front door. Neat white curtains at the windows, he noted, and a well-polished brass knocker. An insignificant little house in an insignificant street in an insignificant part of London. But it was well kept. It had self-respect. The door opened. A girl of about 25, pleasant-looking, with a kind of fair, chocolate box prettiness, welcomed him with a smile. Mr. Robinson. Come in. She took him into the small sitting room, a television set, cretonnes of a Jacobean pattern, a cottage piano against the wall. She had on a dark skirt and a gray pullover. You'll have some tea, I've got the kettle on. Thank you. But no, I never drink tea. And I can only stay a short time. I have only come to bring you what I wrote to you about, from Allie. Yes, there couldn't be any hope. I mean, it's really true that he was killed. There couldn't be any mistake. I'm afraid there was no mistake, said Mr. Robinson gently. No. I suppose not. Anyway, I never expected. When he went back there, I didn't think really I'd ever see him again. I don't mean I thought he was going to be killed, or that there would be a revolution. I just mean, well, you know he'd have to carry on, do his stuff, what was expected of him, marry one of his own people, all that. Mr. Robinson drew out a package and laid it down on the table. Open it, please. Her fingers fumbled a little as she tore the wrappings off and then unfolded the final covering. She drew her breath in sharply. Red, blue, green, white, all sparkling with fire, with life, turning the dim little room into Aladdin's cave. Just as Robinson watched her, he had seen so many women look at jewels. She said at last in a breathless voice, "Are they? They can't be real. They are real, but they must be worth. They must be worth." Her imagination failed. Mr. Robinson nodded. If you wish to dispose of them, you can probably get at least £500,000 for them. No, no, it's not possible. Suddenly, she scooped them up in her hands and rewrapped them with shaking fingers. I'm scared, she said. They frighten me. What am I to do with them? The door burst open. A small boy rushed in. Mum, I got a smashing tank off Billy. He stopped, staring at Miss Robinson, an olive-skinned, dark boy. His mother said, Go in the kitchen, Alan. Your tea's all ready. Milk and biscuits, and there's a bit of gingerbread. Oh, good. He departed noisily. You call him Alan, said Mr. Robinson. She flushed. It was the nearest name to Allie. I couldn't call him Allie, too difficult for him and the neighbors and all. Cool namu shrimkiti. She went on, her face clouding over again. What am I to do? First, have you got your marriage certificate? I have to be sure you're the person you say you are. She stared a moment, then went over to a small desk. From one of the drawers, she brought out an envelope, extracted a paper from it, and brought it to him. Yes. Register of Edmondstow, Ali Yusuf. Student, Alice Calder. Spinster. Yes. All in order. Oh, it's legal all right as far as it goes. And no one ever tumbled to who he was. There's so many of these foreign Muslim students. You see, we knew it didn't mean anything really. He was a Muslim, and he could have more than one wife. And he knew he'd have to go back and do just that. We talked about it, but Alan was on the way. You see, and he said this would make it all right for him. We were married all right in this country, and Alan would be legitimate. It was the best he could do for me. He really did love me, you know. He really did? Yes, said Mr. Robinson. I am sure he did. He went on briskly. Now, supposing that you put yourself in my hands, I will see to the selling of these stones, and I will give you the address of a lawyer, a really good and reliable solicitor. He will advise you, I expect, to put most of the money in a trust fund. And there will be other things, education for your son, and a new way of life for you. You'll want social education and guidance. You're going to be a very rich woman, and all the sharks, and the confidence tricksters, and the rest of them will be after you. Your life's not going to be easy, except in the purely material sense. Rich people don't have an easy time in life. I can tell you, I've seen too many of them to have that illusion. But you've got character. I think you'll come through, and that boy of yours may be a happier man than his father ever was. He paused. You agree, yes. Take them. She pushed them towards him, then said suddenly, that schoolgirl, the one who found them. I'd like her to have one of them. What color do you think she'd like, Mr. Robinson reflected. An emerald. I think green for mystery. A good idea of yours. She will find that very thrilling. He rose to his feet. I shall charge you for my services. You know, said Mr. Robinson. And my charges are pretty high. But I shan't cheat you. She gave him a level glance. No, I don't think you will. And I need someone who knows about business. Because I don't. You seem a very sensible woman, if I may say so. Now then, I'm to take these don't want to keep just one say. He watched her with curiosity, the sudden flicker of excitement, the hungry, covetous eyes, and then the flicker died. "No," said Alice. "I won't keep even one." She flushed. "Oh, I dare say that seems daft to you not to keep just one big ruby or an emerald just as a keepsake. But you see, he was a Moslem, but he let me read bits now and again out of the Bible. And we read that bit about a woman whose price was above rubies. And so, I won't have any jewels. I'd rather not. A most unusual woman," said Mr. Robinson to himself as he walked down the path and into his waiting rolls. He repeated to himself, "A most unusual woman." Epilogue. The uniform never fit. Meadowbank reopened in September. The lawn was cut, the flags raised. The uniform starched, but something was different. Not visible, not spoken, just different. Like a breath held too long. Miss Bulstrode retired 6 months later. Officially to rest, unofficially, because the silence had gotten too loud. No one asked questions. Because when the walls of a school absorb a murder, they don't creak, they listen. And they remember. Julia Upjohn left the school before term's end, transferred out quietly. She never gave a reason. Poirot received a thank you letter in her handwriting. 3 lines, no stamp. He kept it in a locked drawer, not because of what it said, but because it meant someone was still telling the truth. Jennifer Sutcliffe returned to her country. A different girl, older without aging, the kind of girl who no longer looked for safety in others' only distance. Poirot never saw her again, but in a London paper, a small article caught his eye. Daughter of diplomatic family wins journalism award for investigative piece on identity theft. He smiled. The racket was gone, but the fire was still there. Miss Van Sittert disappeared. Technically arrested, unofficially vanished between jurisdictions. Rumors circled. One said she was seen in Casablanca under a new name. Another said she died during transfer. Poirot believed neither. He believed she'd simply become someone else. Again, as for Poirot, he returned to London, sat with his mustache, and his order, and the cold knowledge that every secret has a second key. The racket had held jewels, but the school had held something far more valuable, stories women never got to tell, and every one of them had been locked behind silence, until now. The fog rolled in again, over Thames, over rooftops, over memory. Poirot watched it from his window, and whispered, the uniform never fit, not because it was too small, but because it never belonged to her at all.